What's going on? Welcome to Sage Talk on the Lapeef Network. How you guys doing out there? Hopefully you guys are doing phenomenal on this Sunday. We don't have no sports until later, so I guess it's a good thing. Give you guys the opportunity to chime in and get some of this game that I know Lee is about to get ready to drop. Before we get things started, make sure you guys hit that like button. Also, make sure you subscribe to the channel. We are live in Houston, April 23rd. That link is posted in the description. So make sure you guys go ahead and click that link. We do have a discount to a hotel that's also in there as well. So, why not save some money, come down and have a great show. We get a chance, opportunity to see us, meet us in person. It's going to be awesome, man. It's going to be a nice experience. Shout out to the sponsor, Teach Hanley. That link is also posted in the description as well. Get you guys 30% off along with a free gift. But the only way you're able to get that is if you click that link. Mr. Lee put on a show last week, and I don't know if you guys missed it, but if you did, you missed a great show. Go back and watch it. But before you do that, let me bring Lee up right now. What's going on, Lee? How you doing? You're on mute, just so you know.
Sure.
Yeah,
Hey, good afternoon, JR. How are you?
man, I'm doing great, man. Blessed. I woke up this morning.
Always a good day when you wake up.
Yeah, absolutely.
How's everyone doing in the audience today? Glad for you guys to show up. Thank you very much. Looking
Yeah.
forward to another great discussion.
Speaking of discussion, what you
Uh,
talking about today, Lee? What you got for us?
well, today we're going to be talking about patriarchy. And did patriarchy ever was a benefit to women? And I think that should be a pretty interesting conversation because we're definitely living in a new time now where more and more women are exercising their power and rights in society. And there seems to be developing a divergence between what's best for society with regarding to how society will move forward, in the more recent times and in the decades to come, whether patriarchy will be the deciding social structure or whether it's going to be matriarchy as a deciding social uh, structure for society. So I think this should be a very good conversation. Definitely, if there are women in the audience that would like to participate in this discussion, I'm definitely going to be looking forward to hearing some of your opinions and thoughts.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna drop the link early for people. So if you are wanting to participate in this conversation, just go ahead and click. It must be on cam, and we'll see you in the back and bring you up at the appropriate time. All right, Lee, I'm gonna let you do your thing, man. As really say, I'm gonna go ahead and get my notepad so I'm able to take some notes and grab some of this game.
Sure.
All right.
Okay. Welcome. Welcome back to another edition of Sage Talk. Thank you very much. My name is Lee. Well, as you know, patriarchy is a discussion for today. And did patriarchy or has patriarchy ever been a benefit to women? First, I think I'd like to open up the conversation with what is patriarchy and what does it actually mean? Patriarchy is a system, a society, or government in which the father or eldest male is the head of the family. A descendant or inheritance is reckoned through the male line. Men hold the power, and women are largely excluded from it. Power, that is. An example is where the family name comes from the man, or the woman, when she's married, she takes the man's last name. In my research with regard to looking at the background of patriarchy and where there may have been benefits in society for a society run by men, it was very interesting as to much of the information I found. The first thing I want to bring to the floor as a conversational piece is what is a patriarchal marriage and what does that look like? A patriarchal principle in marriage provides for order and a basis for government in the kingdom of God. Now, this is a direct definition I got from Google when I was looking up that particular question. It places parents with the father in the leadership role in the position of accountability for their own direct family kingdom. This last sentence was very particular because it says it's a system of great simplicity and perfect effectiveness. And we can meditate on that for a moment and we'll come back to it later as the discussion progresses. The next question I came across that I thought valuable for this conversation today is what are the benefits of patriarchy? Ironically, I only found basically like one or two things. And I want you guys to ponder this this benefit as described in my search from Google. There was only literally one benefit. It says male have the freedom from rape and physically assaulted or from experiencing job discrimination on the basis of their gender. So the only benefit patriarchy offers is males, men, the benefit and freedom of not being raped, which in society I never knew that was an issue for men. But that is as it's listed in my Google search for the benefits of patriarchy. Now, with regard to countries that are patriarchal, this was very interesting as to how countries that are patriarchal are listed. There were six main countries that I took from the list. The first country listed that was a patriarchal country is Yemen. The second country was Iraq. The third country was Pakistan. The fourth country was Nepal, Turkey, and the Sudan. None of the countries listed were Western European countries at all when it comes to patriarchy. With regard to the patriarchal effects in society, there were several things listed, and I think we can converse more about this later in the discussion. Politics was listed as the number one thing and the patriarchal effects of society, particularly in modern times. Business, law and justice, family, school, the workplace, and relationships. And if I may add a little color to this list, in politics today, we find, particularly in the United States, Canada, and primarily England and most European countries, including Australia, possibly Japan as well, and South Korea, which are more Eurocentric in societal structure. Politics, yes, it is run by men in the primary positions, presidents, vice presidents, and primarily the cabinet, Senate, and so forth. But most of the policies that we find in today's society are policies that are not beneficial to men. Most of the policies we find are more equalizing for both genders. In business, more and more businesses are being looked at who are not gender neutral and who have an equal distribution of a female to male gender management in the upper management of the corporation. As it pertains to law and justice, I think we see, particularly in the news, how justice is dispersed or dispensed, I should say, when it pertains to a male committing a crime versus when a female commits the same crime. And we're not even going to get into the discussion with regard to family law and those issues. I think the scales are very tilted as it pertains to family law, particularly in the United States. I'm not going to speak for Europe because I don't know the laws there that well. I know the I have more experience with the justice system in the United States. School, I would say school, I think it's pretty much equally balanced in terms of superintendents, administrative operations of schools, and definitely largely tilted towards the female when it comes to teachers, principals, and the like. The workplace, as I noted earlier in business, is becoming more and more gender neutral. And with regard to relationships, as a general in society today, relationships, I think, is being run primarily from a female desire, want, need, and who are selected for relationships primarily, with the exception of a very limited few, I would say, let's say 10%, maybe 15% of men who may have more options in that category with regard to relationships. Now, with regard to which country is the best for girls for marriage, this was very insightful. I only took 8 countries out of that list. The number one country for women to marry in was Sweden. Number two was Denmark. Number three was Norway. Number four was Canada. Netherlands was number five. Finland was six. Switzerland was seven. And the Netherlands was eight. America, the United States, did not make the top 10 in that list at all. The safest countries for women, I took the top six. The safest countries for women is Japan, Poland, Bosnia, Slovenia, Italy, and Greece. Now, I found these last two listings of the safest countries and the best countries for marry. Obviously, it seems as though Google is skewed towards a European centric listing of countries. There were no Middle Eastern countries listed, there were no Asian countries listed, and so forth. However, these were the countries that they list and rank by, I think, the top 75 countries that they selected from. Ironically, when we look at the birth rates of children being born today, many of these countries are suffering from very low birth rates and very low marriages as well. So, after looking over this research and the information I gathered from these 5 or 6 questions that I wanted to interject into this conversation, what appears to be bubbling to the surface is that a patriarchal society is a society where men desire to have more children and heirs to pass on their wealth, their name, their family generations on into the future. Whereas societies where it seems like we're going, where females are determining the structure of the society from a matriarchal standpoint, females would want to have far less children and to reduce the population significantly because in several countries in Europe, there was some research showing that most women did not want to have more than one children. Two was the max that women wanted to have, whereas male led traditional families, men wanted to have more than two children. Now, I have a question for the audience, and you can type your answers into the chat, and we can discuss it further. This is the last question. Which country do you think is the best country to find a loyal wife? I'll ask that again. Which country do you believe is the best country to find a loyal wife? Google did list the country, and I'll give you guys a minute or two to drop a few responses into the chat. JR, you can definitely drop the link. We can open up the discussion and get some feedback from. I definitely want to hear from both men and women on this topic and get some feedback from the women as to whether or not you believe patriarchy have any benefits for women in a society.
Yeah, I'm starting to see people drop some countries down. Call in, people, man. Call in. Let's have a discussion. Call in. I know Lee wants
So far, I
the
see
women.
two people hit on the answer already so far.
Yeah, let me see. India, Japan, Russia, probably something like Russia, Africa, and some Middle Eastern nation if you're Muslim. We got to cam up. No, you don't have to cam up. Well, you need to show your face. I need to acknowledge that you are a real person. So when you come up, you can have a discussion. But we got to make sure we keep the trolls out. So call in, and then behind the stage, you can definitely let me know that you're a real person, and I'll bring you up. We could do that, preferably on camera. It makes the experience much better when you're able to
Absolutely.
interact with people. So the link is posted to the top of the chat. Therese Lane, I see you in the chat. Call in. Call in. Don't be
I'll
afraid.
read you what the answer is. I'll give you the country after, but I'll just lay out a few things that was mentioned about this country. It says the women from this country focus on family and the care of family, their husband, and their children. They have proven to be the best girlfriends and wives. This country include a list of the finest countries to meet loyal wife because they value family. And the country listed was Russia. I found that very interesting. Never been to Russia. Uh, I think I've only met one or two Russian women in my life in New York, of course. They were nice people, uh, but that was definitely an interesting noted fact that of all the countries listed, both European countries, and I'm assuming Google is skewed towards the Eurocentric mindset and social structure, but including both the United States, Canada, Australia, Great Britain, and all of Europe, a country that America does not necessarily have much association with culturally is being cited as one of the best countries in terms of their family structure and the way their women look at life and as a patriarchy towards family, children, and their husbands. So let's have the discussion. I'd like to hear, particularly those who, from the female perspective, what your thoughts on patriarchy, because I've heard a lot talk about chivalry and men being chivalrous. Ironically, in the search that I've all the questions that I search, I didn't find anything on chivalry, and that's why I didn't include it. I could have did a specific search for chivalry, but I chose not to because I wanted the conversation to hear more from both men and women what your thoughts are with regard to the patriarchy as a society system going forward as government as a governmental society and a social system for life going forward.
Somebody said, did Russia have control over this poll?
No, this is not even it's not even a poll. Well, I guess it's a poll, but it's a poll that was generated purely by Google. It didn't come up. Let me see if I still have the link open. No, I closed that link. I had several links open, but when the stream started, I closed several links about it. Uh, I did post the link in the back chat, and there's a YouTuber by the name of Tribe of Men. It's a male and female uh, couple. I'm not sure if they're in a relationship or just co-host. And they're a Latino couple that have a podcast. They're a small podcast, about 5,000 subscribers, and they have a very interesting conversation that they were having. It says more men are going their own way. Here is why. And in the first 6 minutes, I dropped the link in the back chat. So if JR want to add it to the end of the stream, for those who may want to take a look at it, you can do so. In the first 6 minutes of the stream of their podcast, it was very interesting as to the news and based on women, how they're looking at society and the things they have to say as to how they would like to see the society move forward. And this is coming out of Australia. However, one of the last clip that they used from a newspaper in that particular stream, it was a headline and it said, kill men and then kill them again. So I want to get some feedback, particularly from some of the females in the chat with regard to their experience with men, their outlook in the society as a woman, and their associations with men, and what those thoughts may be with regard to a male patriarchal run society. I would say versus a female matriarchy run society, and what's your thoughts about that?
I think I had a question for you when you made that statement earlier, and it was just based off
Sure.
your opinion. Why do you think the U.S. didn't make that list, in your opinion, when you said the U.S. wasn't on that list?
Of which question? The best question. The best.
Yes, the best to find a wife. Is that what you said?
The best countries. The best countries to find a wife.
Yeah, I think that's what it was, right?
Well, there were two. There was the safest countries for women,
No, it wasn't
and
that.
then it was the best countries to find a loyal wife.
Boy, there you is. There you go.
Yeah. So I can probably drop the link later after the show, and Gerald can add it with regard to the search I did for Russia being selected as the best country to find a loyal wife. But the fact that the United States did not come up as a safe country for women, I think that was very telling. Obviously, we know America can have its violence, but I think America is a country where it's violent, particularly against women. Uh, I have not really seen that too much. I mean, obviously, there are violence in relationships, and violence sometimes is twofold, where both the men and the woman are being violent towards one another. But with regard to the violence that is propagated by society towards women, I didn't realize that America ranked that low. That was surprising. And also, what I think is kind of like a hidden message, it was not stated, but it was the countries that were listed as patriarchal: Yemen, Iraq, Pakistan, Nepal, Turkey, and the Sudan. All countries that we would associate, one definitely as being patriarchal, but countries that are oppressive. And they're oppressive to men as well, but they're definitely more oppressive to women in terms of their rights in society with regard to modern times. So I think that was somewhat of a, they didn't say that those were the most violent countries towards women, but they did rank them as the top patriarchal countries. And the countries that were the safest for women were listed as the European countries.
I got you. Yeah, make sure you
Any other
guys call.
questions?
I didn't have a question right at the present moment. Make sure you guys call in. If you do have a question in the chat, make sure you guys post in the chat. I'll get to it and address it as well. Women are encouraged to call in. Lee said he would like for the women to call in
Yes,
as well.
definitely women are encouraged to call in. I would like to hear some of the females' perspective on this topic because I think it's a topic that can be biased from a male's perspective.
Yeah. Again, if you guys have any questions, make sure you click it in
Any
the chat.
questions? Anyone would like to add something to the conversation or to the perspective?
Anything else you'd like to add on to it while we try to get some people ask questions in the chat if you have some? Okay, that's Dilliana just announcing what we said. Appreciate you, Aticia. Justice says, I know that makes sense. They may be why these talks are becoming more popular with our current economic state. Gito said, I'll let the ladies go first. I'll call later. I don't know. Might not be no later. If nobody call in, Gitos. So you might
Yeah,
want to
come
get your
on up and
opportunity right. Get your
let's build
opportunity
on the
right now.
conversation, and then we can take it forward.
And Alicia said she did catch the beginning. That's okay. We can kind of fill you in. You could just kind of look at what the topic is. This is the topic right here.
The topic
So,
is patriarchy and what are the benefits, or has patriarchy been beneficial to women?
so that's the topic right there. Just Jay said women don't have the
I basically
capacity.
dropped some
They
I
don't have
dropped
the,
some general information on countries that are considered safest for women, country that is considered more favorable for marriage. What are some of the benefits of patriarchy in a society? Politics, business, family, school, the workplace, relationship, law, and justice. But I think many of those things today in society are being significantly equalized, at least in an American society from which I can most likely speak.
I don't know if you're saying it. Said women don't have the capacity to think for themselves, is what I was told.
Say again.
Judge Jay said women don't have the capacity to think for themselves, is what I was told.
Is that a female or a male making a statement?
I think Judge Jay is a man. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he's a man.
Let me see. Hold on. Let me open up my screen. Put the question back up. Or the statement back up because my screen was minimized. I wasn't able to see it. Women don't have the capacity to think for themselves, is what I was told. Okay. Well, that's more of a statement, not so much of a question.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure who would say that because women from, I think in any society, women have always been contributors to the society. I think if a
She's a
woman,
female. I'm sorry, she's a female. Judge Jay is a female.
okay, sure. I think when you have women who are raising children, which is like normal within most societies, if not all, and passing on the culture to the society, that's a major responsibility for anyone to have, male or female. And for that to be, I would say, probably 70% carried by the woman to pass on culture, education, and teaching of the children and for the next generation going forward, that would not lend to the understanding, or as proof, it would actually be in stark contrast that women can think very well for themselves. And I think in most societies or in most successful relationships, intelligent women who can think for themselves and have opinions, many times they can have very good relationships within those communities. I think it's where women are subjugated, in societies where women are subjugated and they don't have a voice or a point of view or an opinion. Those are the societies that I think today are highlighted as the bastions of why patriarchy may be singled out as being a bad thing, because there are societies that still, I would say, have a social structure of, let's say, the 12th century or third century way of society living, where women did not have a voice in many things within the society. But still, women have a strong voice within the community. Women always had a strong voice in their communities. That's my understanding, and that has been my experience.
We did have a question that teach let me go to it real quick. Here is question. Do you think men in the black community are equipped for patriarchy?
Very good question, Aticia. Very good question. Uh, to be honest, I think the majority of men in the black community have not seen patriarchy. They don't know it as a society structure. I think to whatever degree it was there, it has been socialized out of us. I think it's a new conversation now that because of the rise of feminism so much that men are starting, or black men particularly, are starting to look at societal structure and adding their voice to the conversation and say, wait a minute, patriarchy have existed before, and they're speaking more from a historical reference of patriarchy, but not so much as a society where we ourselves have ran. I think black men do have the capacity to run such a society. It's just that I think we would have to now, going forward, start laying down some basic baseline structure of, as to what that society would look like. Obviously, in our black community, we have never had a society where men bear rule over women, where women were subjugated. They've always been somewhat of an equal-handed rulership within the black community. But I think over the past 50 or more years, with feminism, the women have really taken the lead in how the power distribution have been brought down in the black community. And I think now black men are starting to raise their voice to contribute to what they believe would be a better run society, as opposed to the effects that we're seeing within the black community, which has been led significantly uh, by a female. I don't want to say gynocracy, but if that's the proper word, either a gynocracy or a matriarchy, where the female have been in charge primarily in the power structure of the black community. So I think whether or not black men are equipped to run a patriarchy, I think as men we understand power. I think we understand the dissemination of rulership. I think we understand that from an intellectual standpoint. How we would administrate that in a social structure, I think that's something that would prove more challenging, because the hurdle for black men, I would say, with regard to patriarchy or the rulership of a society, is how we will rule among ourselves as men and respecting the authority of other men in power over other black men. I don't think it's so much of an issue over black women. It's more so of an issue over each other as men. And I think once we could come to a consensus to understand black men having rights to rule over other black men, and black men subjecting themselves to one another in a rulership structure in a society, I think from there going forward, the management or the system of the society can be more evenly managed. And it probably can do supremely well, because black men as an individual, we do exceptionally well in society. Our problem is not our individual achievement. Our problem is how we work together to reach a greater achievement of power and authority within the society, where we can uh, give way to one another without always challenging the person that is in charge, to say that either one, what makes you the authority, or two, why I should listen to you. And I think when we can get past those two dynamics in the question, I think we can find ourselves in a much better position to be able to rule in a society far better than probably what we've seen in years past.
What's going on,
Hey,
Definite
what's
G?
up, Definite G?
How you fellas doing?
Doing well, doing well. Thanks for showing up.
No problem. I always love to hear your thoughts on things. But with the topic at hand, you can say this is like my opinion on it, but
Sure.
patriarchy is actually one of the most balanced systems on earth because it's merit based. You have to earn your keep. Like you're not just gonna like just give it for free just because somebody it just feels a type of way, or you're just going to just give people too many leeways. You're gonna be generous. You're gonna help people out through learning and practice. But at the same time, it's you. Like at the end of the day, you have to make sure that you're getting yourself together, and that you are making sure that you're trying to be the best version of yourself. See, with a lot of the matriarchy, it's kind of like, you get one, you get one, you get one. That's not really, that's kind of like very socialistic with matriarchy. It's not necessarily that people can actually own their stuff. It's like the people have to, like the government kind of has to divvy up a lot of the resources. But with patriarchy, as long as you're working to a better goal or to better the society or to better yourself, patriarchy will allow you to do it. So that's just my opinion on it, and just want to give my 2 cents on that again.
Well, let me ask you this. With regard to patriarchy, patriarchy obviously starts first in the home and in the family, and then it spread to the community. But patriarchy from a society structure really comes down from a government social structure. So what do you mean by you have to prove yourself as an individual from a government structure? What do you mean by that?
Not prove to the government. It's more that the government will allow you to work for what you really want. It gives you that type of freedom to, like, let's say if you want, to own a business or any type of business, the government will allow you that type of room to do that. And as long as you don't harm anybody else, as long as you're not, doing anything out of nefarious means, the patriarchy will allow that to happen. So that's what I
But
meant by
that's not really patriarchy. That's more free market system, or what we call in the United States a capitalist run society, as opposed to a socialist run society. Socialism is run by men too. So they're both government economic system. They're not really a social infrastructure system. So talk more to the term of a patriarchy structured system. Let me go back and read to you what the definition of patriarchy was. It says patriarchy, a system of society or government in which the father or eldest male is the head of the family, and descent and inheritance is reckoned through the line of the male. Men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. Tell
Well,
me
yeah,
some
I mean,
benefits.
mhm.
Tell me some benefits where society at large and women at large would benefit from a patriarchal structure.
Well, they'll have, financially attractive men, first off, since since all of the inheritance will go to the son and to the father, and all she'll have to do is make
From
sure
the
that
father
she's a
to the
good,
son.
or yeah, father to the son, and then all she'll have to do is make sure she's a good wife to her future husband. So it makes a lot of the process, especially when it comes to mating, a lot simpler because the roles already are clearly defined based on who gets the inheritance. Because if she is not really acting right, she's not going to get a financially attractive man. She's not going to be a very, attractive to those types of men who are getting that inheritance. But with the structure, if you're saying that it's strictly men that's holding a lot of that power, I would still say it's still balanced. Even though yes, women might not be able to work depending on what type of patriarchal hold that you have on the society, but nonetheless, as long as those men are willing to contribute to that society, as long as the men are trying to be the best versions of themselves, the society still remains balanced per se, when it comes to especially the gender roles. The man is out there making sure that he's maintaining the household, and the woman, maintaining society and getting more resources for the household. And then the woman is make sure the inside of the home is taken care of and make sure the children are good. So
Well, let me ask you this: what rights would women have in a society like you're talking about?
the rights, well, that's a big question. I don't know. I would have to write that down, but that would be a bigger
Well,
discussion to go break down. Yeah.
obviously, if you're talking about a society run by men, and men are not the only sex in that society, females are in
Hmm.
that society, you have to obviously consider what the rights of the women will be. Children are born, and children are born male and female. So you have to take account for not only the male kids, but the female kids. So that's something that I think as men, and I think the question that was asked previously by the young lady, you know, with regard to black men running a patriarchal society, you know, are we capable of running such a society? And these are the things that we definitely have to sort out as men, how our society will be structured, and whether patriarchy will be uh, the social government structure. Hey Jay, the mic,
Yeah.
what's up?
How you guys doing? You guys hear me?
Hmm.
Loud and clear.
All right, cool,
Yeah.
cool, cool. Yeah, yeah, sorry, I was kind of running back and forth and stuff, but no, I want to kind of talk about the topic you were talking about. I'm saying patriarchy doesn't benefit women, right? I'm saying
Sure,
absolutely it does. However, I want to kind of go into diver deeper in the conversation. What is black?
sure.
What is a black patriarchy, right? In terms of, because I think you think in terms of that definition can be transcended a bunch of different cultures, but I think the issue is saying not really in terms of men having the power, being in the position to be a leader, or running the society within that community. I think the issue bigger really is our culture, because in many different cultures you see they have a level of one thing that I think that we don't really have enough conversation between men and women, which is respect, right? And respect is, I know, in terms of you giving a certain type of decorum, what you treat the person in your relationship, how you treat,
Slow down
you
your
know.
pace of speech.
Oh, you got, am I hearing you?
You're No, I can hear you, but you seem to be freezing a little bit from time to time. So pace
I'm
yourself
freezing.
in your conversation.
Oh, okay, all
You're
right, I
talking
just
a
wanted
bit
to.
fast.
I got you. But the point of saying about respect is that there's a levels type of decorum or a way you treat the people, in your relationship or even in your community that you're leading, right? So when we have this whole thing about saying that, okay, well, men need to be put in a position of power. Okay, that's one solution. But then what is it talking about? How we just operate as a people, operate as a culture, right? Because I think on that end is that it comes basically a double edged sword. Okay, then you can have the men be in those positions.
So,
Well,
so
go ahead.
besides respect, what would be some of the criteria you would say a patriarchal black society should look like?
Well, let's say in terms of patriarchal society of family that I will look at is terms of right. I follow what might say in the scriptures, but even though it kind of get people can get back and forth with that discussion. But for me, I say yeah, man ahead of the wife, and then the woman ahead of the children, and hence that's basically the structure that I say I follow. But in terms
Okay.
of saying that men also being the leaders in this, I do believe also men having a purpose or a foundation that allows them to employ their women, right? So way that the fact that they're become a symbiotic relationship where yeah, we can have the position where you're talking about today in 2022, which was in the thumbnail, right? Because back in the day, obviously times have changed now. So I think at the point of we can adjust to the days we're in today is actually utilizing the type of strengths that a feminine woman can be to the purpose of a man in the overall community in the patriarchal society. So, because the point is that when you're talking about respect, it's like, what does she have to offer, right? But also, are you utilizing her strengths in terms of your purpose, right? That's where I'm coming from. It's talking about as our culture. We don't do that because one, we don't even see value with each other, right? So that's what I'm coming from, is talking about respect in our culture. But I think is more deeper point in this conversation.
That is definitely a much bigger conversation because uh, as black men and black women, there seems to definitely be a divergence between the respect for one another. Uh, Going into how that have come to be, that's a much longer, broader conversation, and I think there are more people that are probably more expert at that discussion than myself. However, what I will say is that, you know, the general respect for yourself. Christ said something in the New Testament when he gave the two commandments because, the Israelites were bucking up against, or the early Christians, however you want to frame it, were bucking up against keeping the law. He said, keep these two commandments. He said, love the Most High and love your brother as you love yourself. And I think the respect of how you want to be treated, man to man, can translate very easily from man to woman. Because if you respect yourself and you won't harm yourself, one, you won't harm a woman, you won't harm a child, male or female, and you will look to protect those that are weaker than you. But I think today's society, I'm not going to exclude this solely to the black community, but in a general American society, it's a very selfish society. And it's really all about self. And the all about self really stems from money because with money at the forefront of the barometer for all measurement of achievement and success, principles don't come into the conversation because principles can be trumped by money. If I have a principle, if I have a decision to make about something and my source of income or a potential for me to make a bag to make some money, I might compromise my principle because the money take a higher uh, level of decision making. And I think as a people, money is important, but where are we going to put money on the scale of value besides principle, respect, uh, treating one another in a more equitable way, black man to black man, and black woman to black man, and black men to black women, and children likewise. Where do we, where do those things come out in the scale of how we value things for our society as a people?
That is
Jada Mike?
that is it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, you hear me?
Go ahead.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead, Definite G.
Yeah, that's an interesting question because that kind of leans into a sense of tribalism in a way. Because usually, if a lot of like, because even with certain Native American people who come over, or at least
Well,
who,
try to stay within the
yeah,
context of black people.
okay, I would say, hmm, I would say it'd be like we have to come. Yeah, that's kind of an interesting question. We would have to come back to a sense of tribalism amongst black people because if like you just said perfectly, let's say if I need to pay my rent and or at least I need to pay for something or pay a bill or something like that, and then I had a business, and if I can cut some people down or lay people off, I'll be able to pay whatever I need to pay off. Like, what if, like, in those situations, what if you're like in those types of pickles? What needs to, because it really comes down now to,
Well, let's take that
yeah,
example for one moment.
yeah, it's an interesting
Looking at that
question.
example, you have a business, and let's
Yeah.
say you have 7 to 10 employees, and for whatever the situation is, whether it's a slowdown in the market or the product or something going on with, like we're having now, the pandemic and the supply chain that is affecting various products. So your business may have retreated a bit in terms of overall profit. From a business standpoint, obviously laying off people is the easiest way to equalize revenue against outlays or expenditures. But from a business, most business are always looking at opportunities to grow as opposed to how to retrace and cut back on employees. Because whenever a business is laying off employees, it's always a signal. And if you're an analyst on Wall Street or in business in general, when a company is laying off employees, that is the first signal to tell you that they're losing money. They're losing, potentially they're losing market share. They have a lower revenue base. So they're looking to cut back on the number of employees, because with employees just don't come salaries, it come compensation, benefits, insure, compensation for insurance. If the company have insurance for their employees, that's a whole separate insurance. So there are a lot of expenses, and then there are liabilities for injuries for their employee or number of employees that's at the facility. So there are many things that can affect a big company with regard to how they would look at laying off individuals. But I think using that as an example doesn't really add a greater understanding to how patriarchy can be managed from Black men and how it would affect Black women in such a society. I mean, the only thing what you're saying is if I can't pay my bills, I'm going to lay people off. And if you're the person, if you're a Black woman that's a cashier, or if you're working in that business as an accountant or a bookkeeper, you're probably going to get laid off. So from a woman, my hearing that conversation, that says to me that's not beneficial. You see what I'm saying? So how are you
Mhm.
looking to improve the business so you don't have to lay people off? And I'm just saying that from how you phrased your response. Jada
Mhm.
Mike, did you have something you want to say?
Hmm. Well,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Uh, well, I think it goes to a point of what, because I was on a conversation with a panel. This is before with Nathan Daly, Black Man Filter, and a few other people. And we're talking about having a conversation about what dictates, like, in terms of the development of our community. Right? Would you focus more? As the first thing in terms of you know, economics, dictates the black family, or does a nuclear black family dictates the economics of our community, right? Like which one is first?
Restate that again. I didn't quite hear the last part.
The point I'm trying to say is that when this conversation that you're talking about my economics, I said I was in a previous conversation with a few people on a different panel, and we were talking about what really comes first. Does focusing on the economics in our community dictates our family, dictates the nuclear family, or does the nuclear family dictate the economics in our community? Because in a point of we talking about we are selfish as a community, right? You have two people who are both might be high income, a high income black man, a high income black woman, and yet they don't see no value in each other, right? Then what's really the point of saying having economics when we don't really want to work with each other to begin with, right? So that's what I was talking about, saying in situations our culture many years ago, when talking about, well, certain things in the government provide assistance whatever to take the black man out to a point, okay, well, we have now established this black man does have no value to you and your family, but yet we give you this assistant aid or anything like that. We realize that, hey, now you can live on your own, you don't need to see value him anymore, and yet here we are complaining about generational wealth in our community today, right? So my point I'm trying to say is that is having a focusing on nuclear family first, seeing this focusing on the value of each other first, then that will lead to terms of breaking the generational curse in our community. That's what my
Okay.
question I pose to you.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
I agree with Jedi Mike. That was a great point that he made. Or Lee, you want to say something?
sure. Now, what I was going to say is, those are the things that I think we need to really have a more focused discussion on, because you have to understand money is an outgrowth of work. When we were in the hunter gatherer phase of development, there was no money. There was what you brought back was what you brought back to contribute to your family and to the village. Society has now grown to the point where most things are commercialized and produced by individuals who have created companies and corporations who employ members of society to do the work, not necessarily for a family or a particular community, but for a country. And they get paid a wage. So your wage is paid based on your contribution in terms of your work. And that is based on skill level, right? But a society has to be based on something that is more valuable than that work. It has to be based valuable, like you said, starting with the nuclear family, husband, wife, and children. But then you also have to have principles and ethics and morals within the society. So when money, wealth, and riches come in, those things can be equitably utilized because with vast amount of money in the hands of someone with no principles or ethics and morals, they can subjugate others. They can use their money and their power to 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 oppress others, and we see that today in society. So in this whole conversation about a black patriarchy, what would the structure of a black patriarchy look like? And obviously, money is going to be a part of that. Wealth will be a part of that. But we can't have a conversation about generational wealth and then we have the least divorce and the least married and the highest divorce. Because the only way you can have generational wealth is to have a generation to give it to. Because if single black men make a lot of money and single black women make a lot of money, black men ain't gonna have no kids to give that money to because the kids are being raised by females or multiple men that come into the relationship. That man have no connection with the children. He's not going to want to give children that he has not have any influence in directing their thought structure and how they would live their life to just turn over whether it's $1 million or whether it's a $50,000 insurance policy. And
Mhm.
women in general, from what society has shown over the past 50, 60 years, tend to spend, like we know already, 73 cents of every dollar, that there, even if there is something to pass on, there wouldn't be much. So that I
Mhm.
think is something that we need to look at is the foundation of which what's going to be a black society and what are going to be the building blocks to that society. And obviously, money will play a part, but money is going to play a part in no matter what we do. Whether we have a fragmented society or whether we have a cohesive society, money is going to play a part in that anyway, because successful men will contribute to their family, and men who are not successful will contribute less or little. Successful women will contribute to their family, and women who are, whether they're just housewives, they will contribute to their family in the strengthening and the development of the children in the next generation within the family and the contribution that they may add to their husband within the family structure.
Mhm.
David, welcome to the conversation. Thank you
Hey,
for coming on.
I appreciate. I'm in the laundromat, so forgive me the background noises because I wanted to listen to what you guys are talking about because this is
Uh-huh.
something. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, man.
Yes.
So this is something I've been talking about in Black Men Unfiltered panel for a couple of while, and I talked with my wife about it because as an African who fully understand the structure of a household and living in American society for more than 30 years, I realized something that stood out for so long that it had become what they call an oxymoron. And there are too many
Yes.
people believe that it's going to work because if I want to be blunt about it, it's like we're in an American society that reward bad behaviors, that say it's okay to act a certain way, it's okay to think a certain way, even though that mindset, that ideology leads to nothing but failure. They don't care how long they get paid for it. I think
Be
that's what
more
my problem
specific.
is with it.
Be more specific. You're speaking in a very nuanced, general way.
If I want to be Pacific,
Or give an
if,
example of what you mean if you don't want
for
to,
example,
go into a dialogue.
you have the mainstream media, you have artists whose lifestyle is the opposite of integrity and morality. You have people that have been lifted up on a pedestal who the complete opposite of how we're supposed to be as men into society. Same apply to women. You have women that make it seem like they don't have to have a man in their life, only there to get them babies, and think it's okay with it. We have a society that promote that thing, that make TV shows out of it, and they make money out of it. I can go on and on about it to the point whereby it completely irritate me because within the black community as a whole, we don't push a level of integrity, a level of responsibility, a level of strong moral values. It's like you do the total opposite of it, and they get paid for that. They get
Okay, so
rewarded for that.
what would a black patriarchy look like in your eyes for society? How would it be
Well,
different than what's being promoted in society today?
black patriarchy. That coming from an African point of view, we have fathers who lay not only foundation for the family, but created businesses that have resources. They leave a business for their son to take over. It is true to take over or not. He has property, he has land, he has wealth, he has riches that he worked over the year to build up for. So leave it then not only for his children, but for his children as well. That's something that I learned and I saw firsthand. As a Nigerian, it is a
Okay,
taboo to have a
question.
son.
One moment. One moment. Question. What are the female roles in that dynamic that you have just laid out?
In that dynamic, the female role is not only to enforce the rule that have been placed by the husband, but also to make sure they delegate the task responsible to the kids. They put to not only raise the kid, but teach the kid as well. Yes, the father put the help and assist as well, but at the main token, the woman main responsibility mostly is for, I don't say the child build alone, but also delegate. If she want to work, which I've seen it happen several times, she's allowed to work. In those type of big household, yeah, there's housemaids. They exist,
O-
but she still
Okay,
runs the
so
household.
so when she work, what happens to her money and her resources that she bring in? Is her money her own money, or is that money for the family and for the husband to control? Who have control over those resources that the woman who works would bring home?
What I've seen so far in the Nigeria, where she'll be bringing is pretty much her own money because her husband had way too much money being made. But most time I've seen it, she still use her money to help out the household when needed. If she feel like the husband don't force it, because
Now, are we
they work
talking
it.
from a household where the husband is rich, so whatever the woman makes or bring to the household that she makes as a income is inconsequential? Or are we talking about a household where it's a 60-40 sort of income revenue to the house, where the wife is necessary to work? Because not every household you're going to have a man making 250,000, 300,000,
And you
or
told
even a
I get
100,000.
what you're saying. I get what you're saying. In that logical mindset, if the husband not making that ton of money, yet if she bring in money, it should be help to contribute to the household. Because when I
Okay.
look at it this way though, when I look at it at the logic, not everybody can make $250,000 a year, which is totally true. Now you have
Okay.
a husband who's making an honest living and do the best he can. The woman want to work. If she's working, she should help to contribute to that. Not feel like, oh, what I make is my own money. Cause that'll be indigent. That'll be like, I can't say the indigent. That'll be considered evil in my eye. Because you
It
say
would be
looking for a man
considered
who can
what?
lead that
Evil?
household.
You said evil?
Yeah, it will look evil in my eye. Because if you
Okay.
have a man who's going out there busting behind 8 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours a day, trying to provide for the household. And you feel like if I work, what I make is buying money. It's like saying you don't care of the struggle your husband put himself through, just so that you can have a roof over your head.
Okay. So in a situation where both uh, the husband and the wife works, what happens to the pool of money that comes into the house? Does that go into one account, or does that go into two separate accounts? In the distribution of the funds for paying off bills and investments,
Now, in my
who makes
household, it,
decision?
it goes to
Who
all
makes
one account. It
decisions?
goes in one account.
Now understand, and I'm not speaking. I want your opinion, but I don't want it where it's solely about you. I
I
want
get
your I want your contribution to be looking at it from a community or a society run by Black people.
in logical aspect of this. If you have men and women who are married, joined together, working toward to a common goal, if they're both working, that money should go all in one account so that they can build something bigger, leave down for the next generation. Because I don't believe in the ideology whereby if you're married to a man and he working, doing the best he can, got a good job, good living, paying all the bills, and if you working, whatever you make, it's only for you alone. That means you're saying that you don't support the vision the man have for you. That means you're not part of that vision. You're trying to do your own thing. If that was the case, you could just be single. Let someone who
Okay,
be part
so
of his vision.
and I'm glad that you touched on that because I think now that is something that I think with regard to a patriarchal society for black men that we need to address because in society today, if a black man and a black woman is in a relationship or married, let's say married, because that's really the true relationship, right? You have a married man and woman, black man and woman, and they both work, but the black man's money pays all the bills, and the black woman's money is for her. So whatever they can achieve and bill is stymied because whatever that contribution percentage would be, whether it's 30%, 20%, it is dragging on the accomplishment and the future investments that the household can achieve. And I think that is something from a psychological perspective that in a black society, patriarchal black society, that we would have to have a new understanding with regard to whether or not if we have a wife that is working, if you have a wife that's worked for you in your business, that's a different thing. If you have a wife that is a stay-at-home wife and you provide all the financial support for the family, that's a different conversation. But we do know that 51% or more of any society today, both both husband and wife have to work. So it's unlikely that a black society we would be able to be 90% the only person working, and 10% of our wives may have to work if they so choose. It's going to be very typical to most societies, maybe into 100 years in the future, where maybe we can be so accomplished. But as we can see it today, if our woman is working, what's going to be the contribution to the family? Does she contribute 100% of her income to the family's account, like the man would come and put 100% of his income to the family's account, then the distribution of bills, and then entertainment, investment for the children, education, investment for the personal growth of the company. I mean, for the family, whether it's investing on Wall Street and stocks, retirement, or buying investment properties and so forth to grow the family's wealth. So these are things that I think we need to really touch upon in this type of conversation. Hey, Khalif, Kadifi Khalif, is that how you pronounce it? You're muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, sir. My name's Gaddafi. How y'all
Oh, it's
doing?
Gaddafi. Okay.
Basically, what I wanted to touch on, what prompted me to get on is when you had initially, you mentioned the Bible and you spoke about how individuals, largely are supposed to treat others as though they would treat themselves, more or less,
Right.
right? So, the thing is, though, when it comes to, America, right? America is even though the bill says in God we trust, I'd argue that the God may be a different God than the Bible's God, even though this is a Christian built society. The reason why I say this is because the vast majority of people, they align themselves in a notion that coincides with the great inversion, right? So what I mean by that is that essentially, if people are not looking out, if people are treating themselves, if people are treating others like they would treat themselves, but they would treat themselves in a bad way, they will self harm, they will hurt themselves in different ways. What makes you think they would treat? I mean, like, what makes you think they wouldn't treat the other person the same way, which would be hurting them, right, in different ways? So when it comes to this society, like I see that
Okay. So
at least
stop
from this
right there.
side,
Stop right there. One
yes, sir,
second. Let me ask you.
of course,
Let me ask you to elaborate on that point. So
yeah.
would you say that that is, you know, a majority of society of people in the way in which they approach life, that they are usually willing to hurt themselves in their achievement to get ahead in life, that they're willing to hurt themselves so they don't have a problem hurting others, or they're willing to hurt others to get ahead as opposed to hurting themselves? What's your perspective on that?
It's a great question. I'd say that it's actually both. It's actually another thing too. People are hurting themselves and they don't even realize it. Also,
Such as?
all right. So let's say that an individual let's get real I guess menial here, right? All right. Let's say when anybody was a child, their mom was telling them to eat their Brussels sprouts or whatever, and don't eat so much candy, right? But then they go ahead and they say, no, I want to continue to eat candy, and I don't want to do what's good for me, right? Because it
Okay,
seems
back it
that,
up
that
1 second, because you're taking the conversation out of adults and you're taking it into children to
Children.
make an analogy. A
Yeah.
child needs to be led. It needs to be guided by parents, mother and father. And you're equating that a grown person is thinking like a child. And with regard to their choice of food, vegetables versus candy, that's a very poor analogy to use. Keep it in the adult, mature man, how a man would make a choice that would harm himself knowing he's harming himself. And I'm not talking about like smoking weed or smoking a cigarette, right?
Like harming. I think that point is more of actually self-worth, right? Talking about, do you see yourself a person of value? And the whole thing, like, treat your body like, like a temple. That's in saying scriptures, like things that you're not respecting your body, anything like that. And that basically show it inherently, you basically disrespecting the Lord, because you itself is a vessel, right? So the whole thing we're talking about as a man today, I guess, to go into what he was talking about, like, well, men don't see themselves as valuable. So hence, listen, the self-deletion rate is growing rapidly, especially now. I think, I don't know, don't quote me on this, but recently I thought, saying as black males, we're now on the top of that, in terms of us being self-deleting ourselves as in terms of men, right? And well, my thing about this is to talk about you knowing that you have value, and talking about, regardless of if the mind isn't right, the whole body isn't right. But this whole thing is that are you dictating in terms of you protecting your peace as a man? Are you protecting in terms of are seeking value in terms of your mindset, and also what you can contribute to society, and also, more importantly, in a micro sense, in terms of your everyday lifestyle? Are you living a sedentary lifestyle, right? Because then it's like, if you can't, it's the same thing in scripture. If you can't take care of the few that God's blessed you, he can't bless you with the more. So this is those things of talking about, well, I have a sense of entitlement where I'm a man, so I should have this. No, that's not true. And nobody on this panel is talking about that. But to the point of, we're talking about what he was talking about, self-harm, is saying that, do you see yourself as valuable? Do you see yourself as in terms of self-esteem, that you are valuable to contribute to society? That's what I think where you're coming from.
Okay,
And
I
that's
can see
where,
that.
and that's
if I could
yeah,
add to
and that's
that,
where I wanted to add to Jedi's point, because he made a great point. Like, is it the chicken or the egg? Do we determine the society based on our family and then we work on the economics later, or do we focus on the economics and then come back to the family? Like, that's what I really wanted to touch on, is that it really actually starts with the self, because the Black community is confused. We have no idea what a real man, what men do, or at least the majority of Black people don't know what men do and what women are supposed to be doing. Since, like, it's just so much corruption. Our culture has been corrupted by, allowing the media and the greater society to control and dictate the direction of what the Black community goes to. So what we have to first start when it comes to building a society, we have to get ourselves, we have to get our identity back. The man has to come back to himself to understand what a man is, and then the woman has to come back to her role. And then from there, once we get our minds right, once we get our get ourselves right,
So,
then we can start moving forward to greater, bigger things.
so
Because, like, if we
what
got
one
two,
thing?
Mhm.
wait, Sage Talk, if I may, before
One
you
second.
ask that
One second.
question.
I just want to ask a question. What one thing would you suggest for a man to have as part of himself to give himself value?
It would have to be, hmm, he would, it would have to be, because there's a lot of things, but I want to
No,
touch,
just give
but
me
I
one.
have an answer.
yeah,
I have an answer.
Yeah, I
Let me
got
go
an
after
answer
yeah.
for
you.
that too.
Yeah, let me go
Sure,
after you. I
everybody
got an
can
answer.
answer the question.
Mm.
All right. So, definite. If you don't have an answer, I like to try. right?
Go ahead.
It kind of actually goes and ties to what I was saying earlier, even though my analogy may seem as though that I made was kind of weak. So to broaden the scope, right? Every electron, which makes up everything and everybody, wants to go through the path of least resistance. However, if you do not go the path of least resistance and you take the harder route, you get to make change happen. You get to have something happen where you get more energy or something greater can happen. So what I mean is that in the analogy that I was tying back to the child deciding to eat the candy versus the Brussels sprout, the candy gives you immediate, quick energy, quick burst. The Brussels sprout, you have to process it. Even though it's actually better for you, it is not the path of least resistance. So the thing is, what is that people, men should do specifically is not be so lazy. So the adult example would be work 60 hours, 80 hours, 70 hours plus a week. If it's not for a job, make sure you're doing it on something that actually helps you. Do push-ups every day. Telling a grown man to do that, yeah, he's not going to listen all the time. Most of the time, they're going to do it if they want to, and they're going in that regard, that's kind of like a child. So yes, I will
But
agree that a lot of men do things like a child in this
And
Western society.
yeah,
Thanks for the great inversion.
Because
okay,
it comes
but
with
and
self
yeah, and
discipline.
I
It
have
comes with
my
self
point.
discipline. Yeah.
I would say it's more self-validation. It's because black men are always trying to seek validation from other people. They gotta wear the flyest clothes, or they gotta get, the flyest haircut. How about saying, like, I don't necessarily need other people to necessarily tell me when to go or get things done. How about, I made the decision. I'm confident in my abilities to get from point A to point B. Let's go. Self-validation. One would be more about just giving yourself what's the call? It's a word for it. It's slipped my mind. It's just slipped my mind. Like not beating yourself up when you fail,
Don't
accepting
self
failure.
loathe.
Yeah,
Self loathing.
self-loathe. Like this is another thing with black men is that like they can't handle failure because believe it or not, like I don't necessarily agree with duality too much, but in this aspect I do. Your tolerance, how much you can tolerate failure will determine how far you're going to go in your success. If you're just bent out of shape because you lost $100, well then you're not going to move very far in this society. But if you're like, okay, I lost $100, okay, let's keep going. Okay, I lost $1,000, okay, let's keep going. If they have that determination, if they have that inner fire inside of them that they said that no matter what happens, I'm going to get it done, that's really going to build that society and even make that society even stronger, is because we're not going to be fretting over the little things. We're going to keep
but your
going no matter what.
but your example for losing and succeeding is based on money. You cited a
It's
hundred
also based
dollars
on family as
and
well.
then $1,000. You know, when you're basing your successes solely on money, then where are the principles that makes up the foundation of who you are as a man? Because right now we are living in a society where everybody base their validation of oneself based on money. If you are not successful, your opinion doesn't matter. Most of the time, that's how society is. How can you tell me anything if you're just struggling trying to make it like I am? The value of whatever that man may have as life achievements or experience that where he can add to you on your journey could be tenfold. But because he doesn't have 100 grand in his account or 1 million in his account, no one wants to hear what he has to say because he's viewed as someone who is totally unsuccessful. So if you're unsuccessful from a monetary standpoint, your opinion is valueless. So where are we going to base value as a black society? What's going to be the foundation that we lay within our society, our community, as individuals? What are the things that we're going to train our boys and our girls as they grow? What is going to be the things that's inside of them as a person? Because money is something that you get as compensation for something that you do. You just don't get money. Money is always a reward for something that you do. It's a contribution that you make towards something, and in reward, you're compensated. So if money is the only value that we set, then how you get there doesn't matter.
Well,
Hmm.
the point I made also does apply to family because if your father, if you see your father being like that strong pillar in your household, that he like no matter what, he gets the job done, that also builds the character of the son. He gets an identification, or at least an indicator of what a man
But
is
every man
supposed
is
to
not a
be,
strong
how
pillar.
he's supposed to live his life.
Every man is not a strong pillar.
Well, then,
So how can we instill strength in that child if every man is not a strong pillar?
Well, it goes back to what he was
we
saying with
in,
the candy
mhm,
analogy. Like I think also in our cult, like we go into some men, and I mean, if you want, we can go there. We can go there. I think today's way boys are being raised, we reject process, right? We reject the process of actually forging
mhm,
boys to be men, and the problem of
and
that
that's
is
what
that,
I'm. Yeah.
and then I got the same look. Piss poor preparation promotes piss poor performance, right? And piss poor performance promotes pain, right? You know that's plain and simple. It's like the way we prepare in terms of instilling what our values, foundation in terms of our children, because we focus more on the aesthetics than foundation. So hence anything we have as who we are as our character, it become artificial instead of what is actually real. And then you have to a
Mhm,
point where talking about where we're not valuing the virtue of patience, right? Because like you said, not every no every like it's like when you saw, not every man is like a leader, whatever. Every guy you meet is a male, but not every no
mhm,
male you meet is a man, right? There's a whole thing about the distinction of what
mhm.
differentiate us up from the quote quote, the whole saying, the Pookie Ray Rays, all that stuff like that. There's distinction when we're talking about what is men and what are boys or children, right?
So
So
you
that's what
so
we're
you talk so you're talking about the characteristics that make up the different delineation of male to man to father, then to leader,
yes,
right? Okay.
right.
All right. That makes sense. But we got to map out what those things are, because those are the things that have to permeate our community, our society. Because even if you don't have a strong father that's a leader, meaning that he's not a successful businessman, he could be a strong man within his own family. But there are other men in the society that young boys can also look up at as leaders. For us in the past 60 years, our leaders have been what? Drug dealers and rappers and athletes,
Mm-hmm.
right?
But
Athletes,
again,
I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a good athlete. There's nothing wrong with being a good entertainer. But the lifestyle in which they live exemplifies something that is not positive, that is more negative. So, what are going to be the building blocks that our young sons and daughters will look up to?
well,
Cindy, welcome to the
oh,
conversation. Let Cindy jump in
right.
because I'm sure she would like to add something to this discussion. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to say that me personally, I also believe in a biblical text. And
Okay.
I believe that if more people got back to doing, being obedient to the word of God, that things could fall back in order. I know a lot of people in the chat, they probably up in arms now. They don't like
Forget
to
it.
hear about,
Forget it.
yeah. But
Okay. So go ahead. Continue. I'm sorry.
if we continue with the man being the head and everything else falling in order, then it can be, like it's supposed to be, like God intended it to be. But every man, in my opinion, doesn't want to be a leader. Some men
And
want
not every man and not every man wants to be a father also. Like every
exact
woman do not want to be a mother.
exactly. So if
Okay.
everyone just fall in their proper place, then everything would fall back in order. That it's supposed to be in order, and it's just not. Women weren't meant to lead. We were not meant to be the leaders. We were not meant to be the
Okay.
heads.
Okay. So from what I'm gathering from what you're saying, and somewhat of what Gaddafi and Jada Mike has been uttering, is that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The structure of what a society should be and a successful society does already exist.
It's
And the
already there.
biblical
Yep.
and the biblical blueprint is there, and it has
Mhm.
shown in the past to be a successful foundation for many societies.
Correct.
America started out using the Bible principles, but over the past couple hundred years, they have strayed away from that as an
Mhm.
institutional foundation.
Yeah.
So,
Yes.
would I be right to say then that the biblical foundation of God, man, wife, and
And the
children
children.
would be the foundation from which we would start from?
Yes. In my opinion, that's the order it's supposed to be in. And submission. Women, we have to get back to our submissive roles.
Now,
We do.
I'm glad that you used the word submission, because one of the things with regard to submission is that I think we have to take the stigma, the negative stigma that's on the word submission, and not have it mean uh, punishment, abuse, slavery like treatment, in some dominating way in which a man would just abuse someone else because he has rights over them.
Right.
And
That's
submission just being, just like a man is submissive unto God's laws and his will, the woman would be submissive unto her husband's
mhm.
rules of the home and his will, and
Yeah.
not where he is being abusive to his wife or to his children. So I think we need to have a broader discussion on the term submission so we can get a more positive outlook with regard of that word when it pertains to a black household. If you can say something more to that, that would be fine.
It's it's not a man being domineering in any way. Because if he was truly a leader, he wouldn't have to force a woman to follow him. He wouldn't have to, do anything
Exactly.
abusive to
Mhm.
her to get her to
Exactly.
listen to his decisions. And it's compromising together. He, sets order in the home. The man does. He's
But I
the
would think
head
then,
of the home.
okay, but the
Yeah.
woman would have to want to follow that man,
Yes. So
because
he
you
would
have
have to
Hmm.
be a
men and
leader.
women that are in relationships, but the woman may be of the opinion that he is not able to lead, and would be resistive to his direction because she might think something different. How does then the woman subject herself onto the man, the husband that she has accepted the proposal to be his wife, if in the back of her mind she does not believe he have the capacity to lead the family? Jada Mike, go ahead. Hold on one
Well, the
second,
thing.
Cindy. Jada Mike, go ahead.
Well, the whole point, the word definite of submission, right? Is so it gets so misconstrued in this space. Submission simply in term is trust. The woman doesn't trust, in terms of trust, the man in terms of what he set a foundation. Even he can improve it. The problem, he doesn't trust it either in terms of her mental conditioning, of whether what of actually relieving or control, right? Because the thing is that a whole thing about women need to be covered. They need to be covered, right? And whether you can say in our society where the side is telling you as a woman you should not be covered, you don't have to be covered, you can be the independent, strong, independent woman you want. And yet here is all the problems we see in our society of women being taken advantage of, women disrespecting their bodies, disrespecting how they treat themselves and their children, right? Because they're uncovered. So the whole thing of submission is trust, right? So I think on that note is the whole thing of like, are you trusting the man to give yourself control, where you're taking your hands off the driver's seat, right? So where you can sit in the passenger seat and relax. Now, you being in the passenger seat doesn't mean you don't have any type of influence, because hey, you might be driving the vehicle, but then you all can still, all right, on this map direction right here, we can turn left here. Oh, hey, we might be turning about 15 miles, wherever it might be. You are actually assisting in terms of maneuvering or whatever is your family by assisting who's in the driver's seat, right? But if you're just so it reminds me of like a situation with my mother, wherever I was driving with my mother, right? Because she can never, you can never get her in the car. Every time we put the brake on, she's like, right? But every time we're driving on, she always keep criticizing. Oh, you're going too fast. Oh, you're going too fast. This is the wrong direction. And I know where I'm going, and I'm like, and I just stop. Say, Mom, you want to get in the driver's seat? No, I don't have a license. So that's the thing, right? And I'm saying, Mom, you trust me, right? So let me drive. And we never got in an accident, right? So that's the whole thing is women, the problem with submission, they don't trust. But I think it's also not because whether in some cases men haven't proven the ability to where, hey, they can be given that trust to lead, or the other sense, the mental conditioning where they're just so tied to having control and don't know when to release it.
Or the man might have broken that trust also.
That too. Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. Done something that
And
made her
also,
Okay.
not
I want to
trust
touch.
the decision. Okay, go ahead.
So I think Jada Mike touched on something really major right there. Releasing control and trust. So I think, one of the things as black men, and particularly as black women, if you're going to get into a relationship with a man, that you definitely want to be in a relationship with a man that you trust. Because if
Mhm.
you don't trust the man, you're always going to second guess everything he says and everything he wants to do. And two leaders cannot really go down a path in any direction in life because two different minds are going to have to come to the conclusion on one thing. Even though you may want to go to the same destination, the path in which you will take, one person is going to want to take Broadway, the other person is going to want to take Amsterdam Avenue. Both streets will take you there, but how you will get there is two different ways. And I think it's important that in a relationship within a family, that a woman would have to be able to submit to the role of a wife and be submissive to the leadership of her husband and be confident and be trusting in that he knows what he's doing. Now, you made a point, Cindy, about betrayal, where the trust may be have been betrayed. I think betrayal is something that we really have to come to grips with. Is it an actual betrayal where that man has betrayed that woman, or is the woman coming with a story, a baggage of stories being passed on to her by her parents, grandparents, mother, aunts, of mistrusting of men in general, that she's coming with colored eyes that I can't trust this man before the man have even done anything to create an environment of mistrust.
Well,
Pat,
actually,
Girlfriend.
why don't you add to that?
I was
Let
speak.
Cindy speak on that first.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Me? Okay. I was speaking more so made bad decisions in the home.
Okay,
I wasn't
decisions
speaking
in the
more so
home.
like baggage or anything that's brought into the relationship. Maybe she trusted him to make a decision. Maybe he didn't make the proper decision. And now she doubts his decision making abilities. Something more aligned. Yeah.
Okay, well, I would think also is that, especially if the woman came from a household where her father was in the household, how much of what she may have seen in terms of the mistakes her father have made may not have been disclosed to her by her mother. But
Mhm.
in life, you will make more mistakes than you will make successes. But the
Mhm.
successes are what going to get you ahead. Like, for example, in baseball, if you can hit 4 out of 10 pitches, your RBI is 400. You're a multi-million dollar success. But you miss six. And that's what I think sometimes that women don't get to understand is that you will miss six, but you will make four, and the four will make you a mega success. But the women are focused on the six that was missed. So now I can't trust you. And I think that's something that we as a people, we have to learn how to how growth is made. We learn by mistake. It's like I was watching a documentary about animals. And when a baby calf or a baby horse is born, within minutes they can stand up and they can run with the pack. When a baby child is born, it takes them a year to learn how to stand up, and a year and a half, 18 months for them to really learn how to navigate and walk. Are we then going to assume that a baby calf, a cow, or a horse is smarter than a baby child? It's not. There are just certain things God provides you with instinctively for your success in life. We as humans require time to grow and learn because of our brain's development, that mistake teaches us more than successes. Most people, when they have a success in life, they drink, and they celebrate the success. Most people only look at when they have a mistake. That's when they start thinking about it. Why did this happen? How did I mess up? When you scrutinize your error, those are the ways that help you get to greater achievements. So most of the time you would say, show me your mistakes and I'll show you a man that reached great heights. If you have no mistakes, you have never attempted nothing. That's why you never failed at nothing. A man that failed many times will have in his lifetime more success stories to relate to his wife, to his family, to his sons, and hopefully to himself in the greater society as well. So I think women have to look at success completely different. That the road to success is paved with many failures. And that when a man attempts to do something to better the family, just because it didn't work today doesn't mean it won't work tomorrow. There was something that he has to tweak. There was a lesson he had to learn because everything is new. So I think that's something that as Black women and Black men, as we grow and work together in our own family, that we have to look at mistakes in a different way. That not everything you do the first time is going to be achieved. Many times you're going to make several mistakes because those mistakes are preparing you for the great success that you will have. And the more errors you have, the better you will be when the great success comes because then you can train other people underneath you because you have already learned all the errors. And I think that's something that we as people, we tend to lack because we only look at what the end goal look like. And many times we don't know what the end goal looked like because we didn't walk that path with that individual. We just see them at the point of celebration. We don't see the pain between point A and point Z when they achieve the goal. So I think these are some of the things that the new Black family, whether it's patriarchy and how we're going to lead our family, that's something as men, because men have to teach their sons that, how they make mistakes, how to get up from your mistakes. We've all heard dust yourself off, brush your knees off, brush off your butt, try again, try again. These are all motivational statements to help us understand what how you reach success. And success in life doesn't come by one attempt. And I think, someone has spoke earlier, I think it was Jada Mike, about a lot of self-deletion that's going on in our society today. And that's because many people are looking at success as that I tried and I fail, I tried and I fail, I tried and I fail. Therefore, I must not be worth nothing. Why am I here? And if you have people around you who are calling you a failure, particularly if it's a woman, whether it's your mom, your sister, your
Mm-hmm.
cousin, a girlfriend, even your wife, if you're married, that are telling you that you're good for nothing because you never achieve anything that you try. At some point, you say, you know what? Their life would be better if I wasn't here. And that's what people start to make an assessment. And many times, if you read the biography of many successful men, what you find is that right before they were ready to give up, that last try is what brought them to their success. And I think what we have to learn how to do as Black men, and particularly Black women, because a woman can make a man think that he can go to the moon with a positive mindset, as opposed to a woman who would make a man feel, an inch tall. And I think if a woman give men positive reinforcements, there are things a man would strive, because a man wants to do well for his wife. He wants to see his wife pretty. He wants to see his wife in the best things. He wants to see his children going to the best schools and having good things as well. And men will sacrifice, downgrading the quality of the things that they may have to give to their wife and their children. But I think many times what happens is that our women are not standing behind us, motivating us and telling us that we can do it. Whereas if we fail once or twice, that you're a loser. Look at so and so. He's succeeding. Why can't you? And many times, what we don't realize is that our journey is not our next door neighbor's journey. And where he may become a millionaire, your journey may become a billionaire. So it's longer. The road is harder. And that's, I think, sometimes we miss as individuals. And I think this is where I'm talking about What are going to be the principles that we lay as a foundation as a patriarchal Black community? And how is that going to help define us as a people to be extremely successful? Because I think one of the things that we have to look at is, one, how do we stay together as a people? And two, how does people who offend us, how do we deal with those things? Because we have to learn how to deal with people who offend us. How do we deal with people who offend us? You know, the Jewish community, there's a insult word begins with a K. Nobody would dare say it. Joe Rogan would never utter the word out of his mouth in any context. There's no justification that he would speak something so reckless, because Spotify will get a phone call, somebody else will get another phone call, advertisements would be pulled, they will cut him loose. They're like, look, you're gonna cost us 10 billion, your 100 million don't mean nothing to us. Get out of here. When are we gonna have that type of principle within us as a people that nobody could say nothing about us? And that goes beyond money. Because the reason why so many Black people came to his defense is based on money. Because somewhere along the line, he could say something to get them a bag or to help them get a bag. Hey, Catherine, welcome to the conversation. How are you?
Good afternoon. Hi, everyone. I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Go ahead. Did you
Yeah,
have something you wanted to add?
yeah.
Oh, wait.
I just wanted to go back to the original question posted.
Sure.
I was typing in earlier in the chat and just wanted to reiterate that I definitely believe that patriarchy is something that it's actually needed. It's not only will benefit the woman in 2022, but I think it's very needed. For the empowerment and the growth from our nuclear families. So I agree
Okay.
with everything that everyone is saying. I like what Cindy mentioned when she spoke about submission as well. So, from a woman
Okay.
perspective, I think that in these spaces, we need to be able to have more women talking in a positive light about submission because it's a
Okay.
word that has been demonized, and it's also associated with like kind of like slavery, pretty much.
Exactly. Uh-huh.
And it's actually an advantage for a woman to be in that position because that means that you're actually working or operating within your natural role.
Mm-hmm.
And I think what makes the difference and the reason why, unfortunately, some women are not willing to fall in that role is because the selection process when it comes to to finding a husband or a husband finding a wife, but at the end of the day when you decide to join your path with a man and married, or even if you don't believe in married but you're going to live together with that man,
Right.
it's someone that you have to trust. You need to overall I feel we need to trust our black men more, and that will allow us to be able to fall under their covering, especially if it's someone that it's your husband, and then follow their program accordingly. But if you have trust issues, then it's going to be very complicated for you to follow anything that they're saying because you're going to be always in the back of your mind thinking that maybe there is something better that you can do, because it could be for different reasons. It could be maybe you haven't seen that before. You don't know what it looks like to fall under a man coverage like that, trusting in a positive light. Or maybe you're very influenced by these other forces or noises that are dominating the rhetoric that submission is negative. So then from the first time that you're coming from the, let me think of the word in English. English is not my native language. I think it's like you would say, like you're coming from the get go. Let's use that word,
Okay. No, that's fine.
with a negative conception
Perspective.
about
Okay. Uh-huh.
exactly a negative perspective. So then you're going to be guarded. You're not going to be willing to listen because you feel it's like, oh, if I'm submitting, that means I'm losing rights. Like basically that's the way it's been shown us. So that's what I wanted to add to
Okay.
the
So
conversation.
in that description that you have laid out, what
Mhm.
would be criteria that a woman should look for in a man in the selection of the man that she would accept a proposal from to become his wife? What
I
would be
be-
some of the things that a woman need to uh, to know or to see demonstrated in that man as character within him to make him be a good selection as a husband to accept a proposal from. Give me
I
some
believe,
ideas.
yeah, I believe it's very important for the man to has like a plan and a clear vision that is presented to her, because she needs to know what's the program that she's submitting to, first of all. Allow me just one moment because I have a little puppy that is about to bark. So give me one
Go
moment. Let
ahead.
me just make sure I take care of that. One moment, and then
And I wanted to touch on because Catherine said a great point, and even Jedi and Lee just took the whole show. Women will use that as an excuse to not be feminine. They'll say like, "Oh, I do all this work and I work on myself, but then he still cheats on me." I'm like, okay, well, welcome to life. Welcome to, people, having making their own decisions in their lives. Your femininity should not be necessarily tied to his actions. Just like become the best woman possible, but then let's say if he doesn't appreciate those qualities, okay, don't throw those qualities away. Don't say, oh man, this femininity thing doesn't work. How about you take those good qualities and give it to someone else? How about that? You still gotta have this decision to do that. Let's say he's just, not being the man that you want him to be. Okay, you take all those great qualities, you take those, all that work you've done, and you give it to someone who's going to appreciate it, because that's the excuse that women use. That's what I've heard, that the reason why they don't want to be feminine, or they don't want to, turn a new leaf or change their ways, even though what they're doing is just not working. They just use that
Well,
excuse. Oh well, he's going to cheat on me anyway, so what's the point?
well, let me bring this to the table since you say that. Should a man cheat on his wife? Because if
No.
you want to have trust, how then are you going to cheat and you want someone to trust you?
Yeah, that goes into the point
And
of like, mhm. That goes into the point of how she's already have going into the situation with a negative mindset. Like, if she does all she's already coming into the
well, we're not talking from a
Mhm.
coming into the relationship with an assumption that she will cheat. You said that if he
Yeah.
cheats, that shouldn't change her trust in his leadership. So my question to
No,
you
no, no,
is,
no, 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 no,
if you
no, no,
want
no. I
her
didn't
to
say that.
trust you, restate what you said. Maybe I misunderstood.
No, no, no. I never said that. I said if he's not being the man that he's supposed to be, take those good qualities and give it to someone else. I didn't say like stay in the situation. Like, let's say if he's like,
Okay.
he's a cheater. He just doesn't want to be, that masculine figure in the home. All right, don't
Well,
diminish your femininity just because of that. Just go take those good qualities and give it to someone else.
well, I think one of the things I want to focus on is not just a woman jumping around from man to man. We're talking about choosing a man to be a husband, accepting the proposal of a man that would be a husband. Catherine started to talk about the man laying out a plan. At what point in your courtship of a man should he be laying out a plan for you as his wife and his children? And what would that plan look like at the beginning to make you believe that he has a leadership uh, capacity to lead the family and you following him?
I believe that a man, like since the beginning, I believe man has that capacity. So that's something I wouldn't
Okay.
really be doubting that he has the capacity.
Okay.
I think it's more of like my capacity to fall under that
Okay.
program that he's offering. So that's why I
Okay.
think it's very important that you choose someone who has, like, that you can comply with, their program basically, and you can add to it, and you can, just literally, because it's so important to be able to trust that person. Because if you really understand what you're getting into, like you're literally almost handing over your hand um, to this person. So that's why it's very important that since the beginning, if we're already talking, because if we're marriage minded, I'm assuming we're both, you're waiting for a
Right.
husband, he's looking for a wife. So
Right.
then there are wives out there, But there are specific wives for, it's my belief that there are specific wives for specific men. Not everyone is supposed to be with each other, in other words. So then when we're getting to know each other's, the important questions that we're asking that has to do with family values, financial, everything that has to do with like the foundation of life and relationships, those are the main things that we should be talking about to make sure we're aligned. And okay, go ahead. Sorry, you were going to say
Okay.
something?
What I was going to add was, should there be other people involved in your choosing of your final choosing of that man as he begins to court you? Should there
Absolutely.
be a father, uncle, a grandmother, aunt? Are there any other individuals in the select in your choosing of accepting that courtship from that man before you say yes, I'm going to marry him during the courtship period to determine that he is a suitable husband? Because it's not always that a woman, especially if she's Google-eyed for the man, that she can see past the things that excites her.
Absolutely. I like the way you worded that, because exactly that's the point. Like the things that excites us as women, right? Because we're super emotional. So
Right.
then if I'm using only my judgment, most likely there are certain things that I won't even notice. So yes, definitely you need to involve not just your family, your nuclear family structure, because it I think it's like ideally it should be your father if you still have your father with you,
Right.
or your grandfather. It could be as well, but it could be a bigger brother. I mean, I'm sure that everyone, and I'm hoping that everyone should have, if they don't have, because a lot of people be like, well, I didn't even know my father, for instance.
Right.
But everyone, ideally, I will hope, have within their family structure someone who is a male figure, that can be part of that vetting process, as long as you're
Okay.
willing to involve them, of course, because they're not going to, sometimes they'll do it proactively, but most of the times you need to be the one who are going to let them know what's going on. But if you don't tell them anything and next thing you know you're married, then then that's when we can see problems. But
Then
to
the
answer your question,
consequences, right. Then the consequences could be whatever you chose. Cindy, do
exactly.
you have something you want to add to what Catherine is saying?
Well, I did want to add about femininity and women being feminine. I think it's, in my opinion, personally, the order of the home, and by everything out of order, the women are having to be more masculine because they're having to take on both roles in the home. So it's not necessarily that women don't want to submit, is that they really feel like they can't, because they have to be strong, they have to be the leaders, they have to make all the decisions when they're single mothers. Now, I don't want to get back into, how women, that whole argument of how women become single mothers, but with the woman having to take on a more masculine role, it's sometimes, in my opinion, we don't trust men to lead us like we should, or some women won't trust men to lead like they should because they're having to take on a more masculine role. And if a man provides an environment for a woman that she can be her most feminine self, I truly believe that most women would fall into their role. That's just my personal opinion.
Well, I mean, I think that's probably a debatable question in some instances, but I would definitely say that, you know, a lot of our young women today don't have the examples around them, either from the home or from their
Mhm.
community, that can really show them good examples of a good man to choose. And a lot of times biology takes over before a woman is really old enough to make a good decision about the man she want to be with. And by the time she's 18, 19, 20, she's pregnant with a child. And that guy was just a pleasure guy. He was the cool guy in the community. He had many girlfriends and she knew that, but she thought that for some reason, if he got with her, he would stay with her. So I think, something that's pervasive in our black community at this stage, where women are just choosing men for the sake of pleasure. They're not choosing men for any long lasting building of a household, or family. I mean, I've heard a woman say on, I think, the lead attorney, shout out to the lead attorney. There was a young lady that said that the the son that she had don't need a father. He just need a father figure. And when women are starting to believe that a child, male or female, don't need their actual biological father to be there, and that she chose a man that, in her own words, was not even worthy to be a father, but she decided to lay down with him and to begin with. So should we start looking at a situation where we take more of a pride with regard to the promiscuity of just loose sexual behavior?
Yes. Yes, and the way we go about that is going to have to be to start with the younger generations and to teach them, because a lot of us older individuals, a lot of people are set in their ways, and we can change. I believe that all people can change, but they have to have the desire to change.
True.
And that's just my personal opinion. I also believe that women, it's not necessarily how we got into that state of being single parents, those who are, or single mothers. It's just
Right.
the fact that they're there and they're having to cope and deal with it. Not to say that they wanted to be there, not to say that they made any, good decisions or bad decisions. It's just the state of what it is in at that moment in their lives. And some of them, some women, I mean, the ones that I've experienced personally, have a hard time in relinquishing control. And so having that decision making skill, and you're the one that's always making the decisions, and you're the one that's taking care of the kids, and you're the one that's doing everything alone, when someone comes in and disrupts that for some women, then they have to adjust to that individual.
Well, that's power. It doesn't matter if you're struggling to survive, and it's a difficult struggle for you to survive with you and your child or your children, however you're making it. Even though it's a struggle for you, if a man come into your life who can make it better, you're just not going to want to give up the power that you have to surrender all decisions over, or the majority of the decisions, the major decision, the direction of how the family will go forward from this point over to someone else. It's just a power issue. And I think, you know, I can give a young woman, some sort of a leeway if she had one child. But when a woman have two, three, four children, and they're distance apart in age, when you have an 11-year-old and then you have a 4-year-old and you have a 1-year-old, and you're not with any of the fathers, that comes down to the woman, and that comes down to her accountability and making decisions with the men in which she chooses, and that she choose men based on a particular desire that she has with regard to men. And when it comes to following a good man, getting a man that have uh, leadership abilities and have financial capacity to build in a family, those are not the men that they're looking for, because they may not look like the kind of man that they want. They may want a guy that look a certain way. He's 6 foot, he's athletic, he's, got all kind of game, whatever. But a man that is working 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, that is building, she don't see any value in that type of man. So I think there's a new dynamic that is women, and this I think is something that women really have to address. Women really have to now start to market a new dynamic as to what is a good man for a family. Leadership we
Faith.
know is there, but leadership comes in many forms. Not every man that's 6 foot is a good leader, and not every man that's 5'7" is a bad leader. I
That's
mean, when you look
superficial.
at most successful men in society, a lot of them are short as opposed to tall. And with regard to tall men, obviously a tall man is impressive. But when a woman is looking for a man that can provide, a woman have to look at all the dynamics of provision and what that entails. And doesn't mean a short man can't protect. Short men can protect just as big men can protect. And I've seen fights in my past where big men got dusted up by shorter guys. So not every big guy can always protect. But I mean, that's just the physical dynamics. I think when we talk about protection, we should look at it as a broader dynamic and not just a physical dynamic, because we're not living in a society where men are walking around in medieval times challenging each other's to duels and fighting. We're living in a modern society where there are different levels of where protection is provided through infrastructure within the society. So that physical protection is not necessary at all times. It does have to be there as some form of intimidation or something, whatever, when you're out and about with your family. But a man that is a strong man that knows how to protect for his family will know how to protect for his family, right? Because if you look at a Rottweiler and a pit bull, they're two different sized dogs. But if you put them into a fight, that pit bull will give that Rottweiler a run for his money. So, not everything that's big always can be assumed to be the most capable. And I think we need to establish as women, not just men, but as women, what are the dynamics that makes up a good man, a capable man, a man that can lead, and a man that's achieved that have achievement capacity within himself and can succeed in leading a family and a community and succeed in business as well. I think these are all the types of dynamics that we have to look at when we start talking about a black patriarchy, because we need to have a professional class, business class, trade class, uh, doctors, lawyers, men of all achievement, entertainers as well as athletes, right? But many men can succeed in society, but what kind of a foundation do we want our society to look like? Do we want a society where the women are over there, the men are over there, and we only come together for pleasure? And when there's a baby out of that pleasure, well, she takes him to family court, gets a bag, and she go on about her business. Is that the kind of society that we're looking to continue to build? Or are we looking to build something that is going to be more formidable to make us stronger in the world? Because if you look at America, everybody all over the world is coming to America, and people who are coming to America to have a strong societal structure, they're building and growing exponentially to Black people. In one generation, they're going from poor to middle class. In the second generation, they're going into wealth and riches. And we're still arguing about the same things that our forefathers was arguing about in the 60s and the 50s. How is that possible? That shouldn't be a conversation for us. But yet, we're having that same conversation. Gaddafi, anything you want to
Mhm.
add?
Yes,
Well,
sir.
I want to say this. Yeah. Yeah. I'll be quick. Yeah. The great show, Mr. Lee. I'm gonna head out. Let somebody else get in, and you have a good one.
Thank you for communicating with us. Absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah. So if you
Yes, go ahead. Canadian born, were you about to say something?
I wanted to add to what was Cindy was talking about, but you can't like cover that area because I've seen it in my neighborhood in New York City, especially in Brooklyn, when a single mom come across a brother or a guy who have a very strong value leadership mindset and going out of his way working 8, 12, 16 hours a day, working from 6 to 7 days a week. And in some kind of cases, I've seen it whereby the woman supposedly fall in feminism, but she does not. There was a case that happened about 15, 20 years ago that was known in my community. That their brother was doing construction, busting it behind, working toward to put money down to get a house for him and his baby mom. But sure they had a child with somebody else, and he was working his heart off. Now this dude did not know that his baby mom, who he had a child with, went behind his back, emptied the bank account to go buy some kind of fancy car so she can show off in the project. Now this guy was killing himself. Everybody know construction make a lot of money. They make real honest money. But if you have this guy killing himself, you do such a thing and you go empty the bank, that's because you want to show off to some idiotic people in the project. When that happened, it's a shock with all across the world because no one want to be a stepdad. I'm a stepdad, and I'm not ashamed to be one. But when I see that happen to such brother out here, it's not to put that question mark. Why would a guy want to date a single mom and do all these extra work, make so much sacrifice so that he can build something for that woman and and her children and his children as well? Because this is the ongoing trend. As a Nigerian, we don't tolerate that type of mindset at all. It's not even allowed. There's no support for single moms in my culture, which is normally known. Like you said, yeah, immigrants who come to this country who went to work any kind of job and climb up the rank to make something better for themselves. That was the known trend. We going on since the early 80s. My father been a part of that movement to help people come over here. So what I'm noticing and I'm seeing in today's generation, there's no real strong leadership among men who have strong integrity, who have strong moral values to say, no, this is not how we're supposed to be. Those type of men are almost long gone. You know, there's someone to come and fill in those gap. There's a pushback because, like you said earlier, it's not all about what you can do, about how much money can you bring. That's a value certain people are holding that over people's head. Money comes, money goes. Yes, that is totally true. But if everything based on money and you got really nothing to show for, literally speaking, because in our country, you can have all the money. What access do you have? What resource do you have? What property do you have? What are you committed to the community? Because in my country, you're not having a high school education, you call you a bum. That's the starting point right there and there. Besides that, they expect you to go to college and build something with yourself. If you're not striving to do something, even though you're not going to college, if you don't have a skill trade that you can build upon, you're still a bum.
Well, I think,
But we have men, but we do have men that hold the younger generation accountable. Don't put it aside. Mm-mm-mm. Didn't know how you're supposed to act. Didn't know how you're supposed to think. They will be in a man be like, come, I'm gonna teach you how to be a hardworking brother. They'll pull you to the side and then put you through that. They don't allow young boys to hang out and just be almost a nobody. If you want to go to school, fine. I'll teach you how to fix a car. I'll teach you how to build a car. You come with me. I'll teach you how to build a house. You come with me. There's always somebody within that community who will pull you to the side and say, this is not how you're supposed to be. It's a known thing. Because if you caught stealing in our country, they actually will kill you. They're not going to call the cops. And I've seen that happen before. When a huge mob
well,
checked out a guy was stealing. That was a known thing in Africa.
well, I think, I mean, there's some things that you said there that I like, but there are also some things that I
I
would
get
want to
it.
challenge.
I get it.
Definitely, I think as a Black community and society in the United States, we have to develop a more infrastructure where young men can be taught and coached and guided. And that could be done through community structured programs because we know there's a lot of uh, single mother households where there's no real men in the home in that sense. The part that you touched upon with regard to, I think it's in Nigeria, if I'm not sure, if I'm not mistaken, that if a man is caught stealing, that you're not going to call the cops. I think we can't have a society where we don't have law and justice
And I
because
get that. I saw
people
that
need to be
firsthand.
punished. Let me finish.
Okay.
People need to be punished for their wrongdoing, but not every crime should be punishable by death, and not every crime is not something where someone cannot come back from. You know, so I think, especially as young men in their teens, sometimes young men make reckless decision, and they can put themselves in a situation where they may have to pay a punishment for their choice. But that should be punished based on the crime that they committed, and then they should obviously have a chance or an opportunity to be a contributor to society and be able to add to the overall life. But that's why I think sometimes as Black people, we take it so hard when we see police officers executing Black men, particularly in the arresting of a man suspected of a crime or for whatever he was stopped, because it's the judge and the jury's decision to determine whether or not what he did is criminal and what punishment he should receive. It's not for the police officer to make that judgment and executioner upon the arresting of that individual, because he doesn't know the facts. He just show up on the scene at that point. So vigilante type justice is not something that I would want to see in our community going forward. We definitely need to learn, and we need to, as a Black people, we need to have more respect for one another. So we value each other life, because that's one thing. We think nothing about snapping the life out of a Black person very quickly. But I see Z just came in. 1 second, Canadian born. Z, do you have something you want to add to this discussion? You're on mute. Z, are you there? Okay, looks like he's having an issue with his internet. Go ahead, Canadian born. Go ahead. You were going to say
Simply like
something?
this. I'm not condoning what my culture does because when I told out a young preteen, I was baffled. I asked so much questions concerning that. Not realize it was a deep level cultural issue about when you're in a community where people are working hard to make a living
Right.
in any kind of way, form, and fashion. It was being made by past African rulers that have been passed down from generation to generation. If you see a man who wants to steal from another person's hard-earned living, it's not considered to be honored. That person to be taken care of. But the idea of their justice, I thought it was barbaric because there's some African brothers in the chat. They would tell you it's the same thing with armed robbers. And to me, I saw there's something wrong with that mindset. I did because it was so to the extreme whereby there's no room for second chance. There's no room to let the person learn from the mistake and pay for that in a different way. They would believe, oh, if I catch you stealing, you are dead. And that would, to me, I could never understand that. I lived it for 7 years. And to this very day, I still don't understand why they continue to practice that thing. Another brother named
Well,
he said that if you caught doing armed robbery, that's even worse.
I think
We
that
have, we have a corrupt government. We understand that. But a new generation are now pushing back against that because they realize, based on cultural, trying to find that word for it, because there's some people are stuck in their culture way. They've been going on for more than 100 years, and they don't want to change. We get that, we understand that. But we also believe we can make some adjustment. They're not trying to burn somebody. Let that person work for that mistake they made. So they were caught stealing, let them do hard labor for that. You don't have to burn them alive. Either
Right.
be regular armed robbery or pickpocket, whatever you want to call it. The problem is, my own parents, they put back on me when I don't want to follow their culture. Because the culture is so embedded in them, it's been passed down from generation to generation to the point where you cannot break that chain. No matter how much influence you have, that they will stay regardless. If you don't like, they will kick you out.
I
This is
think we
something.
can learn. I think we can learn from the past mistakes, and that today we're living in a society, and especially in America, one of the most sophisticated society, where human rights and the rights of individuals are set at a premium. And I think we're looking at what kind of a Black society we're looking to build going forward, and antiquated ways of devaluing the life of a man or a woman or a child. Those things we need to be able to look from a historical perspective and use the benefit of insight regarding that and the brutality of it, excuse me, and not incorporate it into nothing that we're looking to do building for our future. Logic, welcome to the stream. What's up, brother?
What's going on, OG?
How are you?
I love hearing your tone, man. You know what I'm saying? You remind me of that Dick Gregory. I could just listen to your tone and it kind of soothe the soul.
All
But
right, thanks a lot.
I got a theory for you. I mean, because you got a lot of women, so I got a theory for you. I would tend to say that it still exists. And then I'm gonna tell you my premise of why I say it still exists.
Okay.
Because if something happened tomorrow and the police get called to me as a man who gonna come do they do? They're not gonna send a woman, they're gonna send a man. So I tend to say if you look at it deeply, so don't just look at it on the surface. If you look at it deeply, the patriarchal society still exists because everything still go through the men. It just so happens that they replace the men with a government system. So we don't see me. They give women this false sense of having a voice. It's all false, but when it come down to it, you really start saying that, hey, look, that patriarchal society still exists. Women benefit from it every day. And then it's nowhere around saying that they don't exist from it, because hey, dang, I had my thoughts together too, but you know what I'm saying? I got starstruck when I came here and started talking to you. But I want people to think about it though, is that the real thing, what I'm trying to say is the premises of it still exist. So even though we don't have them key male, well, we still have them key male figures all over. If they replace it with a woman figure, her voice is still being enforced by men, if that makes sense or not. So like if something happens, you know what I'm saying, if we got a mayor that's a
Woman.
female,
Right.
if something goes down, she's not going to send out a bunch of females. She's going to send out a bunch of males.
So then, but does that mean that the society is patriarchal, or is that it's matriarchal run using men as laborers, as mules, as horses, as beasts of burdens to take care of the heavy lifting when a challenge is presented or something that is of high risk is before the society, that we send the people out who are as of least value, that if they get hurt, it doesn't matter because they're not really of much value to the society.
But see, now by that
that be an
definition what you just
interpretation?
used, what you just used, that's a patriarchal society, because by definition, a system of government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. So anytime, just like you said, any of the hard lifting, any of the wars, and then let's be honest, any of the hard decision making, they're excluded from it. But we live in a society now where it's a perception. We see Kamala Harris up there as the vice president, but most women will just say she's the vice president, but not understand that she's not doing nothing. You know what I'm saying? Where does she represent? She's representing that. And so now I understand that the thing is, and I'm looking at it I'm trying to dig deep, because I caught like the tail end of this live, and then it's an excellent question. But are the women just puppets to give that sense?
Well, more and more in terms of the society in Western countries, including the United States and Canada, more and more laws are being passed to put in place for the equal distribution of women representation in the halls of power, business, and politics throughout the society. So if they're sitting in the power seat, they're making judgments as well. And I mean, yes, Kamala Harris is the vice president and she don't have no decision-making authority. But Joe Biden is what, 74 years old? If he catches a stroke tonight when he goes to bed and don't wake up, there was already an incident earlier this year. If he doesn't wake up and he goes to sleep, she becomes president. So her position is not just a figurehead. It's a real position.
I'm going to give you another example, right? I'm going to give you another example. You tell me what you think. Sure. All these women assistant coaches in the NFL. Now, let's be honest. Do we think that these women got these positions for their merit, or they got it because of they enacting these different policies and say women need to be more involved in these NFL? You can't exclude women. And ask yourself this. And I'm saying that they cannot serve a purpose for that, but I feel it like this. I look at it like this. If you didn't hire me for my merits, then you would not utilize me for my merits.
They got affirmative action in the NFL.
Well, that's a very good point, because And that's what I'm trying to say is that the fact that they're making it legal or actually forcing corporations and businesses to make these changes to bring females into positions where they have not earned the position of power that they have. They're just being appointed these positions. That actually is creating a situation where government will become weaker, businesses will become more weaker, and it opens an opportunity for some major catastrophe to happen at some point. Now, I don't know if you remember, but I think about 6, 7 years ago, there was a major engineering company in Florida, and they had an all female engineering department that designed this bridge. And within a year of the bridge being built, the bridge collapsed. Everybody got quiet about it. They just swept it under the rug. You never heard about the company anymore. There were some major lawsuits, but it never made the news after that one event. And I think that comes to the same situation that you're proposing, that appointing someone into a position that does not have the experience of leadership, the experience to arrive at that position to be appointed, just giving them a position because they're female, that opens up that opens up a big can of worms with regard to the structure of a society and how strong the society will be. Because, the old saying, a chain is only as strong as the weakest link. Well, if you have multiple weak links in a society, from the governmental standpoint, from the business standpoint, from the operations in medicine and engineering and technology, the infrastructure of this society will begin to crumble with every hurdle that is met with. Political decisions will be made wrong, and we would end up in wars. Now, we know that many women want to be viewed equally in the military, but is the Pentagon going to put 100,000 women on the front line? Is that really what women are asking for? Is that something that we're really looking to do in society? Because there are other societies that are looking at America and Western powers that are waiting for the next shift in the power structure of the world. And right now, what I'm saying is, what are we going to do as Black Americans? Because whatever shift takes place in the power dynamics in the next 25, 30 years, where are we going to be in the power dynamics as a society of Black people within America and as a branch out within the world? But, the world takes its cues from America. And a lot of Black people look at America in terms of how we're moving in America to take its cues. What are we going to do in terms of setting foundation within leadership in Black America? That's why I'm looking at this conversation from patriarchy and how can patriarchy be a benefit to not only our society, but to Black women, because Black women have to play an equal part in the society of whatever we're going to build.
But see, don't you think our community play the biggest role? Women lead our community from top to bottom. So
from top to bottom.
So yeah. So I understand your concept of, yes, it needs to be, this conversation need to be had. But our women are the biggest pusher of this pushing P. You know what I'm saying? We like pushing this P. Our community like doing it across the board. You know what I'm saying? Our women stand above our men. You know what I'm saying? In our households, our women stand above our men. If you don't let your woman stand above you in your household, you're considered toxic. So they got terms that degrade men, you know what I'm saying, for wanting to be the leaders in their house, for wanting to be the leaders in the community. Like somebody was saying some other day, you can't even call Lizzo fat. Now that's a shame when you can't sit here and look at a woman and say, this is what's going on with you. Our community right now, they didn't turn our community into the biggest victims in the world. And now we're dealing with this, we have it to where our women lead our community. That's why our community is so emotional. That's why a lot of our men have these emotional traits. We seeing generation by generation where we seeing it go down. But you know what women are say? For the most part, what women are say is that, you know what? I'm fine long as I'm above him. I don't care where our race falls. Our race can fall to the bottom. Long as I'm above him, I'm totally fine. They don't look at the big picture. And until we can get our woman on board, look, it's a lost cause. That's why any man of any value, at most of the times, what they do, they roll out to find that woman who represents a woman. Oh, I'm ready for some pushback tonight. I got all day.
Okay, tradition versus modern. Welcome
What's
to the
up?
conversation.
Hey, Mr. Lee, thank you for having me on. I just want to speak on this topic because I saw the title and I was like, man, I got to speak on this because I love Lapeef, man. Shout out to JR for this show and Anton. But I want to say from a spiritual standpoint, as a believer in Christ Jesus, I just want to say we really need to attack the spiritual issue to stop the natural issue. The natural issue today is that we see a lot of Eve syndrome in this country. Eve is still around in the situation we're seeing with the ways things been, especially with the mindset of power in our Black community. That's the issue that is causing them to choose that situation. I mean, they want to lead a Black community. I already seen that for years. My mother, masculine, Brenda Home. She's from Africa. She's a Ghanaian descent. My dad's Liberian, and growing up in that home was tough enough. But man, I did not like that. For some reason, my father was super passive, and I didn't see that as being okay. But I respect my father still, though. I think he should have just realized that that was something that should have been the case. But we have to fight that as kids growing up who've seen it in houses. But with this conversation, I think it's important to know that it's a spiritual issue we really need to look at first, because the natural doesn't come first. Well, the natural is first, but the spiritual is the issue we need to look at
No,
to
the
really
spirit, the
figure out.
spiritual come first.
The
The
spiritual come
spiritual
first?
come first. Yes,
Yeah.
spiritual come first.
Okay. So with that being said, I think we just need to look at that issue and just attack it. I think we just need to.
So then, okay. So then, what would you suggest as a way for Black men to start to institute power within the community?
I think we need accountability first on ourselves. I'm not saying men don't do that. I think women need that more than us, but we need accountability to know how to understand the situation we're dealing with, especially with the anger. I think that like I've talked to a lot of Hebrew Israelites, and I know a couple of friends who changed from Christians to Hebrew, and I told them like, yo, I know it's an issue with the father not being there, and it's a lot of anger, and it's not just because of the father, but it's mostly because of the stories they've been through. Like I got brothers from Florida to New York who said, you know what, the hell with that Christian stuff. It's the white man stuff. I'm like, Jesus ain't white or black, man. He died for our sins. That's what I believe. And I know there's a couple people that might not agree with it. That's absolutely fine. I still love you. But the problem is we need to learn that this stuff that really changed my life at 19, 29 now, it's just made me realize that it's a spiritual issue that really is a thing that we don't have. It's lack of love. And the love of God really changed my life to know how to understand my parents. And I'm 29 right now, but the thing is, the true issue is within that. We need to attack that and make sure we understand that accountability is to help us change that narrative we see from the TVs to the Instagram, social media. All that stuff has just been played out for so long, and it's just been playing it for so many years. And I think the issue has to change, and it's not going to change because this is the world we in. Be in the world, but not of the world. You know what I'm saying? And we can't attack that unless we know how to understand the spiritual side of things, because that's always going to be the main thing that's going to hurt us if we don't change that narrative that's always told us that's the spiritual side that it can help us do better as people of this earth. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, well, the
Okay.
law is spiritual. So to be spiritual, we got to keep the laws. We got to be accountable as men first. You know what
But
I'm
the
saying?
laws are yeah.
Women to be accountable.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Rick. Rick, I've seen you before. I've seen you talk, but I would say this though, all love, brother, that the laws are going to hold you in bondage. But the thing is, we were freed from that. It's not a skin issue; it's a sin issue. That's why Jesus died for all of us. He didn't die for just some. He died for everybody because it's the blood that sacrificed that made us all free from that stuff, man. Because let me tell you something: if I was to keep those laws, I wouldn't be able to do anything. I'll be stuck in this mindset thinking I'm served by good works. And good works is not going to save us, man. It's really about changing our mindsets and our character. That really is the biggest thing. Like saying, doing the right thing when you know you don't have to. It's a free will.
Okay, so let me ask you this.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that America would be a better society if there was no laws and everybody can do whatever they want?
No,
No police?
no, it'll not be a better society. It's the law of the land. We need
So
it.
then how can you say that God's law, which is superior to man's law, would he keep you in bondage and you wouldn't be able to get nothing done?
The laws was made back then, especially the Old Testaments, for the teaching to show us the ways that he did it, because a certain time period where it's a different history. The history back then was for people who were ravaged, who are very mindless. They were doing like that singing group, mindless behavior. We had mindless humans doing things they wanted to do. They had no standard, no control of the self mindset. You know what I'm saying? And studying that history, that's why he created the law back then for that time period. With that time period, you couldn't even see that today with that kind of situation, but it is to that point where it's getting worse. Like you say, what make God so angry to send flame out of heaven to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah? What kind of sin is that? Is that unique to destroy a city? Because that stuff was so evil. What he saw was evil, which is of course destroying the human mind and body. He had to destroy it, and he said he would not flood this earth no more. He made a promise
But
with
the
the rain.
sins, but
Yeah,
the sins that are going on today, you're jumping all over the place. But the sins that are going on today are just as comparable to those sins that existed then.
it is.
That
Exactly.
behavior is
Exactly.
legalized. That behavior is legalized in the United States. It's legalized in
Hmm.
Canada. It's legalized in Europe. It's legalized in Japan. It's legalized in Australia.
all over the
Every
West.
Western European
It is,
country,
and now
it's
we're not done.
legalized. So when
Yes,
we talk about those type of behaviors, those are the things that's going against God anyway.
exactly, and I agree with you 100%. I
So,
think we need to figure out a
Z,
way.
why don't you comment on this conversation?
Oh, okay. How y'all doing today, man? Uh, I was actually just listening. I was just listening to it, and I heard somebody say something that made me want to come back up here. I mean, come on here because they was talking about how the woman needs to be strong and need to be take both roles in the household and all this type of stuff. But she's I'm not sure who said it, but whoever said it, they literally right after that said, I don't want to talk about why you end up in that position in the first place. Anytime that you say, I don't want to talk about why I end up where I am in the first place, you know what I'm saying? Your mindset is wrong, in my opinion. You know, it's
Because that's
just
an accountability issue.
exactly. And I just, that's
Taking
really all I wanted
responsibility
to,
for decisions you made.
exactly. All I wanted to, that's really all I wanted to tackle was, you know, that your mindset is wrong. Your mindset is wrong when you're talking about family. You're talking about the decisions being made in the family. You're talking about what's going on with the kids and all this and that. And you don't want to talk about why you're in the position that you're in the first place. You have to, like, you know, that's just like, you know, if a woman was talking about why men are, you know, trash or whatever the case may be, and was like, man, we don't want to talk about that right now. You got to address the issue, the root of the root of each problem.
I second that. Men are trash
Absolutely.
right
Go
now.
ahead, Rick Judah.
No, I was just saying. I second what he said. Men are trash, and we gotta admit that so we can fix that. You know what I'm saying? We going around talking about we going around sick as a dog, like got all these infirmities, got all this stuff going on, and then we talking about we straight, nothing's wrong, everything's cool. And then when somebody says, hey, bro, you coughing, you know what I'm saying? You coughing up blood. Oh, you throwing up. You got stomach aches. You got diarrhea. Like we calling out the symptoms. We see it, and then everybody's mad at the person for calling out the symptoms. Like, hey, no, we're sick. Like we're clearly sick. Let's get the medicine. But the person going around saying I'm not sick, now they're going to end up just slowly wasting away till they die. And that's what's happening with black men, which subsequently affects black women. It's subsequently affecting children. And that's why our community is in the gutter, because nobody wants to point out, hey, we jacked up as a people. Why not start admitting what's wrong, and then we come to solutions? But people say, don't talk about it. Let's talk about the positive. Let's talk about all the good men. Let's talk about the few good men. And no, how about we talk about the majority of these men that refuse to submit to God and refuse to act like they got any standards? Because that's what we want to say. We don't want any standards. We want to live by whatever we want, and then wonder why stuff is messed up. No, we need to get some standards. Men need to stand up and be like, let's change things. Let's change the reality of what's going on in our situation.
Well, there was a young lady, Atisha, she posed a question earlier. And the question, I'm paraphrasing, was how is it, or do we believe that black men can lead a patriarchal society? So, DJ Gemini. Okay, there's the question. Do you think that do you think that men in the black community are equipped for patriarchy, basically male leadership? And I want DJ Gemini to respond first.
Okay.
Hey, how you guys doing? So,
Okay.
to answer this question, I would say yes. I mean, there's hasn't been any signs that showing that we can't necessarily lead a society. I mean, we have black men everywhere. We have black men in different places, whatever, different rules or whatever. At the end of the day, we're all black, but we have cultural history of us leading in different aspects, whatever. But those were also patriarchal, or however you say it. So, like, the thing is that one of the challenges is that we're facing right now is that we have a lot of systems in place that makes it hard to lead as a man. So what I mean by that is that household drama. Okay, so household drama. If the cops get called, whatever the situation that sparked up, however it sparked up, whatever. I think there was a story of a guy getting stabbed, whatnot. He called the cops, whatever, because he had to call the cops because his lady had a knife to his neck. But, I think I talked about this before, but like the cop came in and like the guy's been stabbed, but yet the cops are still thinking that he's a threat, and then he ends up losing his life. So the thing is that the laws that are in place right now are mainly to protect women. And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I think everybody should have protection. But the thing is that we made it so much of like a certain way to
Well, there's a
women.
bias, right?
Yeah,
There's an
yeah.
obvious bias.
Yeah, there's an obvious bias. And then the thing is that it makes it so it's hard to be a man inside a hyena type society that we live in right now.
So logic, based on what he added, and the main question, can black men from the community lead a patriarchal society? How would you suggest that we go about doing that?
Oh, you ready for this?
Yeah, we ready. That's why we here.
It's easy. It's easy. Accept the black man and get rid of Daddy Uncle Sam. And it just that's simple as it comes. Get rid of Daddy Uncle Sam in all aspects and replace Uncle Sam with the black man, and then you will have no problem. Then what you'll do is now as a whole, you'll say to other black men, hey, look, we want you to be the head. So is this gonna happen overnight? No, because excuse my language, it's too many niggas in the society. So if you take a stand, what you'll do is you'll start effectively breeding out the nigga mentality. See, when I say niggas, everybody get me twisted. You gotta breed out the nigga mentality. And then they gotta start. And it's crazy that we gotta do this because we gotta convince the woman. We shouldn't have to convince the woman of this. They already see what the streets is showing us that I hate to say it, but men play a part in it too, because all we produce nigga mentalities. We got to breed out that nigga mentality, and then everything will fall the way it'll fall. Right now, to sit here and say we're gonna put our foot down and do it now, we can start it, but we won't see no results until probably like another 20 years. But it shouldn't.
Let me ask you this: Can black men work together in leadership? Can one black man take orders from another black man? Can black men do that?
It's gonna be tough.
No, I don't think it'll be tough, because I say the first thing you got to do is you got to win over the black woman. And when you win over the black woman, the main reason black men compete against each other is for the attention of black women. So I don't care what Anton he'll say, no. Look.
Black men shouldn't be competing with each other though.
No, I'm saying I go to Neiman's Market in Fifth Saturday.
All men should compete.
Well, listen,
not with each other. We should be cooperating.
Y'all.
All
one
men
at a
should
time.
compete with each other. It's definitely true that all men should compete with each other. I don't like to prescribe to some notion.
Hold on,
Like I'm just supposed to
wait. But you misquote me right now. Let me finish so your statement don't sound stupid.
Go ahead,
I
Logic.
said I don't care about men competing against each other, but I said don't compete over the attention of black women. Now say your statement since you let me finish now. Exactly. You ain't got to say that. That's why you got to listen.
No, the
See, the
statement
thing
that I
is, I
made,
think
the statement that I had made wasn't, it didn't go against, negate, or hurt anything you said. If you had, you know what I'm saying? But alhamdulillah, I mean, cool. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you was talking to Rick Judah, who said
Yeah, he was
that.
talking. He was talking to me
Yeah.
because he said they were saying that black men should compete.
I apologize. This
Black men should absolutely not compete with each other. We should be cooperating and working together. When you compete against each other, you're actually fighting each other. You're actually completely showing what they set in place for us. Divide and conquer. Get them against each other. Young versus old, light versus dark, men versus women, men versus women, men versus women. I'm repeating that too because for some reason in this space that we in, we got a bunch of goofy brothers fighting against women instead of actually fighting together. Anybody's ever seen Hunger Games? Katniss said something very profound in one of the last movies. She said, "Turn your guns to the capital." You know what I'm saying? She was like, "Let's stop fighting each other as districts. We need to fight the capital." That's what we got to do as black men. So why are we competing with each other, trying to outdo each other? That's what crabs in a barrel is all about. Everybody's trying to beat each other when they
but it's not. That's not in the context that me and Gaddafi talking about. We saying all men should compete, as in, you know, we might be on the same team.
We're talking
Gaddafi,
about competing to be the best that you can be.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
And when we
That
talk,
I
and now, if we was on the same team, if me and Gaddafi was both race car drivers for Tide, you know what I'm saying? We want to come in 1 and 2. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter who really comes in 1 and 2. That's between me and him. The company don't care who comes in 1 and 2. The black community would be the.
So, like Logic said something very interesting, that we have to convince the women. How do we convince the women to come under our covering and trust the leadership of black men?
Start cooperating with each other. Okay, first, I'm gonna be honest. Men need to first learn to submit to one another as men. Sometimes men got to understand there are men that are greater than us. There are men that are elders that can show us the way. But we are so dang on prideful, can't nobody tell us nothing. Can't nobody lead us. And then since we can't be led, then we turn around and expect a woman to follow our lead. They look at us like, nigga, you ain't following nobody. You know what I'm saying? That you want me to follow? Man, come on, man. It's a lot of stuff that Negroes got the game messed up, and we wonder why these women don't want to listen to us. I feel them. I mean, they still wrong. Don't get me wrong. They wrong as hell. But they're a mirror reflection of us. That's what I'm saying. The woman is going to be who we are. So yes, our women absolutely got to get in line. Our women are out of they crazy as hell. They act like children. They gotta follow us, and we gotta check them. But we first gotta check ourselves, and that's what I be trying to say. Like we gotta check ourselves, and then, as you said, compete. We should be competing, and Logic put some profound the other day. We should be competing with other nations of people that are ruling over us. Stop competing.
That's what we're talking about. But how do black men put down the hatred, what it seems like a hatred of not wanting to listen to one black man over another black man, and that only one black man can lead?
No,
and that leadership got to be me. How do we get past the point where we can accept another black man leading us, and we're willing to follow that black man leadership?
We do that already, sir. To be honest with you, that's why I kind of I don't want nobody to gloss over my point. And I understand that they had good points too, though. But the thing is we do work well together. We do fall in line together. The problem comes when you bring women into the equation. We have it's some about us that we want to compete for the attention of these women, which now it's no longer healthy competition. What they call it, dirty macking, whatever. Whatever they call it. I don't even use that.
Real talk. Hey, real talk.
Is once we compete, see, you got to realize this: as men naturally, we love to compete against each other. Whether it's in sports, everything we do, we have a respect But you bring women in there like this. Men's Rick Judah can get it go in my go in the gym and we can box, right? Rick can knock me out, I can knock Rick out. And then we'll get up and say, man, that was a good punch, right? But let be women around, that punch hit different. And that's our mentality. This is something that we do. If you ever see the situations where in our inner cities where you'll see black men get in a fight, and then if they get punched out or stumped out or whatever, they worried about what these chicks thinking. A real man ain't gonna be like, yeah, whatever, let me kill this dude. No, it's the chicks run these communities. So now they're searching for the attentions of these chicks. And then this is what happened. It's no longer a man-to-man competition anymore. It's more or less, yes, it looks like we're competing against each other, but we're actually not. We're competing against for the attention of these women.
So
But
how
logic,
do
you
we?
said they're competing for chick. Keyword chick. They're not competing for women. They're competing for chick. That's a big difference, and I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
no. In our community is probably about 90% chicks. And I ain't gonna call them that T word, but you know what I'm saying? We can keep it funky.
Hey,
Well, I would
real
say,
talk.
See, the thing
how
is,
do?
look, this is the problem, Mr. Lee, right?
Go
Every
ahead.
time we had these hard conversations, you know what they try to say? I'm not an alcoholic. I'm not a crackhead. Yes, you are. You got to acknowledge the issues first, or we'll never move on. We'll always get to the point, all our conversations, all our community conversations, we'll never get past the basic building foundation because we can never acknowledge the need to build.
Hey, and
Well,
what you said about with the chick, 1 Samuel 18:7, where he said Saul killed his thousands, David killed his tens of thousands. After that point, Saul was trying to kill him from that point on because he was in his feelings. Like you said, the females was on him.
So how do we not prioritize the validation of a woman over the validation of men?
So the
Because
problem is,
really, we have to place a higher value on each other as men greater than we place the value on a woman. The only way we can overcome that is that we need to see a higher value in another brother. And our achievement as men should be more empowered and raised up as opposed to the validation of a woman on your arm or a fat booty next to you, whatever. I mean, we are empowering these women to make us act like beasts.
so
And this is why I said another podcast, we need to stop awarding bad behavior.
so
That's the
so
thing. Because when you have, like Logic was saying, you have guy competing over chick, and I say chicks, not women. Women are a mature version of a female. Chick are immature females. When you compete over a chick who have no value, no substance whatsoever, it make you look real stupid. A real woman will not even settle for any idiotic dude who have no value, no substance whatsoever as well. That's what the big problem come to play. When you want men who have strong value, they have a high standards, you have a different mindset because you know what, you see what they do, you see how they walk, you see how they carry themselves. So you're not competing for the validation of a female at that moment. You're competing to be a part of that group of men who are doing great and bigger things. The problem is we don't have those type of role model in multiple black community. When we have that type of group embedded, the dynamic change complete because you're not having guys trying to compete together with chicks. You have a guy trying to follow up at that person's footstep who lead by example. That's what's missing within the black community. Because you have people who are doing great things right now, but it's not shown on a bigger scale. It is started from small. We have guys who pulling the guy to the side, showing how to be a great man, be great leader, mentorship, to show them how to do certain things, teach them a trade or two. You have that, but it's not in the huge scales. The problem is the yesteryear generation of strong men used to be in a huge massive. But due to the suppression of black excellence that America don't want to have, because they know when you have black excellence, they're self-sufficient. They don't rely on the government too much. So they did what they can to suppress that value of a man. Now you have immigrants who come in bringing that same value. that the Black American was missing at that point. And we're trying to say you can still do it, doesn't matter. But in some cases, think it's all about competition. It's not about competition, it's all about building up. If you surround yourself with people who doing like-minded things, who trying to build on the community, you'll learn from them with whatever skill they have. But you're all about competing against one another, then it's pointless. That's just what it is.
Okay, one second. Catherine, go ahead.
Yes, I just wanted to add real quick, since you all were talking about women and the influence that women may have, which could be detrimental or negative. That's why it's very important to choose the right woman to be surrounded by, because in the same effect, a woman can actually be inspiring. That's when the inspiring component comes. So then if you have the right woman next to you and you're about to fight or do something that it's out of character, then, she wouldn't really encourage that behavior. So that's why I think it's very important, the type of woman. I just have to say that because I'm a woman, and not all women will have that type of behavior, but I know for certain, and it's biblical, nations race against nations because of not having the right woman nearby. So just wanted to add that it's very important that you choose wisely the type of woman that you're listening to, and that you are allowing to have any type of influence over you.
Hey, can I add on that, Mr. Lee, just to prove my point, right? See, when people say, when we have these arguments, right, and not arguing, but we had these arguments, right, and then somebody come and say, hey, not all women, right? Not every single. I understand. I might not be talking to you as an individual, but for us even having this conversation should let you know it's way too many. Because guess what? If it wasn't way too many, then this wouldn't even be a topic. We'd be talking about something totally different. So now, by sheer fact that this conversation has merits in our community, right? If you get in here, you get in the chat and you say, oh, not all women. Okay, well, let's not talk about it then.
Man, that's the point.
It's a strong representation of our community. And I'm gonna give another caveat on that, if you don't mind, Mr. Lee. This is the problem. Yes, it might not be you as an individual, but if you allow this behavior to exist in your community, you're part of the problem. If you allow these activities to go uncontested in these communities, it's your problem. If you allow your legislative that you vote for, the people that you vote for, your mayor, your city councils, to ignore these problems, you're part of the problem. That's all I'm saying.
Coach,
can I please add to this
conversation?
Well, listen, this is a very important topic as we talk about the importance of heteronormative masculinity. And I would say succinctly that a patriarchy is very much important in 2020 if it's fit and proper. In the Hebrew, kosher means to be fit and proper. And if the parameters are fit and proper, no doubt, patriarchy is very important. You know, our women talk about the importance of love. They often bellow the sentiment of love. But, you know, as Teddy Pendergrass said, he said it better than me, that it's so good to love somebody and somebody to love you back. You know, the feminist war cry was, am I not a woman? Well, the war cry of a man is, am I not a man? And so if men are going to get the outcomes that they need in order to feel comfortable and successful, as I share with the women on my show, that you have to protect his six if you expect him to protect your six. But the problem is, guys that are listening, is this: men can't be themselves for the fear of when they speak truth to power. Many of our women are not mature enough to hear or understand the sentiments of men. The gospel says that open rebuke is better than secret love. So when men begin to tell their story unapologetically masculine, when we bring women into our spaces, it's not our intent to hurt their feelings. But do you want a man to cover the truth of masculinity to assuage your feelings? Or do you want a man to be unapologetically masculine? And so the caveat is that many times men will cower under fear and they don't speak the truth because they don't want to hurt feelings. But the truth is, true masculine men tell the truth. They speak the truth with conviction, they speak it with power, and they speak it with clarity. because the truth by itself is the truth. And sometimes the truth is offensive. And, I've said before in the past, regardless of how you present the truth, to many, you can say it softly, you can say it with assertion, or you can say it aggressively. But many times, many are offended by the truth. So, if women want the love and the adulation of a masculine man, then they must be willing to hear the truth of what men say. Because I've told women, Sage Talk, that when it comes down to this, many think they are the prize by default, but you're not the prize. You're only the prize if he deemed you worthy to be the prize. I did a show in the past called He is the Prize Catcher. Men are the prize catchers. They determine if you're prize worthy, like men did 20, 30, 40, 50 years ago. So if a woman wants the love and the adulation of a man, she must be willing to come as a participant to the table, to ask herself the question, what am I willing to render unto him to be the best version of myself? Because if you believe in the edicts of theology clearly says that the woman was made for the man. But so many men compromise their power, Sage Talk, because they don't have any sense of self-worth or self-identity. And as a licensed therapist, I've always said in the past that needs drive behaviors. And so when a man is not getting his needs met, he either suffers in silence, or he becomes hopeless because he does not know how to articulate those needs and those feelings that are suitable to helping him become the better version of himself. So if we want to see a semblance of the black patriarchy in the past, no doubt patriarchy is definitely needed in 2022. But many men are saying that in order to get to back where we were from the past, it'll take generations to bring us back up to that level where we were viable. But many don't think it's going to happen in our lifetime. I don't see it. I think it's a very nebulous concept, but I don't see us getting back to that because we don't have enough masculine men speaking truth to power, standing firm in their masculinity, because we have so many men that have been conditioned to be simps. They've been conditioned to, give their power away.
Bring it out.
Let me ask you this 1 second. Let me ask you this, Coach Clinician. After saying that, what would you say would be the one thing that black men could do to assert themselves into the power of patriarchy? One thing.
Well, listen, Frederick Douglass said that power never conceded to anything without a struggle. The first thing that we got to do, we got to have a council of elders to more or less recalibrate and let men know what their worth is. Many men don't know what their worth is. Therefore, they just accept anything. So I would say that the self-awareness to know, Sage Talk, what their worth is as men. But that comes through conversations like we're having now, when men come together and congregate and talk about more salient issues that are pertinent to the efficacy of a man. So I would say men coming together to more or less have these conversations, to recalibrate their thought process, to know their worth and how they need to demand what they want in a relationship.
That was an excellent answer. And I would say this, I think, maybe Jerry and I should have a conversation to create a channel for the Council of Elders. I like that title.
Right.
And I definitely would want you and myself and whoever we find to be men of wisdom to start creating a board of elders that we can start moving to lay the foundation for a new black patriarchy.
No doubt.
Because there's enough black men to make the shift. We just need to gather them together in one place with one mind to be ready to follow one leadership. And a council of elders is, I believe, better than trying to follow one man, because we can put the right ideas together to overcome the difficulties that are set before us. And then the men of power and the men of leadership can go out and execute. So that's definitely something. That was a great response. Absolutely.
Before I go, what you just said right now, I've been saying that for the past couple of months. We need a council of elders that will correct the dynamic of what's going on with the black community. Because when we don't have the council of elders like we have back in our culture, nothing going to change. Not one person can do all by themselves. When you have a council, they'll discuss, they'll debate what needs to be done for that black community. From there, they make that judgment call, what needs to be done. No one can do it by themselves. It's never been that way. That's how my culture was built up on. Yes, we need a new sort of black council in our own culture to change some of the barbaric mindset, but it's not being done in based on greed and ignorance, which I understand that. What you say talk is totally correct. I have to go. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution. Well, Christ did it with the 12 disciples, and I think that's the blueprint right there as well. Jay Prince, welcome to the conversation. How are you?
Hey, how y'all doing?
Very good.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. This is a powerful conversation. Um, I want to start off by saying with the patriarchy. Patriarchy, I feel like do not. Well, I believe it do not exist in the black community. What I do think exists in the black community is matriarchy. Um, when you talk about removing matriarchy and replace it with patriarchy, women do, from my experience, women don't do not mind destroying that because it don't mean nothing to them, and because they can't have that, they don't have that type of power. And so from since a lot of from what I've been researching, since women been on the planet almost for a lot of years, they got the bad end of patriarchy. This is the reason why femininity, feminists, and all this other stuff started. Women's movement started because of patriarchy that was yield in a wrong direction of it. So they don't mind burning that patriarchy down. When you talk to a lot of these women, they do not want to give up the little powers that they do got, especially in the black community. The little powers they do got, and replace it with being, in their eyes, powerless. Um, I agree with everything Logic was saying when you talking about the when women around. Like, if I get hit by a woman, I mean, if I get into a fight with a man, that hit will hit different if a woman around. And I also witnessed situations where, let's just say, me and this brother, everybody is cool. There's a whole bunch of men, everybody cool. And as soon as a woman come around, she could just say, she could say the wrong thing to somebody. First off, no man gonna correct her because they all trying to win her have, that they can get us to fight and kill each other. And this happens a lot. Majority of black men is deceased or in prison for deleting another black man behind of a woman.
Well, I think that goes a
And
lot to what Logic was speaking about when he talks
mhm.
about the ninjas in our community. We really need to get past that type of thinking and behavior because there's a lower level thinking, behavior, characteristic of black men that are really weighing down black people from moving forward. And they're
And you,
attracting, because of their behavior, they're attracting a lot of the women as well. And the women are following or feeding into that type of behavior because they get something out of it as well. So I think
right,
that's
and I want to say that.
So
it.
I wanna, cause like you said,
Hold on, Logic. I want to say this. I want to say this before you go, right quick, Logic. Um, when you think about people that's when you look at jails, right? One jail is all men, and another jail is all women. Even though our when we get violent in jail, it'd be more serious because we men, of course. But when you go to those women jails, it's more fights. It's a lot more dangerous. There's always going to be more fights. And the reason why I feel like a lot of women, when they on the streets, they love to see that because that's who they are. It seems to me they love to see violence. And you know,
mm,
they don't they and
But
to implement.
that's a subculture that is developing our society based on their lived experience. If you're talking about people who have had a life from their teenage years going in and out of jail, male or female, that's part of their cultural way of living. But we're talking about moving beyond that because we understand that there's an undercurrent of that ninja social demographics within our society that we as functional black men and women who want to see something bigger and better for our society will have to move past. Logic said that we got to breed it out of the community. We just have to not breed anymore. We just have to let
Right.
that which exists die out. but we have to move past them and not regard them to that degree. How do we do that? I think that's going to be the next step. What are we willing to sacrifice, and what are we willing to do? Go ahead, Logic.
I'm gonna ask some real fast on it, right? Because what we did is we tried to, like, let's be real. Like, we tried the organizations, we tried the protesting, we tried all that. And ask yourself this: how do other communities implement change? See, they don't do what we do. They don't, because like I said, like, I'm just being honest, it's all talk, right? And like, if you just say you get a committee of elders, right, it will be all talk until you present the next step. I tell you what other communities do. They hire lobbyists. You pick a location, you pick a region, and then now you lobby. You put your money up. By lobbying, you change rules, because this gender war, it's not men versus women. In our community, it's not black men versus black women. It's black men versus system-fronted black women. The issues and the leverage that black women have. Like, that's why I say I'm not even mad at black women, because they're exercising the leverage that's given to them by the government.
Right, I agree with that.
So now what you do is that you can study, and they just, the government sit back and laugh at us. Look at them fighting each other. You know what I'm saying? They fighting each other over our laws. You know what I'm saying? Because the laws put the woman in position. So I say this: why don't you lobby to remove them laws? Why don't you lobby to get them laws adjusted? You got to sit here and take that, because as long as them laws is in place, women will exercise their leverage. That's anything. Any person, and it's just like you said, I'm a black man, and then they gonna give me $3,000 a month for being a black man. And I know it's not fair, but I'm not gonna take it. No, I'm gonna take it. You always take leverage. That's human. Hey, look, and I don't blame the women, but we gotta quit thinking that it is the women. I know it's not my women. I know it's the system that the women is. The system is leveraging our women. So let's address the system and take the focus off our women. That's why any day I have a conversation with the women, but I will always tell you, look, I'm not fighting you. I'm fighting the system.
But on that note, we can't absolve, Mr. Lodger, the women of responsibilities, the one that adhere to the system that gave them power. Women that are more or less brokering are part of that system that gave them the power to leverage over those men. I have a problem with that. There's a percentage of men that are notable good brothers, but they're invisible to a lot of our women. Mm-hmm. And so I would say, not because I am a divester, because I'm not necessarily a divester per se, but I do believe that if men are not getting the outcomes that they want, then they just don't participate. They only get with women that are willing to adhere and work with them, and then see their vision, and they work together as a team to build a cohesive black union, a cohesive black family. But women that seek to more or less tell men how to broker their power on their own terms, I tell those men, don't even argue with them. You get with women that are willing to follow your lead and to follow your program. But that comes with the proper social conditioning, because many men are broken. They don't even know what their power is. That's why they defer their power so much. Many of them are raised in single-parent homes where they haven't seen strong masculine archetypes. And when you don't see that on a consistent basis, then you don't know what your power or your worth is. Men do things based on pragmatism, or they do things based on principle, not based on how they feel. And so until men know what their intrinsic worth is and what their values are as men, the women that are saboteurs of their own ignorance, that adhere to policies that are more or less not for the advantageous nature of black men, black women, and the community, then I tell those men to get only with those women that are willing to work with them and to broker with them to help them build a solid infrastructure. And I think that percentage is far and few in between.
But bro, check this out though. This is the problem. The system does not breed these single parent house. I mean, the women, black men, do not breed these single parent households. If you really want to look at it at an analytical level, the system breeds it. Because I guarantee you this, and I said this before, you put a 16-year-old girl that's pregnant at the crossroads, and she doing what she doing, she get pregnant, right? She choose to have that baby because she know the system is a safety net. So now, if no safety net exists, you know what that parent gonna do? They're gonna make sure that the girl ain't out there having no kids, and they're doing that. The only reason this behavior exists is because the system incentivizes it. So we got to address the system instead of addressing each other. If we keep addressing each other when we know the system is putting all this in place, we'll be still doing the exact same thing we're doing right now in 10 years.
That's a fair point,
It's
Mr. Lodge. I
pointless
think
to address each other.
that's a fair point. In theory, I think it's a fair point, and I do respect your position because you're trying to bring forth logic and precision. But once again, when you look at the last presidential election, just look at the policies only, not the candidate. That some of our women, or a large majority of our women, vote for policies that were sustainable for the black man, the black family, and community, or did they vote for those policies that were sustainable for themselves? So I do agree with you that there is a systemic issue that more or less play a role in the evolution of how some of these women think. But at the same time, we can't blame it all on policy. God give every man free will. So does policy play a role? No doubt. But when you know better, you do better. So you can't blame it all on policies in the shaping, the evolution of some of these women. Some of these women are willfully chose policies that were not advantageous to the black man, black family, or the community, in my opinion.
And that's why I said lobby, because the policies won't exist. So now, where would the woman have the leverage? She'll have work.
I mean, it like what logic is saying. Like technically, if you take certain benefits away, whatever, like it will make you adjust and adapt. One of the things that we need to have a conversation with the women, like across the board, because we all talking about being in America and stuff. And the thing is that there's a lot of different little research, a lot of different polls, whatever, that show that, sorry to say it, but like black women aren't the top of the totem pole when it comes to mate selection. So the thing is that
hold on 1 minute, brother. Hey, can we mute in between? Because I can barely hear him, and then I hear a whole bunch of DJing in the background.
Jay Prince, mute up.
So like pretty much what I'm saying is that our reality, like everything that, like, we have strong women, we have very strong women, and I applaud every woman for being strong, dealing with their different adverse. But the problem is that all these strong attitudes that we get come from a system that was in place by a different type of woman, whatever. At this time, the white woman was fighting against the white men, whatever, to have more strength within, like, their society, whatever. So the problem is that we also adapted and incorporated that fight into our situation. And I mean, we all came from a poverty type situation. So like our men never had somebody said it before, never had our foot on our women's neck. But, since women are more social creatures, whatever, they felt that pressure. So therefore they adapted it because they was like, oh, wow, this is wrong. We don't want that.
I think that women in general have made a choice for self. I think between the 60s and where we are now, the black community went from a community of family to a community of individuals.
Right.
And when you have individuals making decisions for themselves and don't see the value of the person that stands to the left side and to the right side of them, they're going to make these type of decisions, because technically the decisions that our sisters have made have been, I mean, if it was a country, it would be traitorism.
Right.
Those decisions to side with a government against you is traitorism. And like kosher clinician said, they have to be held accountable for the decisions they made, because they made those decisions.
Right.
However, like a few shows previously, I did mention that one of the ways in which, and I think it may have been one of the King Talks that we may have had, one of the things that we can do, and Logic touched on it today, I think after we put together this community of table of elders, we definitely can start looking at black channels in our community here, the Black Manosphere or wherever in this black YouTube dimension. They want to pledge black men that are running these channels. They want to pledge towards making a shift for black men to be in a position of power. It can start out with $100 a month or $1,000 a month. But if we can get 20 channels, 30 channels, 40 channels, $1,000 a month is 40, 50 grand a month. We can start our own organization that can be an organization that can be a political pact that black men in the next 2 years can raise $1 million, $2 million, that we can start putting money behind certain politicians. And we know where we're headed. It's going to be on the Republican side because it's not going to be on the Democratic side. And we can make inroads in the black, as a black political organization, inroads into the Republican Party. Because when you go back and look at where black men had power from the time of the emancipation of black people out of slavery, it was always on the Republican side. The Democratic side has always been the enslavement community. We can make that shift now, and we can use our political votes and we can use our political funds. This community is YouTube can really open up the pathways for us to raise money, come together and unite as men and make inroads to start eating away. We're not going to take all the money away from the programs in society. But if we could put a dent in it enough to take away the impact, to create an impact, that can start making inroads. And we can address it on many aspects. We can address it in the courts, and we can address it in the policing, and we can address it in the programs that affects our community. And if we can have a dynamic effect over the next 2 elections, 2024, 2028, by 2030, that's 10 years from now, we can have a dynamic shift in black men having power, executing and setting up a power base for black male patriarchy. Correction, a black patriarchy. And I'm telling you, there are women who will come aboard. Within the next 8 years, we can have 100 channels donating to this pact. And all we need is one to start. Trust me, once we start one, there will be others. But we have to show leadership first. And we can't just talk about it. Yes, YouTube is a place where we can talk and bring forth ideas. But as a man, I don't like talking a lot. I do talk a lot, but I'm also a man of action. As a man of business, where I came from, I made my money by executing and making good decisions for my clients. And this is something that I want to be able to bring to the black community here on YouTube. And Logic said it, man, we need a black political pact. What are we going to do? Can black men work together? Can we as black men create a black organization in the United States, and we can fund it? We can put men in charge who are going to sit as CEO, CFO. We can have a board of directors, and we can run this organization. And we can raise money, and we can put it behind political men that are working on our behalf to get the things done that we need to get done. The key is going to see whether or not we're just going to talk about it on YouTube, or are there going to be men who are going to say, you know what, we're going to be a part of this.
Let me throw a side note in here.
We're going to put our money where our mouth is. Go ahead.
I want to throw a side note in here. And see, because what I do for a living, I have to do the research, right? Do you know the top donation for DC in the last mayor election?
How much?
$150,000. Now, if you look at, like I said, see, that's what other communities do. You know, it will cause us pennies to hire researchers to sit here and say, because what we have to do, we got to start small, and then we got to maximize our money. The thing is, just say we want to do it at the national level, right? That gonna cost too much money. And now the impact gonna be minimum, because if you do it at the presidential level, then now guess what? The states can exclude everything. Start at the mayor, you start at them lower levels.
Absolutely, we start at the lower levels.
Yes, and then what you do is you hire researchers. You find out, if I got $200,000 and we want to lobby some ideas, where do I have a lot of black people that I can get the most bang for my buck? And then now it can't be to, and then what we'll do is that, I'm telling you, it essentially will start something like a Black Wall Street, because now all the men who have these issues, guess what you can do?
You can donate.
Well, not only could you donate,
you can donate and become a part of the movement.
But watch this. Once we get something enacted, you can move.
Absolutely.
You can move. And then now what I'm telling you is, a lot of people will sit here and say, yeah, whatever. But this is how think tanks work. This is how the ideas come, because now this is the end game. This is the end goal. This is how much money we need. We already understand, you know what I'm saying? Hey, look, last election they had, this was the highest bidder. So now we can add 50K to that highest bid, and now our voices will be heard. And I promise you this, the community within is in, they don't vote based on policies. They vote off emotions. If she got a tight dress and she look good, you know what? She might get the man vote. You know what I'm saying? If she's talking about something crazy, a lot of times people don't do it. So you can sneak attack and you can do it. But like I said, and I like that idea, we got to do it together, and we cannot. We have to, right now in the U.S., we have to make a community. And we absolutely going through the laws, because the laws is the one that kick us in the chest every time.
I agree with that. I'm going to say this, guys, and I have to go for a show. And thank you to the panel. You guys have been awesome. But, you know, for every cogent thought, there are barriers to that cogent thought. One of the barriers I would say is that black people are not a monolith. We were never a monolith, even when we came over the slave ship. You know, black folks were forced into oneness. You know, you had black folks from different parts that were part of inter-tribal warfare, intra-tribal warfare as well. So we're not a monolith. I would say also succinctly that these issues that we're dealing with are spiritual. You know, we talk about things from a technical perspective. I'm not against that, but a lot of this stuff is spiritual. And then you're talking about liberal indoctrination that a lot of our women have been part of for a span of time. And so I'm not against us coming together as one, trying to bring forth radical change. But a lot of men are burnt out, man. A lot of brothers after this last election, they say, you know what? A lot of our women didn't vote for the community. They voted for themselves. And so I'm not against it, but I just don't see it in this lifetime. Not against it. I think we should take every effort to try to minimize it. But a lot of men are saying they could care less about the current infrastructure that we have. And their focus now, they're saying, is going to be on themselves. That's from anecdotal feedback that I'm getting from a lot of brothers. They say, look, I'm going to focus on myself, because they're looking at it from the long haul. They don't seek any benefit. And that's why I said, these conversations are important. But those are just the barriers that I thought that more or less came to mind based on my purview.
Also,
thank you for your contributions. One second, Aaron. Hold on one quick moment. Kosher clinician, one thing I would say is that this is the reason why we have to give those brothers who don't see that there's no other way right now than to go it their way on their own. We have to become some sort of a monolith. You know why? Because the Afghanistans, they come here, they're a monolith. Right. The Chinese, when they come, they're a monolith.
True.
The Vietnamese, when they come there, all these Asian people that are coming to America, they come united as one people. And they're moving into communities, and they're moving like locusts, and they're taking over businesses, all types of business, whether it's gas station, whether it's fish stores, whether it's grocery stores, you name it, whether it's donut shops. I mean, whatever type of business that become available, once they get a wedge in, the whole family comes in and take it over. The whole community comes in and take it over. So black men are either going to learn how to move together as one, or we're going to get destroyed one by one.
I agree with that.
One or the other.
I got to disagree with that a little bit. I got pushback on that.
I don't disagree with it at all.
Also,
Go ahead, Mandrill. He was here before you, Aaron. Go ahead, Mandrill.
Yeah, quick question for you. Thank you for having me on, and thank you for listening to me and letting me contribute. But this movement that we're doing, of course, we're gonna have to move different because doing the same thing, that's how they've been beating us and keeping us where we are. Okay, with all the marching and the speeches and this and that, we're doing the same things from the same playbook from 50 years ago. It's not going to work anymore. So this is definitely the right direction. But it's going to take different types of men for this to work. Some of them are going to be more along the side of the think tank, and you're also going to need men of action. Men of action. That's going to be people more so like me and Mr. Logic, Mr. Logic and myself. So I'm of the mind that if there's a person who's not going to see this thing through, I'm not beyond just saying, okay, you're out. He can't come. Even with the women, she can't come.
Absolutely.
They're gone. Like, take Kanye West, for instance. The guy's a billionaire. I don't care. I don't care if he got $1 trillion. That clown can't come. He is a liability. That person is a problem. They're out. So along with that, you're going to get pushback because I get this all the time myself, right? But it's also one of the things that's made me as successful as I have been, being able to do that and being able to sleep at night at the same time. And I reckon it's a trait I can recognize in people like Mr. Logic. I recognize this in him. I've never had a conversation with the guy. You know what I'm saying? Also in yourself. But when it comes to, number one, dealing with the pushback of that, because it's going to be. And also, number two, what do we do with those people that we say, okay, you're a problem. You can't be a part of this. You got to go. That's going to be one of the big issues. That's something we're going to have to answer for. Because that's going to be one of the things that our opposition is going to use against us. They're going to find anything they can to say, hey, these guys are going in the wrong direction. Don't listen to them. Ladies, stay on the system. We got your back. We have for all this time, haven't we?
Well, and that's how we'll be able to see.
That's one of the things. That's how they actually convince women to vote for the guy who almost single-handedly killed the Black community, and he's now our president.
And that's how we're going to see who is on our side and who is not. And this is going to be a fight, man. Once we put money into the game, and one of the things we have to understand, it's not about an individual. That's why we need to set up an institution, because the institution is what's going to take the hit. And men can be moved in and out in different places. If a man gets hit because he's got some dirt in his background and he's sitting in a position, we can replace him. The institution goes on with the fight. See, we have to stop fighting as individual men, because individual men can be taken out by women, sex, drugs, discrediting your character. But when you put up an organization in front of you, the organization is your battle axe. Your organization is your shield. Your organization is your weapon. And it goes forth and fight against what? Other institutions, feminist institutions, governmental institutions, all the laws and policies. So because we have been trying to fight this thing, as men holding hands and walking and marching during the street and taking the beating ourselves, we need to change the way we fight, because we've been fighting against institutions and governments as individuals. We need to stop that. We need to start building institutions. But you know what? It starts with one, and it only takes one to succeed. And with the right Black men that comes together and build the first organization and make the move, once people see that there's a move that can be made, success breeds success. That's one thing I know from being in sales. Success breeds success. And once we make one success, there'll be others. And for those, whether it's a billionaire or a trillionaire, whatever, for those that want to come on board, we'll take your money. We don't need you.
Right.
Plain and simple. We're dictating how this is going to move. Plain and simple.
Right, because I don't mind, like, if I'm involved in it, I don't mind falling on the sword, because when I was in the military, I had to go into my job knowing full well I'm probably not going to come back alive. I made decisions to put other people's lives at risk because the mission had to be completed. I made decisions where I put my own life at risk, where one of which I remember in particular, I knew for a fact, I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. This is it for me, but I still got to go. I still got to be in front. I still got to lead, and I got to fall on this sword so that everyone else can succeed in completing the mission. I don't mind doing that for the greater good. So my worry is, do we have enough people with that same mindset? Because in my opinion, we're gonna need a lot of people with that trait, understanding that this is for the greater good of the community.
I would say this.
Someone's gonna fall,
Mandro,
you know.
Let me add to what you're saying there, Mandro. You know, obviously you're a man that have the experience of self-sacrifice. But I'm gonna be honest with you, we don't need a large bunch of men to do this. We need a core group of men that are sitting at the table that are making the decisions. The people who will be contributing to the organization, they will be filling the how can I say, they will be filling the bank, the pocketbook that we need to go fight with. We will hire the people that we need to sit in certain positions, but we need a core group of men that are single-minded, that are united on the mission. And that don't require more than 12 men, 6 men, 8 men. That's just a core group of men. And we will then make the decisions on what take place and ripple throughout the organization. And then we will hire the professionals who will sit in administrative parts of the company, people who are going to be speaker. You know, if you have a company and if we want to make an announcement, they're going to be somebody who's going to be a publicist. They make the announcement. We're going to have one person who's going to be a secretary. We're going to have a CEO or a financial person who's going to handle it. But that core body, which is the board of directors, who is going to direct how the institution move, those are the people that makes the decision for the institution. And that people who we will select will not be on YouTube. That's number one. That will not be on YouTube.
Mr. Lee, I'm gonna do you a favor, right? On this day, Sunday, February 2022, at 6:36 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm gonna hold my OG accountable, and I'm all in with you, because the thing is, if you utilize a scientific method, right, all we ever get to is we get to the point where we make an observation and we ask questions. That's it. We never get to the point where we actually
We never test the hypothesis.
Huh?
We never test the hypothesis.
But yep, that's what I'm saying. We matter of fact, we don't even get the research. Look, since I've been on Lapeef, right, I gave certain areas that Black people can go and look at to see a blueprint where it's working at a small level. I told people, go look at Utah. Go look, I think it's west of Utah. Let me think of the name of the towns. Fairfield, Cedar Ford, some other towns, right? I did footwork on there, and look at that. And what you will start seeing is you will start seeing progression. You will start seeing pretty much a Mormon Wall Street. And so it's gonna take that. But if you understand what I mean by Mormon Wall Street, it's like they make their laws. They're growing and growing and growing. And then now, I think the last time I checked, which was maybe 5 years ago, they almost reaching Salt Lake City. If you want to see some, like, where guys got together as a think tank, say, hey, look, this is what we want. This is what we want to do. And then you see it start trickling. And if you want to see the first thing they lobbied for, they lobbied to have alcohol. They control alcohol, the sales of alcohol. If you never been to Utah, you ain't gonna get drunk, because if you go to a restaurant in Utah, they'll tell you you got a limit on the amount of alcohol you can consume at a restaurant. You know what that came from, Mr. Lee? That came from Mormons. Pick the area and they started lobbying. Is we gonna get Atlanta to fall in line? No. Do we probably got to go to New Mexico? Yes. But they did the same thing, and then now you're seeing they're growing and growing and growing. And then people say, hey, they had a lot of money to do that. No, they did not. They had a solid plan as a whole. They backed that plan up. They use a scientific method. They just didn't stay on making observations. They just didn't stay on. They got past the research stage. Like I said, we never got past the research stage in the Black community.
Absolutely.
We never will. And the rich guys in our community, they'll more or less not come along. You know why? Because they want the power that the current system affords them.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things is too, and that's very insightful what you just stated, because one of the things we need to do, we're going to have to pick ground zero, where we're going to start at. That's going to be very key, because one of the things is what we need as Black people is a central place, not only to operate, but a place where there's a large population of Black people where we can make moves.
Okay. So can I, all right.
Yes, Aaron, go ahead.
So I think one of the things we got to do first is, I know you guys are talking about eliminating people from the top. I think we got to do the opposite. We got to eliminate people from the bottom. If you're like, I think we concentrate too many times on the lowest common the lowest common denominator of us, instead of the most affluent, instead of the majority of us, which is in the middle class, right? The majority of us are in the middle class. We're ignoring them, and we're either saying that we're the Pookies and Ray Rays, or we're saying that we're multimillionaires. There's a huge segment in the middle that we're missing and we're ignoring, and we need to concentrate on those people. And along with the affluent, and if you're in the projects and you just or if you just like in the mindset of you don't want to get along, you don't want to participate, then you got to get cut off. We can't be afraid to be cutting people off. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things I have a problem with, like you particular, Mr. Logic, is like every time you get on here, you talk about the lowest common denominator of us, the hood, the chicks who are ratchet. We got to stop talking about those people. We got to ignore those people. They're a small percentage of us. We need to leave them alone. They're the loudest, but they're the smallest percentage of us.
But they're the loudest also.
We
need to become the loudest though. But we need to become the loudest.
No, the thing is it's not. Y'all try to, like I said, here we go with it again. Let's downplay the Pookies and Ray Rays. And
I'm saying get rid of them. I'm saying ignore them.
Hold up. Let's downplay the Pookies and Ray Rays, and let's downplay the Keishas to sit here and say that they are our culture.
Yes.
You can play they're the part of the culture we highlight.
Guess what? And you know what? And see, I don't even know you, but just like your mentality, you get triggered by the truth, that you'll sit here. See, you part of the problem. See, we'll kick your ass out first.
Right.
Yeah. Listen. So wait, hold on. So you rather deal with the person who's the lowest common denominator? So let me ask a question. Does Bill Gates have the answer to what's going on in the trailer park right now? What's going on in West Virginia in the trailer park?
Well, first of all, one second.
I don't give a fuck what's going on. See, wait. That's your problem. See, look, you want to move the field goal. Well, let's talk about white people. That's your problem. That's why I won't even let you through the gate, bro. Because
that's not what I'm saying.
Wait. It's about what we're doing. I don't care what they're doing. And see, now your mentality right there is why we always at the first two stages of the scientific method. Oh, what they doing? Hey, bro, do you think they give a fuck what we doing?
No, I'm saying you got to cut.
What's your point there?
I'm saying that
I got a question for Aaron.
I use Bill Gates because
I got a question for you.
One second, Jay.
I use Bill Gates because he's on. We talk about patriarchy, right? He's on the top of he's one of the people on the top of the patriarchy. Am I correct? Bill Gates, would he be considered that? So what I'm saying is, in his community, whether he could be black, he could be Mexican,
Aaron. We're not talking about Bill Gates or what white people are doing or how white people are doing whatever. White people is the reason why we're in the situation that we need to even have this conversation. So as it pertains to white people, If that's your mindset, you're not going to fit into this
That's not what
conversation.
I'm saying.
I'm going
That's
to
not
tell
what
you
I'm
right
saying.
now.
That's not what I'm saying.
So,
What I'm
so
saying
So then
is,
stop
if you,
using
ask
them
one
as
more question,
analogies
that's not what I'm saying. Stop
because
it. Let me finish
that's poisoning this conversation.
That's not what I'm saying.
Mr. Sage, I want to ask Aaron.
I'm not using them as white people as them because I don't put white people on a pedestal. What I'm saying is the most successful of in the world, we're the only culture where the most well, we have to account for our bottom as well as our top. Everybody else discards their bottom
because they're already in the power seat. Because they're already in the power seat. We're not in the power seat. We're at the bottom.
They separated themselves.
The middle class, the poor, and the rich black man are all in the same goddamn place.
No, I'm not in the same place as the project.
Okay, so then you don't belong in this conversation. Because this conversation is about uplifting black men. So if you're not in the same boat with us, you need to go someplace else. You're not part of this conversation.
And you know what, Mr. Sage?
You're poisoning the conversation. And you know what? The first words out of your mouth has showed who you are. JR, boot him out of here. Get him out of here. We don't want this kind of infestation in this conversation. Either voluntarily jump out. JR, if you're here, get him out of here. I'm not listening to this garbage, man.
It's garbage?
That's garbage, man. I don't want you in this conversation.
Well,
that kind of
get dragged down.
This is not what Shed's Talk is all about. This conversation is about wisdom and black men who want to take power in America. If you're a black man and you're powerful already, then you don't belong over here. Go over here with the other powerful black men that are running the world by themselves. And you know what? You could be taken down just like Bill Cosby. So get the hell up on out of here. We're not listening to you.
So like one thing I want.
What the hell is wrong with you, man? If you come out here talking about what white people do, we don't give a goddamn about what white people do.
It's not about white people.
This is not a conversation of white people and what they do.
Anybody successful does this. Anybody successful, let's go with the people who are dragging them down.
Excuse me?
So Aaron.
Anybody who is successful, let's go to people who are dragging him down.
So Aaron.
We're not looking to drag you down. We're talking about your mentality and your ideas.
I'm not talking about you drag me down. I'm talking about I'm not trying to be in the same boat.
Aaron,
Ray down the street who's dealing drugs. I'm not in the same boat.
Aaron, this is the point, Aaron. This is the point we're trying to get you to understand. See, you're in the mentality that I'm gonna tell you this: if we have a plan, more Pookies and Ray Rays will come and be part of that solution. See, the Pookies and Ray Rays into game. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to eliminate the power that you have because rich people will not come because they're comfortable. So everything you said, your argument has no legs, bruh. So all you're doing is you derailing that when you had nothing to stand on. You want to move the goalposts and start talking about white people. This is conversation is not
keep on talking about white people. It's about people who are in power.
Hey, Aaron. I want to say this to you. Hey, Aaron. I want to say this to you right quick. I think you coming from a perspective of house ninja versus field ninja, and that's exactly how it's coming off. You will be considered the house ninja, and I will be considered the field ninja as a Pookie. But my thing is, you want. I see where you're going with this, but my thing is. Those Pookies and Ray Rays that you do not want to be a part of, let's take some accountability. How did they become Pookies, Ray Rays? Were those the men that's what you put yourself on a pedestal? You didn't take charge of your family. So that's the reason why we got Pookies and Ray Rays. If you really want to be honest, just to say, if you just want to discard all of your children, I'm not saying you per se. I'm saying the men that think like you want to discard all of your children that you let the state, that white man take care of and got us in this position. How are you going to lead anything?
You're going to lead the people who are willing to come. You're going to lead the people who are willing to come.
You're not willing to come.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Well, the thing is, that's obvious. We're going to lead the people who are willing to come. But what Mr. Lee is trying to say is that the reason why white people and the J people that begin with a J, because the algorithm will go crazy if I actually no name for real. The thing is, what I'm saying is,
let him derail this conversation. Do not let him take that the white people we was before he got up here.
Right.
We was focused.
What I'm trying to get
I
on
agree with
is
90%
we're
of what y'all
not
saying. I'm just
worried
saying we
about
gotta get rid
them.
of we can't.
We're
Hold
not
up.
worried about them because they're already in the seat of power. All those people, they're in the seat of power. So why concern ourselves with that? We got to get our act together, man. We know what we need to do.
Right, but I'm saying
we know what we need to do. It's just now it's about organizing it and streamlining our process.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is, what the streamlining the process is understanding where we're at. We're not as far back as we think we are. That's what I'm trying to say.
We are.
No.
Again, the black community is dead, dude.
I think you are, because if we're going to keep on comparing ourselves to somebody in the projects, and then with 57 to 60% of us are in middle class, and only 15 to 18% of us are in those positions.
You know what, Aaron? None of that matters. We're in a situation where none of that matters. None of that makes a difference. No one cares that most of us are in the middle class and only a few of us are at the bottom. Like Mr. Lee said, the ones at the bottom have the loudest voice. And those are the people who they plaster on television.
But you still can be affected by the same women that a Pookie can be affected by.
So Aaron,
I don't put myself in that
and
position.
concern ourselves with what other people are
We
doing.
cannot do this. See, this
guys. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I do not want this conversation to get derailed from where we were headed. So let's stay focused on the conversation. Aaron, if you want to be a part of this conversation, mute up and listen up. Other than that, you can bounce out if you're not, if you can't contribute, because what we're talking about is black men getting power. If you feel that you're already rich and powerful, then you don't belong in this conversation. You need to be in a different circle of men. If you want to be a contributor in this conversation, then you may have, just because you may have money doesn't mean a goddamn thing. There are a lot of black men with money.
I'm just trying to say
that a lot of black men with money, and they have not done a goddamn thing to move the black community forward or to have black people have power in America.
The Pookies and Ray Rays did, and Malcolm X, all the poor black men got us to where we at today, Aaron. It wasn't Michael Jordan. It wasn't nobody that was black that was famous. It was all of the poor black men and black women that got us to where we at now.
His argument power. Right now, we give his argument too much power that when we was on some type of structure and it derailed.
And Catherine had wanted to say something. I don't know.
Catherine, you want to say something? Go ahead, Catherine.
Yes, I just wanted to thank you for having me, because I know a few hours ago you were inviting women to be a part of the panel, and it was a very learning experience. It's an honor to be here among all of you gentlemen, even if everyone has different opinions. I'm sure that, it's going to remain respectful. And even though, as I said at the beginning, I'm not within the U.S. or I'm not, I'm not from the U.S., but I'm a Black woman and I have my father in the U.S., my uncles that I love, they're there. So Black people from other parts of the world really look up to you guys as the blueprint. And, I'm always honored to be in these spaces because I learn a lot. And if I'm able to contribute, I will always do it respectfully. What I was saying before about making sure we are surrounded by the right woman, it wasn't an intention to justify woman bad behavior. I was just saying it because I think it's also important to have positive representation of different type of women. I think sometimes, unfortunately, we don't really see that a lot. So that's the reason why I was saying that. But I definitely taken everything that you guys told me as well as a learning experience. Mr. Lee, keep up with the great work. You're inspiring. You remind me of my father. Whenever I see you, I feel like crying when I'm talking because I'm so inspired by you and what you're doing. And I really hope that people are able to understand what you're trying to do and come aboard with this project, because it can really start changing lives. Even if it's something that we will not be able to see in our lifetime, we need to start somewhere. So, keep up your amazing work, and thank you for having me. That's all. Bye, guys.
All right. Have a good afternoon. Thank you very much.
All right, Catherine.
Bye, guys.
Okay, so Logic, Mandrill.
Where
were we in this conversation?
Up, Mr. Lee, I want to sign up as your first soldier. Right now, I'm standing live on Lapeef Network. I'm signed up on your first soldier. You know what I'm saying? And now you got all my respect for this conversation as certified one of my elders. You know what I'm saying? And then now I would Aaron, you better tread lightly when you talking about.
Listen, I agree with 90% what y'all saying. I agree with like 95% what y'all saying. To be honest with you.
All right. Well, that's a good thing.
But it's that small part I
Let's
just
start with the
can't bring everybody.
90% or 95% that we see eye to eye with. I mean, one of the things that we have to stop doing is looking at how the situation may have existed and focus on what's our mission and what's our goal. And I'm sure, Mandrill can attest to that as a military man. When you set your your objective and your plan, you work the plan to completion. You take into account incidentals that might occur. They can cause you to make adjustments, but you still stay to the plan. And what we need to do as black men, we need to get to the point, like Logic has said in the scientific method. We need to really develop the hypothesis, get the research done, test the hypothesis, and execute the plan. And if we can do that, we will see success. Because one thing we know as black men, we are accomplished black men. There's nothing that we have put our hand to do in America that we have not shined once the door was open for us to execute. And all we need is one black political PAC organization to move forward, and it's going to be a sea change in America, and it's going to happen fast.
Hey,
Because one thing about black men, when black men see other black men succeed, one moment, when black men see other black men succeed, we jump on the bandwagon. We recognize leadership when we see it, and we know how to get together in that regard. Go ahead, Logic.
No, I got some homework for y'all, right? And it don't knock it. Just take time. It's open source. You can look at it on the internet. It's called the military decision making process, right? So now, don't be offensive for it because it's something that the military use. It's blueprints that's already out here. So just research the military decision making process and then compare it to the scientific method. It's a detailed version of a scientific method. And then this is how plans get enacted. And that's why you see Mandrell, he probably was part of, you know what I'm saying, the military decision because he was in the military. So these tools are here. We just got to be willing to accept it, do the legwork, go through it, and then kind of combine it with a scientific method, and then we'll come out with a solidified plan. So like what we'll do, Aaron, for the stuff that you say that exists during that military decision-making process, we'll find them nicks. It will be identified. But right now we just having a conversation, like Gerald like to say.
Right. And he's absolutely right. And Mr. Lee, just to piggyback off what you said, you're absolutely right. Once you stay to the plan, again, even with in my example, I was able, when we got to where we needed to go, I was able to make decisions to circumvent things here and there. That's why I was able to come back. Didn't lose one person. My whole team came back,
Thank the Lord for that.
Right.
God bless you, brother.
And
sure.
But again, at first looking at it, this is it. I'm not going
Looks
home.
like it was a one-way mission, and
that was it. It was a one-way. For me, it was a one-way ticket because I'm not going to ask other people to do something I'm not willing to do, And I just thought that was my place as leader, and that kind of mentality. Even when I got out of the military, that mentality led me on to be successful in other areas as well. And what made me pay attention to you is like the lady said, you remind me of my father and my uncles, because almost everything you said in the first time I saw you on Sage Talk, I missed the first broadcast, but I caught the second one, which made me go back and watch the first broadcast. Then I watched the rest of them since. My uncles used to say these things all the time, but then I used to ask them, well, why haven't you guys done anything to, rebuild? They're like, there's not enough people who are willing to get involved. you know, and that's the roadblock that they always saw. But then, you know, like I said, listening to you speak made my ears perk up. Then every time I watch you talk, I say, okay, this guy means business, because you had solutions and you had proposals. And when you sit back and think of them, those are actionable things that we can actually do. And they're different from what we're used to doing. Like I said earlier, we can't march anymore. We can't yell and make noise anymore. You can't riot in the streets. They know that. They know that playbook. And so they have the answer to that. We have to come at this from a different direction.
And that's animalistic behavior too.
Yes, exactly. And that's easy to quell down. It's easy to paint us as the bad guy, you know. And along this process, it's not going to be as hard as people think it is. I don't think, at least. But it's going to take competence. And for myself, even in the military, and after I left the military, I went and worked for DOD. Here's how low our confidence is. Like, I was always intimidated. But then when I got into something, I found out I'm like 10 times better than most of the people here. Right, you know? I went to work for DOD. I'm like, you guys are slow. In my mind, I'm thinking this, you know what I'm saying? I'm in these security briefings. I'm like, these guys are slow. You guys hadn't, I'm like, they hadn't thought of this stuff yet? You know?
But you see, one of the benefits now of YouTube, you know, like what you were telling me about your dad and your uncles, is that they were limited to their community.
Yes.
And the men in their reach. YouTube give us the ability to be able to reach brothers from different states, different neighborhoods, and even different countries, that we could come together, that think alike, and they can move in one accord. And this is one of the beauty, I think, that this whole YouTube situation is really creating for us as Black men, because what we're able to do is find Black men of like mind that are committed, that are focused, that are willing, that are disciplined, and that are willing to be a sacrifice themselves for the greater good, to rebuild the community and to build a new Black community with power in America. Because for me, this is all about power. I'm not here to make money. I know how to make money and I'll be all right. I'm here for power. I want to see, before I die, there were people that said that they would never see a Black president. Well, we already been there, done that. Before I die, and not to, the kosher clinician said before he left, he talked to a lot of brothers who are successful, and they don't think that they will see Black men rise to power in their lifetime. So they're just picking a woman here and picking a woman there and work with the woman that they can live with. Right now, I'm not about picking a woman. I'm about picking the right brothers to get together to make a move. And I want to make a power move. And we, with the right group of brothers, can come together and make that move. And the bag that we're going to get, let me tell you something. Power gets money, because everybody is attracted to power, and people want to give people with power money, and money gives you more leverage to execute and extend your power. All we got to do is break ground on this, and it's done.
And if you want to donate to Mr. Lee program, donate to that like button. I don't understand why. This is insane. If we was talking about twerking and man, Jake Prince was up here fighting and Aaron, the likes will be through the roof. If you want to donate right now, donate through that like button, because now that means to spread the voice, spread the message. Well, you might get somebody up here that's smarter than me. You know what I'm saying? But it's a role for everybody. That's why I don't want to degrade what Aaron was saying. But at certain stages, certain people have certain voice. You got special things about yourself, and then it will always play itself out. That's how men works. We sit back, we wait till it plays itself out. So y'all donate to that like button. This is insane. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lee.
No, go right ahead. Appreciate that, because
And I just want to say one thing to you, Aaron.
Minded.
I just want to say one thing to you, Aaron. Instead of looking at us like a divide, because we already divided already. That's why we're in the position that we're in today. Instead of looking at us like I'm a Pookie and you the man to be, No, we need to look at each other like we black men. Point blank, end of the story. We move as one.
Yeah, we're all equals here.
We all
There ain't no
equal.
rich, there ain't no poor, there ain't no whatever. We're not
Like I
making
was,
those distinctions amongst us. Not with what we're building. That you take that jacket and leave it at the door. When
Do
you
you, do
come
you,
in, you part of the program, or you're
do y'all
not
want to have
getting
a
in.
conversation, or yeah, are we going silent?
That's what DJ Jim and I've been raising his hand for like an hour.
Yeah, go ahead, DJ.
yeah. Hey, so Aaron, I get it. I get what you're saying. To a certain point, because I feel certain ways about certain things. But the thing is that what would you say would be the biggest plague? Like, I'm not trying to derail the conversation. There's a reason. But what would you say would be the biggest, like two of the biggest reasons or ailments of our society?
As black people?
Yeah, as black people
Well,
in America,
I think
like it could be global, but I want to just stick with in America right now because I'm assuming you're in America.
so. I'll say the biggest thing is right now at this very moment we don't control our own image, and part of what I'm saying is part of what I was trying to say. If the conversation was allowed, was that as a black man who is in the middle class, who is doing, just doing. I'm part of several organizations that try to help the community and all that stuff. But however, I don't want to be lumped in when I walk into a room, be lumped in with somebody who's not doing, like, for example, a drug dealer, right? Or a murderer, right? As this, or this, whatever stereotype people want to put in for black people of the lowest common denominator, right? But what I'm saying is we need to get rid of that image and let go of we got to let go of that part, right?
So we need
We need to concentrate on the majority. We need to focus our image on what the majority of us are.
Okay, so we need an attitude adjustment. We need to switch just the way we're perceived right now. What would you say would be the second biggest?
Well, you know what? Image, one moment. Let me interrupt you 1 second. What I would say to that is that our image will change based on what we do.
Right.
Our image will change based on what we do. We spend too much time talking about change as opposed to making change. And the one way you make change is by what you do. The Pookies and the Ray Rays that have gotten the image that they've created is because they've been actively doing what they do. And the other black men have been very quiet and not have done anything and said anything. It's time for us now to come forward and lead and take decision and move in a certain way where the world can see how other levels of black men move in the society. And it's going to be about what we do. Our image will change based on what we do. We're not going to have to tell people. Our image will change because of what we do. And the power that we get, those who speak against us will feel the wrath in some way.
Can I add
Make
on
people
to you, Mr.
pay
Lee?
when they offend us.
Can I add on to you, Mr. Lee? So
Say again?
I just want to add on to what you're talking about. So like I
Sure, go
agree
ahead.
with what you guys are saying. So character, like how we're perceived through society, whatever, like we might need to adjust a few things, whatever, so we can control our image. And then on top of that, poverty is like one of the biggest reasons on the reason that we act the way that we do. Everybody's trying to get a come up and everybody's trying to figure out how to come up. So that's one of our ailments. So I would say to anybody who's on part of the, I guess, what do you call it? The council. I'm just going to say council because I forgot what word you guys are using.
Sure.
The council, whatever. Like the thing is that our education doesn't teach us how to build wealth. Most of our problems come from money, right? So if most of our problems come from money, the guy wants what you got because you got something better, but he doesn't know how to get it. So he would rather take what you have instead of learning how to get what you have. So I
will say this: most of our problems doesn't come from money because black people are rich. Black people got more money than they think. You know why? Because that same family that's on welfare or Section 8 or whatever, they're buying $200 pair Air Jordans or whatever. They spend a
No,
whole lot of money on looking fly instead of
I'm
investing
not
the money
saying.
in getting somewhere. So
I'm
the
not. I'm
image
not
that
saying.
I understand what you're saying, but we can't make all the changes at the same time. And the
No,
people who are poor gonna have to stay poor for a while.
no,
Plain and simple. We have
I
to
agree.
lay foundations and make inroads into the corridors of power so we can execute at certain levels to get things that we need done. The poor, we can change programs to make sure those programs that them poor people are holding on to, it's the programs that keep them poor. They have generation of poverty, man. We need to take those programs away. What I would like to see for a program, you get on a program 1 year, period. Depending on your situation, 3 years. You can't be on a program more than in a 10-year period, you can't be on a program more than 5 years. Other than that, you outlive
I
your life
agree.
of the program.
No,
Program have to be limited because they have to motivate people to get off their ass and get to work. If I know I'm gonna get a check, I know people right now, and this was, I should say, not right now, but before, back in 2004, that was living in $1,500 apartments in Harlem, and they were only paying $275. And my rent was $1,100. Living in the same area where I live at. That's garbage, man. If you get that kind of subsidy, you should be like 100 years old.
No,
The only way
well,
you could get that kind of subsidy if you're like 100 years old. No young person, young man and woman under the age of 50 should be getting that kind of subsidy for a lifetime. That's garbage. That kind of poverty mindset is bred into us, and the government do that.
Yep, and
You
that's
want
not
to get out of poverty? Take away all of those programs, and people will get up off their ass and work. You know why? People from South America and Central America are walking across the border with nothing but what they got in their hand.
and that's a lifestyle. That's
And the
not
thing
an
is,
incentive. It's
all
a
right.
lifestyle.
And the
So
thing is, we
it's
can't.
go
And
to
here's the
Aaron,
thing.
right?
I gotta fight back on that.
Here's
No,
the
That's not
thing.
really like that.
No, here's the
hold
thing.
on. To go
We
with
can't
on
say
what
it's
you
not
said,
fair.
Aaron, this is what happened. I've been saying this for the longest. If y'all been watching me on Lapeef, Mr. Lee just said it, right? So now you lobby to enact and fix these problems, right? So that lower level that you're talking about, it won't exist on the masses like we'll see it. You'll start, because you know what I'm saying? You got to realize that all the Pookies and Ray Rays that you're talking about, they're created through what? These incentive programs. If you eliminate these incentive programs, guess what you'll do by default? You'll breed out these Pookies and Ray Rays and Keishas.
And also,
Because
like,
the incentive programs.
what I'd like to
Wait,
add
hold
is,
up.
give me a second,
The
Eric.
incentive programs.
Give
That's
me
not
one
the
second,
problem.
Eric. I got you after this, but we can't say it's not fair because we all know that school doesn't teach you about money. They don't. School teaches you how to be an employee. The rest you got to figure out on your own. Everyone else seems to figure it out, except us. We never bother.
And they don't teach you about power.
And you're right. And most of the people who did make it to the top never bothered to come back and teach us. Teaching people at the bottom or in the middle, you know. So the great thing about having this platform here on Lapeef, you have other Black content creators too, people who have this knowledge. Why don't we get them in and have them start YouTube channel teaching people about money, how to start? And well, like Mr. Lee said, people are gonna have to get off their ass. I was never. It's something that's in me now where I can't sit still. I have to be doing something. It's been like I've been treated. It's my upbringing. I remember being 13. I went to school with white kids in Alabama, right? I lived in an all-black neighborhood, but I went to school with white kids because that's what a better education was at the time. And so I asked my dad, well, the kids at school say they get an allowance. How about this? Can you give me an allowance? He's like, you want an allowance? Okay, give me a second. He leaves the house, comes back, and so he goes into the storage room. And then he pulls me outside. Hey, come outside with me. So, okay. He had the lawnmower and a gas can. He said, what I want you to do is go up the street, look for anybody's yard who needs to be cut. Knock on the door, tell them you'll charge them $10, $5 for the front, $5 for the back, to cut their yard. That's your allowance. You don't get. He said, no one gives you anything. You earn it. You want money? There it is. He said, you want money? There it is. And listen, I've been raised like I was raised like that with everything.
Absolutely. But one of the things and what you touched on is that they don't have to teach you about the economics in school. Economics really should be learned through your society, through your community, through business. But the problem is that we don't have any business in our community. All the business are foreign people. So all we do is consume everything. We don't have an uncle or a dad or a cousin that have a business that operates in our community that we can learn from, that we can see growing up. Because a lot of these things, when it comes to how to do business, you learn it growing up. You learn it from your brother. You learn it from your dad. You learn it from your uncle. You learn it from your aunt. You learn it from your grandma. These are things that used to be in the Black community back in the 60s and further back. They're no longer there now because integration, we took integration as, oh, we can go to the white man's store. We don't need the Black man's store anymore. Let's go over there. So that's the bigger part of our problem. I mean, obviously, a lot of us who are grown need to learn better financial decision-making abilities. But the main thing we need to go out and do first is we need to lay certain foundation. And one of the things that we lack is a political arm on how to make ways into getting the things that we want from the government for us as Black men who want to set up our community the way we see it, not the way the powers of B see it and would like it to maintain. Because in that way, we stay weak and powerless forever. So, Aaron, you wanted to add something?
Yeah. So, but part of what you just said, we do have businesses in our community. The difference is part of what I said before. Back is the image and part of the image problem we have. Right. We don't trust our businesses. Right. We don't. We like people say, oh, people be. People be also. Be, oh, okay. I'm sorry. People also will be overcritical of our businesses. Right. So when we go into a Black business, we don't want to go to a Black business anymore because we have this image that we are lower than. Right, we continue to have we keep on putting ourselves in the lowest common denominator of who we are. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
No, go ahead.
Wait, hold on. I gotta do something for my son real quick. Go ahead.
Okay.
But I want to say this real quick, Mr. Lee. Oh, okay, go ahead. I thought you finna go.
Go ahead, Jay Prince.
I want to say, this is what I said when I first started coming to the panel. That finance, basically, what we talking about is financial literacy. I said the thing is, with this individuality of I got the bag, you ain't shit. Since I went out there and worked, you need to go do the same thing. And I think that's not doing anything for us. This been my argument because I go preach this stuff around outside, and I be telling people, I'm like, man, I don't respect none of them, a lot of my Black men that's got money that made it. A lot of them I do not respect. I say it's always the brokest people that helped you out that will help you the most. Like when I think about all the Black people that's rich and stuff, it's a reason why they don't got holidays when they pass. It's a reason why. But when you think about Martin Luther King, Frederick Douglass, he didn't say Frederick Douglass was offered for them to free him and his family. He said, no, I want to free my people. He wasn't thinking just for him and his. If it wasn't for that mindset that Frederick Douglass thought about his whole community, his whole race, a lot of us won't be in the position that we're in today. It was those Pookies that got us to the point where a lot of us men that's doing so-called good now is the reason why you able to do the stuff that you're doing. So you need to be thanking Pookies. Because all of those dudes, they was like,
hold on one second. Jay.
My fault.
Frederick Douglass was not a Pookie. So don't make that association. He was one of the most educated Black men, if not one of the most educated men in America. So don't make that. If you're an advocate for the positive Pookie, I don't have a problem with that. I'm sure that there are positive Pookies out there. But we're not going to be concerned about the labeling of men. If you're a man and you want to be down and you can show the level of commitment and the ability to follow Because one thing we need is black men who know how to follow. One thing black men can't do, every black man want to lead, and not every black man is a leader based on what the project is. We're building a project, and what we're going to execute will require certain men to be leaders, and we're going to require certain men to be followers. And we're going to need a lot more followers than we need leaders to build a power base that we will need. So that's where we got to start from. Whether it's a Pookie or whether it's a billionaire. I don't give a shit. If you're a billionaire, write a check. Get at the back of the line. You ain't sitting at the front seat and you ain't sitting at the desk. Because your opinion, we know your opinion. You've been making it for a long time. And that's not where we're going. But if you think you want to support us on a quiet tip, support us on a quiet tip. We'll take your money and we'll use it for a better cause. And if you're a Pookie, hey, we need you for something, we'll find a place to put you if you want to be down. But if you're not usable, we don't need you. We don't care what you got. If you're not usable, we don't need you. And that's what we need. We need men that are usable for a purpose, not just men that is about self, their bag, and what they can get. We got a lot of brothers like that. We got a lot of sisters like that. And you know what we have? We still got a broke, black, powerless community. And every immigrant that comes to America rise up over us day in, day out.
Who?
OG Frost, go ahead, come with it.
Yeah, where we donate at? That's all I wanted to know. All this, all that other stuff ain't. They not listening to you. You don't say what you had to say.
It's coming. Stay tuned. It's coming. The seed has been planted. Stay tuned. It's coming.
What they going through? They not about that life. Them people ain't gonna do that. A lot of them just talking. They just want to hear themselves talk on TV.
I'm about to be one of the first. All right, so I just wanted to can I finish my point that I was saying earlier?
Hold on. Let the OG finish though. Let the OG finish.
Okay.
Oh, my bad. I thought he was done. My bad.
Mr. Lee, he forming his nights today. You want to be a knight, Aaron?
Say that again?
Do you want to be a knight?
I'm down with the cause anyway. I'm always down with the cause.
So if you want to be the knight, you know what I'm saying? Just go ahead.
Always down with the cause.
Look, hold up now. See, that's how niggas get their head cut off. Look, if you want to be a knight, I'm telling you, just look from experience, brother. What I'm saying is like, I done been on a battlefield in all the wars in the last 22 years, right? And you know what don't define a leader? Money. You know what don't define a leader? Strength. Because I'm telling you this, I done seen some of the dudes that I thought they was about their life, and then when the bullets started flying, you know what they did?
Fell on the ground crying.
They ran. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you something impactful. While I like these king talks and everything. I didn't see women pissing their pants when shit started going down because they're not made for that. They're not made for that. And like I said, look, if you start getting up here and you start acting like a woman, not talking about you, it's just like you pissing your pants because you get emotional over the foundation that Mr. Lee trying to present. Fall in line.
I've never been emotional on this panel.
Well, now you saying you ain't emotional, then you're emotional. Just fall in line, OG. You good. You ain't gotta say that. That was a generous statement.
Okay.
That was a generous statement. Just fall in line. And he'll lead us to the promised land. And then guess what? Everything will play itself out. That's how men worked.
And don't take everything personally.
I'm not taking it personally at all.
Like Mr. Logic, the reason why, honestly, Mr. Lee and Mr. Logic, quietly as I've kept it, though these are the two men who really inspired me to actually show my face online and join in these conversations, honestly. I've seen Logic on Lapeef countless times. And from what I observed is the guy's largely overlooked or underestimated, but real talk, he's a leader. And like Mr. Lee said, leaders recognize leadership. Men recognize leadership. And I think Logic was on that live with me when I was with Security Boss, and I was like, I can tell you right now, Mr. Logic was probably an outstanding soldier. He might have run into some problems here and there because the brainwashing of the military didn't take. So the nonsense And so the nonsense, it wouldn't fly with him. But he rose to ranks up to E8, I believe it was, Logic, right? And he was able to retire that.
Yeah.
You rose to that ranks because he also knows how to play the game. You know what I'm saying?
So,
and that's the way it is. You know.
Cool.
At any given time, Logic was probably one of the most, if not the most smartest person in the room. In a lot of times in his career, and I don't know anything about his career, but I see it because
But you
I've
know
been there
what? That's
myself.
something that we learn that the average man don't learn. Like the way we got to come through the ranks, that we have to be a follower before we even qualify to be a leader. So in our society, I mean, it's no rules, it's no moral codes, it's no net. Like I say, I haven't been to prison, but the reason I haven't been to prison because guess what? It was strong implications for me doing that. You know what I'm saying? I could have no. I'm not special. I was just in a system that if I did any of the stuff that people can overcome in the civilian world, I would have been. You know what I'm saying? I would have been done. But I still learned coming through. You'll learn how to be a follower, which by being a follower, it will prepare you to be an effective leader. But now, they in our society, they don't understand how to follow because society teach them to chase the bag, to do this and do this. They don't start out as a private.
And what they don't understand, another thing they don't understand is that leaders follow. For instance, like Canadian-born Nigerian there, he's been in IT 20 years. I can't tell him anything. I mean, what can I tell him? You put us on a project together. He knows way too much about Windows applications for me to sit there and try to tell him what to do. But however, with my knowledge of Linux, I might know more about that part of IT. And in that area of IT, he will follow me.
And that's the question I was about to ask you, Mondrell. That was the question I was about to ask Mr. Lodges, Mr. Sage, and Mondrell. The question I was about to ask, I think all men is leaders in their own in what they good at. Just like you had to, I was just about to say, one of them good at this, and you not good at that. Logic and you might be good at the military. I might be good at whatever the fuck. So and so might be good at that. So we all still could be leaders. My thing is, I will put people, if we is going to start an organization, I will put people in a position where they good at. Everybody got their role to play. Everybody can't play the same role. It's multiple roles. Everybody will have their own spot of what they are comfortable. Because when you good at something, you're more confident in it.
Jay Prince.
Hold on, let me say this right quick. Let me say this right quick, Mr. Logic. If Mr. Logic played football all his life, and I played basketball all my life, why in the hell I will put Miss Logic in a basketball position and put me in a football position? That's not going. It won't work. So we need to find out what people is good at.
What me and Mr. Lee was talking about like 30 minutes ago. That's why you establish a plan. By establishing the plan, by going through these baseline things, what you'll start doing is everybody have a position. This is life. Everybody have a position, and everything will come to fruition. You just gotta wait. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, if we finna do some graphics or something like that, that might not be your forte. But eventually it will get to the point where it'll be your forte. That's why you have to be a good follower before you can become a leader, because by following, you will see what everybody else doing. You might be better at what I do than what I do. It's just that you haven't had the opportunity. You haven't had the background. You haven't had the knowledge. You haven't had the experience. But being a follower, guess what you're getting from being a follower? Knowledge, experience. You get everything from the people who hold that wisdom.
And you know what, Mr. Logic? I think the word following triggers a lot of men with egos. I would say students. Because it's basically the reason why
I'm gonna tell you why.
We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna come in here and start changing the meaning of words. That's out there. That's out there in the community where no accountability stands. In here, black is black, white is white. Up is down, up is up, and down is down.
No, what I'm
Following. That's what you're gonna
okay.
learn to
We
do.
we gonna go
You're
with the
gonna
following
accept the
thing.
word, and you're gonna make it become a word that you understand in a positive way, and stop trying to change it to fit something to suit you, not you personally,
Right, I
Jay,
got you.
but other individuals that may feel some kind of way about the word following. Just like with women and the word
Submission.
Patriarchy.
submission. They got to get comfortable with that word because that's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
men,
Wait, hold on, Jay. Hold on, Jay.
you know what? Because when you become a leader, you're gonna want men to follow your orders.
Yes.
So
Hey, think about
unless
this,
you
Jay.
learn to follow orders, how you gonna accept somebody to follow you? It
Yeah,
doesn't make
but
sense.
what I was
So,
where I was coming
can I
from,
say something?
Hold
I
on,
just
Jay.
want to clear this
Hey,
up
let me
right
say
quick.
something real quick.
Where I
Hey,
was
Jay,
coming from,
let me give you something to think
Miss Lee,
about,
where I
Jay.
was coming from, where I was coming from, like if let's just say we in this now, we doing it now, and let's just say Miss Elijah is the leader. Okay, I still would be learning how he operate, and I'm going to implement. Let's just say if something happened, a great leader will want to teach his next soldier how to be better than him. Because if something happened to Logic, I need it. If I've been up under Logic, I need to replace Logic so I can teach everybody else. So this chain can keep moving. If I don't do that and he just remained the leader, if something happened to him, the camp over with.
No,
Because
That's
no.
what
Listen,
the thing
Jay,
is.
listen,
But the
Jay.
thing is, that's what
Understand
that's
this.
Jay, let me just say this one thing to you, Jay. Think about this, right? When you said the word follower triggers you, that let me know you're not prepared to lead.
No,
Because
I personally didn't get triggered by the word following. I
oh,
was just saying for a lot of people
in general, because that was
in general, that word follower, it was looked at with a bad connotation. You know, when you're growing up, like, oh, you just a follower. Don't be. Remember, our mamas always told us, don't be a
Well,
follower.
see,
You be a leader.
Hey,
We was
listen,
always raised that.
Jay, listen what I'm saying. I just right here before 329 people that said I will follow Mr. Lee. Right? Hey,
Right.
it went what it was. I said I follow JR. Now, do I feel I got some attributes that I'm better than JR in? Yes. Do I got attributes that I'm better in Mr. Lee in? Yes. But for the cause, I will follow Mr. Lee. Everything will play itself out. That's why, guess what? Them things I'm good at, you will be a project lead. And then by default, you will have followers. But at the end of the day, you got to learn how to follow. Yes, that's the problem in the black community. We take offense to words that actually build our society.
and
Yeah,
build
right.
our
but
And
character.
like
And you know
does
what?
follow means learning too?
Individuals,
Does follow mean
indiv-
teaching, being
yes,
taught, and learning? That's
yes.
what
As
I'm
a leader,
saying.
as a leader, you have to. A part of your job as a leader is to mentor the people under your support. Right. For instance, I was not always a team lead in the special forces. And the
Right.
Special Forces 8 and the Special Forces Alpha team is only 12 people. That's it.
Uh-huh.
Now, what they do is that's how we're so effective. There's only 12 people. You drop us in the country like when we got dropped off in South America. We bounced around 3 different countries. We were unsupervised, completely unsupervised, 12 men. And the way it works is I was a weapons sergeant. Anything from a shoulder powered RPG to a handgun. I also had to cross train into another MOS, which is a medic. That way, if we lost a medic, you got someone with knowledge of it who can pick up that job. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So
Mondrell, is it just like working a job? Is like when you go to a job, the workers is the followers, the supervisors is the leaders.
No,
It's the same thing.
it doesn't quite work. It doesn't quite work like that.
What
It's
he
like
just
this.
said, what he just said, special forces, right? They
Right.
all are the best of the best, highly trained, highly skilled individuals. And if they can follow, then for another man on the street to sit here and we on YouTube, niggas can't even follow on YouTube.
And
So
it's
I
just like it's just like
niggas to war.
and it's just like it's just like logic. It's just like logic and Mr. Lee have been saying. Everyone had a position to play. When it came to weapons and ammo, the rest of them couldn't tell me anything. That was my area of expertise, and it was expected of me to know what I'm talking about and know what I'm doing. And we trained with each other to the point where we didn't have to ask. We didn't even when we were out on an assault mission or what have you. We didn't have to talk to each other. We knew what we were supposed to do. I know where Mr. Lee is going to be at any given time. Shit gets thick. I know what Mr. Lee's going to do. I know his position. He knows mine. You know what I'm saying? And we all operate within our position. And we don't deviate. Now what the team lead does is he knows this. So his job is to delegate which position would be best in what area. Okay?
Mandrell,
IT is not
sound
going to
like
be
you haven't even
fit as a
ETS
cook.
yet.
Huh?
I said it sounds like you haven't even ETS yet.
It does, doesn't it? It's been a long time. But the thing is, that mentality, the structured mentality, has served me so well. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? Structure, order, and discipline. That has never left me. You know, it's kept me alive.
That's
So what's the
not
ultimate?
to cut you off, Mandro. That's something that as we establish and build this organization, it's going to be important that men understand that. And when you buck up against it, and if a trigger word like follow triggers you, we know you're not ready. Come back in 6 weeks, come back in 6 months, but you're not ready. You might be willing, but you still have some things inside of you got to work through. You got to get clear. So we're gonna there, like Logic says, going through the mythology of the process on how we're gonna execute is gonna sift through the different issues that men may have, so we can choose the right men for the right things that we need to get executed. The problem that we need to solve, the research and the hypothetical that we're gonna use, the hypothesis, to get done what we need to get done. Good men are going to rise to the top, and the men who are not ready will sink to the bottom. And we, the men of wisdom, are going to be the men of judgment on that issue. Wheezy, come with it. Wheezy baby. Am I
Yes, sir.
pronouncing that correctly? Go ahead. I guess you wanted to add something to the conversation.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on, Mr. Lee. I do appreciate you, and I do respect everything that you say, especially being a wise older black man. We need more of that representation in our community. But to piggyback on what Mr. Logic and Mandrell was saying, is that everybody wants to be a chief, but the Indian is where the power is. Being a good Indian, there is no famous chiefs, but there are a bunch of famous good Indians. Tonto, you just look at them. They have a bunch of good warriors. The chiefs, they not so much known. What you want to do is you want to be the best you can be, and that will translate throughout history.
Well, I think that's a good point. One of the things we have to learn as black men, play your position. I mean, brothers that play sports, they understand that. But when it comes outside of sports, we can't rationale that and put it into the perspective of executing and getting a plan done. And we really have to learn how to play our position and play it well and do it good.
Mr.
And we'll
Lee,
succeed as a group.
In Marine Corps boot camp, anybody who knows or went through or know, we can't say the word I, me, or anything that refers to you as an individual. You can't say that. You are no longer a person. You are no longer an individual. You are part of the group. So when you have to use the restroom, you have to say, this recruit has to use the restroom. We have to use the restroom. We all have to use the restroom, not just me. And this, that, and the other. So once we start to adopt the men, not the women, first the men. Once we start to adopt these characteristics within us, like Aaron, I'm so glad y'all got on his behind when he came in there with this like divisive talk. That's what y'all said the same thing I said. That's what we ain't. You get what I'm saying? Black lives don't matter until we all are one life. You get what I'm saying? It won't matter until we all are one. We are all African people.
And yeah, you're right. I mean, we all have to act as one, and that's why, like, people ask me, what's the difference between Army Special Forces and like Navy SEALs? I'm like, number one, Navy SEALs are just more popular. Their mission is just different. They go in, handle business, and they get out quick, right? We have to be able to do that as well. However, you take us, you put us in a country, give us 6 months, just 12 people now. Give us 6 months. We're running their economy. We're telling the president what to do. 3 of us have married 14 of their women. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it doesn't mean you don't have fun too. You know what I'm saying? And look, you're drunk all the time. Half the time you're drunk. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
hey, stop. You making us look bad. Telling.
I got a question from Mr. Logic and Montreal. All the people that was in the military.
It's true. 3 of us have married 12 of their women.
I'm gonna give you some. I want to say something to you, Jay Prince, because you know what? I fucks with you. Yo, first met you, I looked at you. What the first thing I did? I dropped my number in the back chat and said, "Give me a call."
Right.
It's been a month. I'm still waiting that phone call. But look, let me say this. All right, but think about this, right? This is what I want you to understand. Just because somebody declared a leader in warfare, and I don't want to take it to the military, but you can use good analogies with military. Who wins the Medal of Honor? A lot. It's not generals. Generals don't win the Medal of Honor. You want to be honest? Generals don't even get the limelight. It's the people who follow the generals. Just because you're a follower doesn't mean you're not a leader. It just means that that individual, you know what I'm saying, you don't lead that individual. You can be a follower and still be a leader. That's how the structure works. And a lot of times, if just to use this as an example with Mr. Lee, he's the head, and then you one of the knights, right?
Right.
You will get more glory than Mr. Lee gets. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Right. I understand the I don't mind being a follower, because I know sometimes you got to follow to become a leader. I just want to ask y'all something real quick though.
Wait. I want to
think the conversation is good for the audience.
Yeah,
I was speaking for a lot of people that got a problem with this.
Hold on, wait, Jay Prince, because even though I'm talking to you, I'm talking to the bigger audience.
Right. Okay.
So, but hold on.
I want to ask y'all a question.
Yeah. Goddamn.
Right, let me just ask this right quick before I forget it, Logic. It's gonna be real quick. If we do start this,
nigga, I'm older than you.
Because I've been thinking about this.
Go ahead.
I think right. If we do start this organization, right. I think I would suggest that this will be a big thing. Every black man that joined the organization, from black men to black boys, need to take up some type of martial arts, military training, to install some type of discipline, to install the confidence of knowing how to protect yourself and protect the ones that can't protect themselves, like children and women. And respect for one another.
Hold up. You're going by it the wrong way. Like I said, it goes through a process. So when it goes through a process, right now it's simply he threw out the idea, right? So now we'll wait on Mr. Lee to come with pieces of that scientific method, the observations, all that different stuff like that, whatever methodology he want to use, and then you will see, you will fall into your place. You will get your medal. Mr. Lee ain't gonna get no medal. You will get your medal. Trust me. And all you got to do is just sit back and just wait, because let him put together the plan. Let him implement it. And then now when that plan start coming to fruition, what you'll see is you'll be like, oh, that's me, Mr. Lee. And then you'll be on the panel and you'll be leading the conversation. Goddamn Logic think he's smart, but guess what? I'm going to be listening to Jay Prince. But when it come to like martial arts and I'm competitive level 4, so you know what I'm saying? I could goddamn choke the shit out of you, goddamn Jay Lee. I'm playing, bro. I'm playing. That's a joke. Wait, it ain't a joke, but it's a joke. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I will try you. I'll give you a try. But
Okay,
I really
Aaron.
think we need that though. Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
No, I was going to say, Aaron, you have something to say? You want to contribute?
Yeah, well, a lot of what you guys were saying was exactly what I was saying earlier. I just think you guys kind of misconstrued what I was trying to say. But
Not a
uh, I,
problem. Not a problem.
yeah, so I think one of the things we also got. I agree 100% about leading and following. And I think one of the things we got to understand is when you are following, you have to understand what the goal is, the ultimate goal. And so the question I have for you, Mr. Lee, is what do you see this organization doing 50 years from now? 50 years from now, what's the ultimate goal? What is what will be the ideal position we will be in as a result of our
Well,
efforts?
one of the things, strategy is part of my background. And one of the things that I don't like to do is telegraph. The fact that what we are planning is out to the degree of where the organization is going and what is the 50-year game plan. That's not something that we're going to publicize, because one of the things we have to understand is that there are always those who have far more technical ability, sophistication, and leverage of power to be able to either infiltrate or subvert. So what we have to be able to do is, that's why I said having a close-knit body of men who would do the leadership part. That group has to be a very centralized group. The other men who will be working the other levels, information will be delegated on a need to know basis on what you need to execute your operation. So from this level of the conversation, I'm not looking to talk about what I would see 50 years from now. That's going to be a further plan to be developed. And what I would say with that is, as goals are met, reached, and achieved, there will be more growth to the outlook, whether it's 50 years to 100 years. But we need to achieve certain goals along the way before certain things can come into fruition for us to build upon. And right now, the short-term goal is to get the organization established and funded. That's the immediate goal.
And a second thing, I just wanted to finish that. I know it's probably a while ago, but I just wanted to finish my answer to DJ's question because I didn't get a chance to finish that.
Sure.
What I was saying was about the image. The reason why I say image is important is because it developed. It's kind of like the basis of a lot of things we're talking about in terms of in a lot of these conversations we have, right? Now, it goes everything from the business to how men and women are interacting with each other, right? If we have this image if we have a low level image of ourselves, then we always kind of like put ourselves to the lowest common denominator. That would mean that like every time you have somebody who is a good man coming in front of a good woman, then she could take him as a good man at face value, versus how it is now when we have a bad image of ourselves. When a woman sees a man, she thinks of him as the lowest common denominator, and when a man looks at a woman, he's thinking of her at the lowest common denominator. We need to get rid of that. Second thing,
part of ahead,
and then also same thing when we go to our businesses, right? When we go to our businesses, people automatically, a lot of times in Black people's minds, they automatically think, "Oh, this is a Black-owned business. Oh, this is gonna." We already know something ghetto is gonna happen here, right? Versus if they go to the same white restaurant down the street, they're not thinking that, right? We need to get rid of that. We need to get rid of that mentality in our minds of that we're at the lowest common denominator, and kind of like have a more suitable self-image of ourselves too. So that's the second part of the question. So it's the image of a public, and it's the image that we view ourselves. And so that's kind of why I was trying to get at Mr. Logic earlier about whenever he brings up Black people, he kind of looks at us at the lowest common denominator in terms of what he's saying about us.
Well, I would say this. The image aspect of how Black people are perceived and how Black people think of themselves come from one source: the marketing of society. Society has marketed Black people image universally throughout the earth to us here and abroad. I think one of the things that we need to do as we continue to develop our organization is to have a marketing arm to develop the positive image of Black men in the same time. So that can be done. And that could be done in stages and in steps. But I tell you one thing that I think will change the image of Black men very quickly is the success of Black men achieving at power levels. We know how to make money. There are Black men that are worth $100 million. That's a lot of goddamn money. There are Black women that are worth $100 million and more, and billions. So on an individual level, we know how to achieve. The one thing we have not yet to really do is to achieve from a power base.
And I'm gonna say,
And that's
okay,
something.
I want to. Can I address him? Right. Look, if what I was saying is not true, I can put together a quiz right now over true Black excellence, and you will fail. I can put together a quiz on Pookie excellence, and you will pass. So if what I'm saying is incorrect, right? If I ask you right now, who is Cardi B husband? And be honest.
Cardi B husband or Cardi G Woodson?
Cardi B.
Oh, Cardi B husband? Cardi B husband, what? What's the dude from Migos? One of the dudes from Migos.
All right, so you know who is Beyonce husband?
Jay.
Who is the mayor of Atlanta?
I know when I was there, Shirley Franklin. I don't know who the mayor is right now.
Okay.
Andrews.
Okay. So what I'm telling you, right, is if I do a quiz on Black excellent and Pookie excellent and put it in the chat, which one would get the most votes? I mean, the most correct answers. The Pookie quiz or the Black excellent quiz?
But that's part of what I'm saying, though.
No. Wait.
But that's part of what I'm saying.
Because I listen to you answer my question. Which one will get the most correct answers? The Pookie quiz or the Black excellent quiz?
Pookie quiz, probably. Yeah.
Okay. So now, if the Pookie quiz get the most answers correct by a collective of Black people, what is our problem, brother?
The problem is, even though they may get the quiz correct, they're not living that. They're not. The majority of us not living that life.
Listen. You see, that's why we can never get past that one. See, just
that goalpost.
Sheer knowledge of it, right? The sheer knowledge that we know, and Lakeisha Lance Bottoms is not the mayor of Atlanta. All right, so now you failed the Pookie quiz. You see, but I guarantee he know Offset is Cardi B husband. But what I'm telling you, just think about this deeply, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you say it's not our culture because it's not you, I'm with you. But I'm telling you the impact on Black people, the impact on Black culture that Pookie, Ray Ray, and Keisha has is immense. And even though you might not be living that lifestyle, you still play in it. That's all I'm saying.
All right, cool. What I'm saying is, though, but don't you think that when we bring up like, for example, we was on the panel together a few weeks ago about affordable housing, right? And you were saying that every Black person lives in the hood, or most Black people live in the hood. And what I'm trying to say is,
I said, like, and y'all don't listen to what I say. I said, in the metropolitan areas around the cities is where most Black people stay. Around the cities in metropolitan areas, and they be trying to bend my words, you know what I'm saying, on the people, stuff like that. I said, in metropolitan areas, in all these cities, you will see the majority of Black people. Now, in the metropolitan areas, what you have all the problems, and Pookie and Ray Ray's reign supreme.
I don't think they necessarily reign supreme. They don't. But I'd say, but they're the most. We pushed them to the forefront as visible as it, and visualize them the most.
If we do that, then they're supreme.
But that's our problem. That's our fault.
And that's what I'm saying.
And that's what we're talking about.
Right. But what I'm saying is, but you're saying what I'm saying is, because I'm saying is when you bring it, when you go on these panels and when you say, yo, well, this chick is using the system to get diapers, or whatever, or they're on welfare when majority of us aren't on welfare. Now you're trying to make it seem when you say that, you say that majority. You always speak to us like or most of us are in the projects or most of us are in the hood. You put that kind of you put that into the atmosphere. Then the majority of people
majority
that
of
adds
our
to it.
women leverage the system. See, you get triggered by certain contexts that I bring forth. But my overall message, and I said it plenty of times, our women leverage the system against men. That's what I said.
Okay, but that's every race, that's every culture, that's America.
No, it's not.
And there you
No,
go.
it's not.
You move the goalposts again because I don't care about over there. But even if you keep it there, your argument is still incorrect. Most races don't do that.
70% of people on welfare are not black or white people.
Okay, 7%, right? Now, how many everybody else is it in the United States? Black people is what?
13%.
How many black people in the United States?
13%. 14, I'm sorry.
What's the exact number?
14%.
I didn't say percentage. What's the exact number of black people in the United States?
I don't know.
Okay.
I think you said 45 or something like that last time.
When you making stats like that, saying that 7% of white people is on welfare, look at how many white people it is in the United States in comparison to how many black people it is, and look at the percentage of black people in the United States that's on welfare compared to the percentage of the other races on welfare, and then you would have ate your own argument.
It's still not the majority of black people, though.
Oh my!
Nowhere near the majority.
One of the things I think, Aaron, I think one of the things that we're attempting to do in this conversation is for black men to take leadership in the black community and set up opportunities for us to open gateways of power in America.
Right.
Getting into the minutia of individual perspective of any percentages of how much Pookieism and Keishaism represents in the community is an irrelevant conversation at this point. That is the type of conversation, hear me out, that is the type of conversation that keeps us going in circles like rats. Never able to get to the point where we can deal with the bigger things that affects us as a whole.
Right.
We're busy talking about, let me tell you something about the image of black people. Only black people can change the image of black people.
Yes.
And what we're talking about today, right now,
Mr. Lee,
if we can execute it over the next several months and by the next election, we will begin to change the image of black people. So the things that you're concerning about and you're raising right now is an irrelevant conversation. And it's really unnecessary because it takes away a lot of time away from productive things. The things that you're talking about is wars that have been waged against us to create the statistics that we're arguing about with regard to the perception of black men or black women. The only way those perceptions will be changed is if black men takes initiative to change it. We're talking about making those changes. So the conversation is not about the least of us, how our image is, or the rich ones of us. We're talking about men who want to come together to make change in America for black people. Period.
I agree
rich
with you.
people want to. If rich people want to contribute, cool.
So I agree with you on that. What I'm saying is,
Ray want to contribute, cool. There's a place for everybody on this mission where we're going, but they're gonna have to take their turn when their turn comes. Right now, we're laying a foundation. There's no need to talk about the image of black people.
Aaron, let me
We
answer this
know
right quick.
what the image of black people are, and that's what we're looking to fix.
Go ahead.
Hey, Lee.
cool.
Hey, Lee. Let me ask you something right quick.
Can you rebut that real quick? Hey, Mr. Lee, I agree with you 100%. What I'm trying to say is, how can we properly do that if we don't? If the people in the organization themselves don't think to highly, don't don't have a proper That argument is mute. He said everything that he needed to say. Mr. Lee said exactly what Hey, hold needed up, to be hold up. said. Let Now me to finish what I'm piggyback saying, off of dude. what he Hold was up, saying. hold
Hold
up.
on,
I'm
please.
trying to finish. If we're gonna, and I'm totally on board with what you're saying. I'm just saying that if we're gonna properly help people, we have to properly know we have to properly gauge where everybody's at, right?
No, we don't. No, we don't.
No.
Hey, Lee, can I ask you something right quick?
Let me explain to some. Let me explain something to you. Everything will be handled in phases, and the phase for where that mission will be done, that mission will get done. We're beginning phase 1. They're at phase 10. Chill out on that part of the conversation.
Hey, Lee. One thing I like about this conversation when we talk about leadership and stuff like that. And you're right. I will look at you guys like leaders, but I will look at JR and Anton them like the CEOs. The reason why I would say the CEOs, for one, they let us have this. Leaders let CEOs, bosses let other people lead or whatever. What I'm trying to get at is like the censor. When Anton them talk about censorship, is very powerful. And like when the discourse that you and Aaron had earlier, I'm kind of glad that he didn't leave and he didn't get dismissed, because for one, we don't got this organization put together. We've been living in this mind state forever. It's just now that we coming in, we trying to do something about it. So I think it's in the beginning, yes, we're going to have a lot of discourse because we've been living in one way for so long. So when we hear something different, it's going to have this type of discourse. But that non-censorship also applies to Pookies. By you saying to leave the Pookies, basically the people that's beneath what you consider on your level, that's kind of censoring them as well. You saying like they don't got no voice and they can't contribute to what this organization would need, and that's kind of censoring them as well.
No, what you're right now, what you
That's
is,
not what I said. That's not what I said.
Hey, Prince, right now, you're triggered.
No, I'm not triggered. No.
Hold up. I'll let you finish. Hold up. Just wait.
Okay. Go ahead.
You still triggered by that following word. And that's why, hold up. That's why your conversation, your argument you keep coming with is, what place do I have?
No, you wrong, Logic. Let me clarify myself. You wrong, Logic. What I was trying to say, what I was saying is, like me, I don't mind if we get in this organization. I don't mind following, because for one, I don't know it all, and I don't got all the answers. So if you got all the answers, you damn right I'm gonna follow you to get to this one goal. You damn right. If Lee got all the answers, I'm gonna follow. So it's not that I'm triggered. What I'm saying is, when we talk about censor, what I brought up, like I look at Anton them as the CEOs of this thing. You know, they gave us this platform, and he put leaders on the platform. He got. I'm gonna say, I don't want to disrespect nobody. From he got you, Lee, Mondrell, the 3 leaders, and y'all got some type of information that can probably lead us to the direction that we needed to go.
No, but what I'm trying to tell you is nobody declared nobody a leader. What we said is, I just told Mr. Lee, I like what he's saying, and I'm going to follow it.
Me as well.
Hold up, wait, hold up. Not one time did you see Mr. Lee declare himself as being a leader. He did not.
We chose. No, he did not. He did not. I guess you missed what I'm saying, Logic. What I'm saying. I'm basically talking about the censoring when we was about to censor Aaron, because he came with a different. Even though it's not moving in the it's not moving in the direction we trying to go. But I don't think it would be a good idea to cancel some people out, because clearly he's still here. We got a better understanding, and now he bringing more contributions to the conversation.
He clarified himself earlier.
Jay, let me say this. He's here because he subjected himself to the will. There's not going to be confusion. You're saying that there are people going to come who are not going to understand the mission, and they're going to create confusion for whatever their input might be. No, they're not. because they're going to be kicked out. See, I'm a very single-minded person, and I'm a focused-minded man, and I don't take confusion like that. So whoever is going to bring confusion, silencing Aaron, I wasn't going after what he was saying per se. I was checking him here because he's got to adjust his mind on one point. Either you in the right way or you not, period. He made a decision that I want to be in. I'm going to shut the hell up and listen. So he did what he was supposed to do. And he's come around to see the broader picture. If you want to run your mouth and you think you know where you're going, get the hell out, because you don't know what the hell is going on yet. And for brothers that think that way, they're going to have to wait. They're going to have to wait a long time until their mind come around to the right way of thinking. And for those brothers whose mind don't come to the right way of thinking, they're always going to operate on the fringes. And we're going to leave, there's some men that's going to be left behind because they're not going to be to the benefit of what we're trying to build. And I'm not trying to bring everybody. I'm moving with a core. Like Mandrill said, he's got 12 men on his team. They could go in and take a city. That's the way I'm looking to move. Execute, surgical, precise, and to the objective. I'm not looking to bring everybody. Once we get certain things done, we'll go back and bring in a new team, build them up, and they're going on a different mission. And the mission that your team may be on may be another mission a year from now. I don't know what that mission is going to be. But if you're going to be on the team now, you're going to have to contribute to the work now. That's how we're going to move.
And that's how quietness is kept. That's how America runs other countries from the backside. You have this. You have, and each special forces team is dictated to operate in certain countries or continents. You have third group, they operate in the Middle East. Seventh group, which is mine, South America. Yes, the whole continent. Okay. Third group, Africa. Yes,
Hold
the
on, you
entire
talking
continent.
much, man. Some special forces guy gonna get mad at you, man.
Yeah, they're gonna get. Yeah, they are. I've gotten
Right.
calls about it before. You know, when I was
Hey,
I've gotten calls
just say
about
that
it before
they got
too,
a special
man.
mission for a special reason. Nigga, you didn't talk to them. You ever say what every SF group represent?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go too deep into it, but like I said,
He up here giving up.
no, like I said, you give us, you take one A team, one Alpha team, one A team, stick them in any country on the planet.
Too much information.
Give us 6 months. we're running their economy. We're telling the president what their businesses are supposed to do. We're marrying the women. I mean, look, it is what it is, and like Mr. Lee said, it's surgical. This is how it's done. Everyone has to be on the same page with that mission. You know what I'm saying? With that mission, our team is doing this. Another team is somewhere else doing something else. We don't know what they're doing exactly, but they're doing.
Can I interject for a second?
You know what? 1 second, Weezy. You know what this conversation has demonstrated? That we have disciplined men ready to be put to work in Black America.
Yep.
Go ahead.
The tools are already in place. It just
you just blew me though. You just blew me when you said African though. That's kind of blew me because those people look like me.
Okay, yeah, you get triggered again, Jay. I'm gonna need you to. Hey, Jay, I'm gonna make a list of Jay trigger words. African followers.
Yeah, like
if you get my number,
because I'm thinking like, how the hell do these black men allow that? But okay, I ain't gonna go deep into it.
And also, one last thing.
That's following leadership. That's taking orders. That's where you got to get to. See, Jay Prince, logic is right, man. There are words that trigger you. Certain operations trigger you. You need to be brought up to the level where you understand the dynamic. And what we're talking about is how leadership operates.
No, when I say after,
you may have to make a move on the Pookie, and when we give you that order, you got to carry it out. Now, you ready for that?
Yeah, of course. When I was talking about when Madrell said they controlling Africa, I want to talk about the soldiers that's in Africa. I was talking about Africa being controlled by America. That's what really kind of rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, you have that one is a round robin tournament. That Africa is a round robin tournament between the United States, the United Kingdom, and China. Okay, that's what it is. And also, I want to add this.
And the French on
And
the
the French. I also
on the
wanted to add this. Guys, I want this is to the greater audience of the chat. Really, for men who are interested, don't get so tied up in being in charge of something in leadership. Myself, I'll tell you, for me, I was pushed into leadership because other people saw me as one. I never wanted to be one. I never wanted to be in leadership, but I was told that that's what made me the best candidate. Also, from my experience, what I've learned from dealing with geopolitics and talking with other people and meeting actual world leaders is that, let me ask you this. Who's the most dangerous person in any organization? The guy at the top, the boss, his number two, or who down the line?
The
Go by
soldier.
numbers. Who's the most dangerous?
The foot soldier.
No, it's the number two.
No, it's the number
At
two
any
man.
given time, it's the number two guy who's the most dangerous.
The brain of it.
Even in chess, it's the queen. The queen is the most powerful. I didn't say she was the most important, but the most powerful, the most dangerous. Because of this, at any given time, yeah, you'll meet with a world leader. Yeah, you will meet with the guy in charge. But we always did business and ironed out details with the number two. Now, the number two is the most dangerous because he can go tell the boss whatever. He can tell them partial story, the whole story. But at any given time, the number two knows everything that's going on, including what the number one knows.
Okay, now my drill. Let me ask you a
And
question.
he
to that.
relates the orders to the team,
To the team, the
men.
foot soldiers, exactly. That number two guy is the most dangerous in any organization.
My drill. With that being said, when you say women on the chessboard, the queen is the second most, the most dangerous, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, when we was talking about how we operate in America, how our women uses these systems against us. Now, if we thinking about this from a chess perspective, do you believe that they took our women? You know how you cross over the other board?
Oh, I know you go. Absolutely.
Our women is not our
Absolutely.
women per se, but the system is used. So they actually technically we need to be not looking at them like a buddy of friends, but we need to be looking at them like an enemy in a game of chess. Am I right?
I'm gonna drop something real fast, man. Now y'all listen and y'all listen closely. What piece is the most utilized piece on the chessboard?
The pawn.
Nah.
No.
The most utilized piece.
Oh, okay.
The most utilized piece on the chessboard. Because the pawn is going straight.
I see the knight.
Because the queen get to move all around.
The queen is the most utilized piece on a chessboard.
That's how it is with black women.
Queen cover, she's the most utilized pieces on the chessboard. And because she's the most utilized piece, she's the most vulnerable piece.
And look at what happened in real life.
And they use our women against us.
Let me let this point on, right? So now, whoever control the usage of the queen in any society
controls the society. I go ahead. My bad, Logic.
If you can finish my words, you say I shut the fuck up.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm just saying.
What I was saying is anybody that if you can get the woman, you got the nation.
Well, see, here's the thing. Look at what happened in real life. The feminist movement was allowed to piggyback off the civil rights movement.
If you have the woman,
to
you have
boil
the
it
chance.
down. But then our sisters, for whatever reason, listened to that whole male oppression, male patriarchy speech.
They not our sisters. What we really saying.
And and they drank the Kool-Aid.
What it come down to, we're going to just be real. What it come down to, by the systems in place, they condition our women, and our women is not forced to go against us no more. They're doing it willingly.
Well,
Anytime at that point, they are in a game of chess.
in the game of chess, if you supposed either you on my side or his side. It's not no two sides. In what they've been portraying in real life with our women, they've been on the government side against us.
Well, what I would say is this, right? Using the game of chess as you guys have laid out. The queen never changes sides. Even when it's captured, it never changes sides. So if you get a soldier on the back line, you can exchange it for a queen, and now you have a queen on the back line, and you can destroy everything back there. The problem is when they came to our women to betray the nation, they accepted the deal. They did not stay rooted as part of the nation that they were part of. So we have to deal with
Which
that
is
as the
called
situation lies today. Our women are
treason.
playing two sides of the fence.
Yes.
They're playing a power game to have power in the community, which means having power over us. And they're leveraging using the power of our oppressor to keep us down because that's the only way they can maintain their power.
And Mr. Sage, can I ask you a question, Mr. Sage?
Nowadays they breeding their babies.
Mr. Sage,
Nowadays they breeding their babies to get rid of us.
Mr. Sage, I want to ask you a question. Like, why do you think that is? Like, what's the background
Why do
behind
I think that is?
Yes.
Well, I think the game of seduction is a very alluring game. And seduction comes in many ways. We know seduction as a woman seducing a man. That's the most common form of seduction. But the seduction that was played for the woman is, how would you like to have power in America? She was
Hey, Weezy, mute your mic. Weezy need to mute his mic because you got background player. All right. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee.
Sure. Our woman was seduced for power. And unfortunately, they were not. See, if they were really about the black struggle, what they would have did, that they would have been more seductive, or what they would have been a better charmer than they were being charmed. They would have actually taken the trinkets and came home and delivered it to the men so the nation would have power as a people. But what they did was they took the bait. They took the power opportunity and then they turned their back on their men. Because black women can't say that they were oppressed by black men anywhere in the history of America that they can think of. So they can't use that as a realistic argument.
But
So
can I
the
ask you a
fact that
question
they're
about
using
that too?
one moment. The fact that they're using that as an argument shows that they have took the bait completely and have allowed themselves to be drunken with the wine of power, as you might say. And now they're spewing out things that white women have said against white men. White men have always had power from the establishment of America.
Right, but can we also talk about the effects of slavery and how that's impacted women in our culture?
No.
I mean, because think about it.
Let me
like,
say this. Hold on one second.
Let me say this. I'm not even trying to be a hotep. Mr. Sage,
hold on.
Mr. Sage, I just got the microphone. Can I say something?
One moment, please. But
Mr. Sage,
you have the microphone by my by my grave.
Chill out.
Huh?
Chill out, bro.
Microphone by my grave.
Me?
Yeah, you see him talking. Chill out. Just have some respect.
All right, I didn't mean to disrespect them. My apologies.
But that was real disrespectful. That's what I'm saying. Just chill out.
That wasn't my intention. I apologize.
Not a problem. It's your first time in the chat on the panel. In any event, we're not here to drug up old stories as to the reasons as to why. That conversation has been had 1,000 times over. We are moving on a mission. Either your mind is with the mission or it's not. It's that simple. If you want to talk about slavery, I'm sure there are other channels where you go talk about that. We're not talking about slavery and the effects of slavery here. We already know what the effects of slavery is. You can look out your window, you can look on your TV, you can look on the news, you can look anywhere in America and you can see the effects of slavery in Black America. That's not the conversation over here. We already know what that is. And we're not going to make excuses for the behavior of either the Black woman or the Black man. That's garbage. I'm not accepting that either. So if that's where you're coming from your point of view, you can excuse yourself or you can sit tight, one or the other.
No, that's not where I'm coming from at all. I'm not saying that it should be excused. Like by no means, but what I'm also saying is that we come from
a culture where our families were torn apart from one another. So like these traditions and these things that we have come from a position that's been inherited where it's like we don't have that stability. So I would assume that these things have a different cultural meaning to us compared to if you were to say like a black person. I mean, not a black person, excuse me, a white person. You know what I mean? Like they didn't have to experience their family tradition being broken apart. So you have different last names.
But we know that.
You know what I mean?
Hey, we know that already. So what's your point?
My point is that as much as we say that, okay, we're on a mission. Okay, we're doing this for the culture. That there's certain mainstays.
No, we're not doing it for the culture. I'm not.
As a whole, we're doing it for the culture. Like I really don't want to split hairs here.
I'm doing it to raise black men into the position of power. What we decide to do with once we get the power is what we will decide. I'm not doing this for the culture.
Black men are part of the culture, though.
Black men are gonna have to change their mind and their perspective. Those who will come on this mission.
But black men are part of the culture, though, correct?
I'm sorry?
Black men are part of the culture, though, correct?
What culture are you referring to?
The African American black culture / black culture, right? Like,
okay,
we comprise that. Like a white man can't do that, correct? So,
okay.
like, I'm not.
I don't understand what you're trying to intimate.
That was given to us, Saint.
You said the black culture was given to us. The black culture we perpetuate willingly.
The culture that you trying to reference, that's not the culture that we need to be following. That's the culture that was forced upon us. What we talking about now is creating the original black culture where we supposed to be as black men, and not following up under what everybody done taught us what we should be, or from the pain and the hurt that we went through slavery. We're not going to adopt that culture no more.
Right, the culture that we have
that culture already.
Thank you, Jay Prince. The culture that we have is a survival culture. What we see today as black culture is what we have done to survive in America. What I'm talking about is building.
Okay, and
something
I understand what you're saying.
Different.
But I'm coming from it from like a psychology perspective. Like we have to understand the problem and understand the different areas that it affects in order to
you know what psychologists do? They talk a lot of shit and get nothing done. We're not dealing with psychology over here.
Right. Yeah.
You think so?
You could treat the wounded. Right now, we're on a mission.
Right.
You could treat the wounded.
But in order to be on the mission and execute it effectively, don't you have the right strategy? You have to know exactly what you're attacking.
No, but what you're doing, brother.
What we're attacking.
What am I doing, Logic? Tell me.
Hey, brother, what you're doing is what he's trying to explain to you is you're trying to take us back to situations we already overcame. So now, if you listen to what we're saying, I don't know what part of his life you came in at, but we're not talking about physical slavery because physical slavery don't exist no more. What we're talking about is breaking the chains of mental slavery. So that's what. So unless you're talking about mental slavery in 2001, part of his life. Well, hold, wait, just let me finish though. Unless you're talking about mental slavery as it exists in 2021, you're derailing the conversation because we don't have no chains on our legs.
No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying I'm coming in here as a physicist. I'm saying I'm coming in here as a psychologist. We could talk about attachment styles. We could talk about hypergamy, which is like parental investment theory, so on and so forth. Like these things.
No, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. That's another channel. We're not. I understand the examples and what you mean, but what I'm saying is the conversation that you're talking about right now is a conversation that we might have 3 years from now. It's not necessary at this stage. It's not necessary. You don't talk about the roof when you're putting the foundation in the ground.
But the foundation would be your
trust.
mental, is what I'm saying.
Say again.
The foundation would be your mental. No, like wouldn't the roof be the things that you've earned in life, like your job and your income and stuff like that? Like your foundation is what's going on in your brain, your mindset.
Well, right now, what we're talking about is obtaining power. What we're talking about now is obtaining power, real power. Black men obtaining real power in a real way. Okay.
But shouldn't you have power over yourself?
We already got that.
Like master yourself.
We already have that.
Not everybody has that.
What we try to say to you is right. Look, watch this. What Mr. Lee said, and he put it together perfectly, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to discuss the roof, when we're discussing the foundation.
And we've
So
gone over that part. We've already gone over.
For us to see this. Listen, just listen. Hold up. I know. Hey, I know. Hey, don't let me trigger you. Hey,
No, you're not triggering me. Like, I just don't like I'm coming from the perspective where your mind is your foundation. Correct? Like, that is where the whole house of yourself stands. It is not the roof.
And when black children see black men with real power doing the right thing with it, how do you think it's going to affect them mentally when they actually see black men and not being entertainers or athletes? Real power. Because entertainers and athletes, they may have some influence, but they don't have
what is real power?
But no, listen what we're saying, brother. Listen what we're saying. The thing is, like I said, I don't know what part of this conversation you came in at, right?
Right.
So I would hopefully that you kind of like rewind back. We was really just presenting ideas. So now dealing with the mental, you're right. That is the foundation. But right now we're trying to build the mental, and we're not trying to. That's why Mr. Leading said it a million times already. Hold up, that's further down the road, right? Mm-hmm. Let's just get to the basics, and then now let's get to the basics. Let's build a plan. But then you can't, if you're building a foundation, you can't sit here and debate what type of nails you're going to use. You know what I'm saying? When you're putting in a door, or hey, is we gonna put in the swimming pool or not? No, he just said, let's just have a conversation.
Well, first of all, let me add this to it.
Go ahead.
Let me add this, Mandro, 1 second. I understand where the brother is coming from, and it's from a good-hearted place. However, the men that are going on this mission, their mental is already together. They don't need the treatment that you're going to offer. The treatment that you're going to offer is for the people that are sick in the community. What we're looking to do, we need to set sound foundations in place first and get certain established structures. And then later we can address those things. But you don't have to fix my mind. You don't have to fix Logic mind. You don't have to fix Mandro's mind. And you don't have to fix Jay Prince's mind or Canadian-born Nigerian. These brothers' mind are already fixed. The world in which they have been in already, they have come out of the world and they have survived, and their mind is strong and intact. So for the men that you need to heal, they'll come along the lines later. That's when the masses are going to come, and they're going to need some help. And they're going to be you and many others who can address the different things that our people will need help in, both physical, emotional, and psychological. But what we're dealing right now is with men who are ready for what we're about to take on.
And Saint,
and I understand what you're offering, but to be honest with you, it's not the conversation that I'm going to have with you right now. It's not, because it's distracting. It's conversations about what if and the past and how it happened, who did it, the participants, the effects. We had that conversation a million times over, and there are many channels you can go to if you want to indulge in that talk. I'm not having that talk over here. That's why it's called Sage Talk.
And Saint, I just want to tell you something when you talk about psychology. And we also prepare, the psychology. I'm quite sure you went to school to be a psychologist, right?
I'm in school, yeah.
Right, and it comes from a white man's curriculum. I don't mean to use the word white man, but it's the fact, right? So when we talk about these white man curriculums, it's no different from any other curriculum. They're going to teach us and condition us to be more submissive and suppressed anyway. Every time I've been to a therapist, it never really resonated with me. This right here, what I'm doing with Sage, Mr. Logic, and everybody just been around my black men that's even having this type of conversation was the best therapeutical thing I ever been at.
Okay, hey, Mr. Lee. Hey, Mr. Lee, can we try lobbying right now? Put a 1 in the chat if you want to lobby to get the white man from being used on these platforms. Because I'm telling you, I hate that word, because it seems like I ain't disrespecting you because it happened so many times. If you want to lobby to get that word banned from being used on this platform, put a 1 in the chat, because you move the goalpost, you derail the conversation, you take the focus off of us and you put it on another group of people.
It's removed.
Thank you, brother.
I mean, I see where you're coming from in terms of like the roots of psychology, but where the science is now, like the actual like things that they use that are like verifiable and reliable, I'm not going to say psychology is a hoax science. Sage Talk, what I wanted to say to you is that I see where you're coming from. However, the issue that I have is that there's a lot of generational trauma in the things that a lot of Black men are going through. I think that there are a lot of people who relate to the red pill who are still sleeping. I think that we're in a gynocracy, and a lot of our single mothers are raising men that they don't like. A lot of men are lost. A lot of men want to find purpose, and a lot of men are traumatized, and a lot of men are damaged. So I beg to differ. I think the foundation in dealing in healing mindsets is very important, and I understand that the men that you're around, that you have your things together, and that's great. But we also need to leave a trail of breadcrumbs for the younger generation who don't have that guidance, who just have moms, who just have aunties, who just have friends who are just as misled as they are.
Well, the thing is, what we're saying is where we are now, what we're starting now, what you're doing is kind of putting the cart before the horse, because what we're doing now, what it takes for us to get this started is people who need that kind of help. This ain't the place for them. It may sound harsh to say. Now, if you're a psychiatrist and you're treating people, by all means, you're not going to find any pushback about mental health coming from me, of all people. I've had mental health help. I mean, I think most people need it in some form or fashion and to some degree. But and keep doing what you're doing. But people who need that kind of help, I wouldn't recommend them getting involved in a direct way if they want to. But that's not up to me. I don't think I'm going to be the person to make that call as to who's allowed to get involved right now or not. But that is a conversation, like Mr. Lee said. That phase for mental health for us is going to be later down the line. Right now, we need people who are ready for action, ready to move.
Well, one thing I would add to that as well, 1 second, Logic, is that if we could execute successfully the things that we will put into place, a lot of the pressure and the things that create the continued psychological and mental stress that our brothers and sisters are dealing with, those things will be dismantled and taken down, and they're not going to have so much of a need for all of these psychologists and psychiatrists to get up in their head, because the pressures of life and society is not going to be on their back every day. And I think what we don't understand is that the goal of what we're going to attempt to do and what we will do will open up gateways of freedom from our people. And right now, all we can see is how do we get past the oppression and talk about who are the oppressors and the effects of the oppressed. This team is an elite team. We know all those things exist, but that is not our concerns. And the people who will deal with that, they will deal with that. You can set up a situation to deal with that. We're not looking at that at this time, at this stage, and at this time. We have more present problems that we are looking to achieve. And once achieved, you will see a lot of the necessities for the thing that oppress our people will become a lot lighter and not as heavy.
If I may,
so Mr. Lee,
go ahead. I'll ask in a minute. Go ahead.
Right.
I want to ask about that.
So, what do you think about what Dr. Claude Anderson said with the 5 floors, with the business, and you use the businesses to play to fuel politics to fuel the judges, then the media, then the schools? That 5-floor plan that Dr. Claude Anderson had in Powernomics.
I think it's an excellent plan, but obviously, the only way we can do that is for us to execute power, to be able to exercise that in a Black community, not with the help of white people. We have to do that for us. We have to see the wisdom and the benefit of it for us to do it for ourselves. And there's stages. Where do we start? We have to start one place, lay one foundation, get that moving, and then with the women that will be following us, we can give them instructions on how to teach. Because our women knows how to teach, but they're teaching a program of white supremacists. We need to give them a new program to teach. But we can only do that when we have some level of power to make changes. Because women only accept, at the stage where we are now, our women only will respect power. And as black men, if we can't flex, what's the point?
And I 100% agree with that. What I wanted to say was, although I know a lot of times people want to say we're asking our oppressors to fix things for us. We do got to fix things ourselves. We got to take it into our own hands. But part of taking it into our own hands is actually accepting what reality is. Because remember, the scripture says, "Be not ignorant of Satan's devices." So when you're not ignorant of it, you're actually aware of it. I played ball for years. I played, football for years. You got to be aware of the skill sets of the people on the other team. You got to be aware of what game plan they have. So we got to accept that there is a game plan. There's an agenda that is set to go against us to keep us from flourishing as a people.
Absolutely.
So we'll be aware of it. And that don't mean putting the blame on them, but we do be aware of what's going on around us. So now if we're aware of it, okay, let's give an example. The agenda going on in the music. The music is set for us to have a brainwashed mindset, to hate our women, to hate our men, to kill each other, all this stupid stuff, glorify getting the bag and caring nothing about our mental that's going on, fixing our mindsets. So when you have these agendas pushed, and that's just the music, that ain't even talking about the TV where they got the agenda of the man on man and woman on woman type stuff. We got all these agendas that's hell bent on destroying and keeping our people in a oppressed state, keeping us in a state where we're not progressing. So if we're aware of it, then we can teach our children correctly so they can combat it, which obviously we're going back to the scriptures. We got to be able to combat what's going on. But if we're not aware of it, we'll never beat it.
Well, first of all, I don't think it's an issue of we're not being aware of it. It's our ability to interdict it and to fight up against it. And I think like when Aaron asked me, what's the 50-year plan? We understanding how our enemies move, telling our plan is foolish, what our objectives are. One of the things, I'm good at is misdirection. I love misdirection because it keeps people on their toes and it keeps others off guard, off balance. That's one. Number two, with regarding to how we fight the battles that we're going to face with those who are coming up against us with these images, we have enough people in marketing that we can create a great advertising campaign. If we could get 20 channels, 40 channels, 50 channels that's going to be part of this supportive program that we're looking to build, we can have commercials running, 30 seconds commercial running on each platform at the beginning and the end of each show or at each hour, depending on how long they run their program, shooting some type of positive image out about black men, black women, black children. All it takes is 30 seconds, bro. We can start to reprogram the image of our people into our own minds. And because more black people are tuned into YouTube and non-mainstream media, we can overcome that psychology in a very short time. One thing I know about black people is that we recover quick. We recover quick. And all we need is direction and good leadership. And I think with the men on this panel and what we're looking to establish, we're going to look to set the foundation of leadership where we can begin to build. And building is just determination and effort consistently over time. And we're going to see the result. 2024 is going to be here in no time. 2028 is going to be here in no time. Trust me, if we just sit around and talk on YouTube, we'll just be talking. But what I want to do is implement operations, things where we can do things and get it done. That when we report back 2 years from now, we can show what's already been done. We could talk about our moves and our accomplishments. Then we can talk about the next few goals. By the time we're talking about the goal that what we're going to do, we're already going to have it done. We're already going to have it done. Because we have PsyOps men that's going to be in this program. So we're going to have ideas on how to move right and how to misdirect too. Don't think that there's going to be foolish men running this. They're not going to be. Trust me. And I would say, the right wisdom, because I know the Bible well. I've been teaching it for 35 years. I was one of the first out of One West, and I know all the Israelite teaching in the scriptures of the Bible, Old Testament, New Testament, Apocrypha, history, inside out. I don't preach it here because I'm not here to teach that. The move that we need to make needs to overcome religion and cultural differences. I'm not going to get into all those discussions about whether you're going to be Muslim, whether you're going to be Hebrew, whether you're going to be Afrocentric. Those things right now is creating confusions to hold us back. We need to find at least one common denominator where we can start to execute on. And once we could find one thing, we could find another thing and another thing. And over time, the things, the obstacles and the blocks, which are all mental, that keeps us from uniting, they're going to fall to the wayside as we accomplish each goal. And that's my objective. My objective is not to push a philosophical point of view, because I've taught on the street for 11, 12 years, and I know one thing: you ain't gonna get a black man to do nothing he ain't ready to do it. That's for sure. And a black woman too. But I want to get people who are willing and ready to make the move and see a similar objective that I see on what we can do to help fix and build the black community. And it's a simultaneous mission. We have to do many things at the same time. And that's why the saint was talking about the psychological uh, problems that we have. Aaron was talking about other aspects of the psycho trauma that we have had, and people who are at the bottom and people who are at the top. There are many things that we're going to have to juggle and deal with, but we will be able to deal with it because the men that's going to comprise this are going to come from different walks of life. I'm not going to be the only person. I might just be a spokesperson. I'm not going to be the only person, but they're going to be men with expertise that we can sit down and put our minds together to overcome the things that will be a challenge. And on the most part, people are not going to even know who these men are. They're going to know the name of the organization and the people who are put up front to speak on behalf. But the men who are going to be pulling the strings on the behind, they're not going to know who they are. And it's nobody's business. And if you are on the inner circle and you know, it's in your best interest to keep your mouth shut if you want to remain in that circle, because that's how we're going to move. Because power have to be cunning. The Bible says, what's that scripture?
Wise as a
Harmless as a
serpent.
dove. Yeah, wise as a serpent and harmless as a dove. Thank you, Judah. And that's how we have to be. And a serpent is seductive. He's cunning. He has to know how to lure in his prey so he can strike. And everybody is our prey. Every nation in America is our prey because they are all feeding off of us. We're just not going to go after one. We're going to have to go after all. There was a very good show that if you guys get a chance to listen to, there was a Claude Anderson show. I think it was like 48 minutes, 49 minutes on African Diaspora Channel this morning, a live show. It was a very good conversation to listen to. And I think that's the plan of Mr. Anderson. I think we have enough wisdom in America to be able to execute a lot of things. The thing is, obviously, he's a man of age right now, so he can't be at the forefront. And there are people right now who are figureheads who are getting money and working on the behalf of the establishment to do what they're doing. We have to move in a very different way. We have to move in a very subtle way. We have to do things where we're going to be able to execute. And by the time people realize what we're doing, it's going to be too late for them to have any real effect. Of course, we're going to have the blowback because the marketing and just the discreditation of the organization and the labeling, those things are going to come. But we understand the dynamics of that, so we will already have things in place to be able to address that and keep moving. And if ever a man that's in the lead have too much, how can I say, negative press that it's affecting the move, he can be replaced. And we have to all understand that. And Mandro said it first. He said he was ready when he went on that mission to lay his life down for his men. He knew it was a one-way mission. And I want men that are thinking that way. They have to be ready to sacrifice their own ego and their own personal recognition that they may have for the greater good of what we're looking to get done. And there may be a time that I may be the person that have to step back, whatever that may be. But as long as it's for the greater good of the mission that we're trying to get done, we need men that are moving on that level. And if we could do that over the next couple of years, it's going to get done.
Yeah, because a lot of people in the chat asking, "Hey, how can we support? How can we donate?" By supporting the Lapeef Network, you know what I'm saying, you're essentially doing that. A plan would be established. So if y'all join a membership, you know what I'm saying, if y'all, you know what I'm saying, hit the super chat, you know what I'm saying, and then do us free. Hit the like button. Because guess what?
Absolutely.
The Lapeef Network is pushing this message. So if you support the Lapeef Network, you're supporting this message.
Not only that, the Lapeef Network is going to grow into a major communication network that's going to spread within the Black community. So, and we're going to have an influential voice in the Black community, and we will change the image of Black men, not only in the Black community in America, but it's going to spread worldwide. Because you know why? Black men around the world are watching what we're doing here.
Yes,
Everybody is watching what we're doing here.
Message, and to show JR this message matter, you know what I'm saying? Look, see, can we get 5 people to join the membership today? I don't know why mine didn't read up, but look, God damn it, I read up. Join the membership. Can we get 5 people here to show JR that look, people want to support this individual message? So now what he'll do is he'll be game to go back and say, hey, we need to focus on this more. Because I'm so, I told you, hey, I'm your knight. Y'all come up here and mess with Mr. Lee, you finna get that smoke. All right.
I'm in whatever position you choose. You know what I'm saying? I'm on board.
Miss Logic, you damn right.
Put me where you need
welcome.
me. That's it. Put me where you need me. That's it.
Hi, Ian. Welcome. Are you frozen or are you there? Ian? I think he's frozen.
I'm all in. I
All
love
right,
this.
we
Mr.
have
Lee.
one. Detroit became a member.
Thank you, Detroit. We got one. Come on. See, that's why you don't listen to Black people, because they don't never put no resources behind their message. God damn it, Mr. Look at that. Mr. Nico. Thank you.
Tamikia, welcome. Very good. Awesome.
Whatever her name is. Come on. Can we get 3 more people to join the membership? And then, oh my God. Hey, I'm on mute now. My arch nemesis is up here. You on your own, Mr. Lee.
Absolutely. You know, the support, we need to show the support at the home base. And the Lapeef Network is the home base. And there are going to be many more things that we're going to be looking to build in our community as Black men. But this is going to be the home of where building positive, strong Black men is going to set the tone coming from. Program like Sage Talk and others, King Talk. These are the programs that's going to be as, how can I say, ambassadors to the change that the Black community needs to see happen. And we're going to be at the forefront of this.
Tony, we got Blink.
We got Bink the Bethuzia. Andy Ben. Okay, Convo and Chill with Tommy B. Thank you. Welcome.
I think Ian is back and he's moving.
All right, the green team is growing, baby.
JB, how's it going?
Hey, JB, welcome.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, brother JB, fellow Hebrew? What's going on with you?
Hey,
doing
Tia,
good. How y'all
welcome,
doing?
Tia, thank you.
Thank you to all the new members. This is how we move with our voice. You know what I'm saying? And our voice is, you know what I'm saying, it's our resources. Thank you for all the new members. And look, I'm gonna try to talk JR and they're just doing exclusive members only content on certain things that if people say they want to be involved, hey, it should be members only.
Absolutely.
Hey, so I just wanted to make a quick point. Well, a couple. So Lee, or Mr. Lee. Lee, I know you prefer Lee, and everybody calls you Mr.
Yeah,
Lee.
call me Lee.
All right,
I'm good
so
with that.
I just wanted to say, and I actually like just hit up JR about this. This is actually hands down the best show I've ever seen on the network thus far. And one of the reasons why for me is that you're speaking. See, every time I listen to you, and I think several people have kind of made some comments, right? Every time I listen to you, you kind of confirm for me that a lot of my mindset is in the right direction, right? Because for me, like one of the things I talk about a lot is power, and I consistently make that like probably the most common word that I use, right? And how the Black community, especially specifically in the American context, how power is desperately needed, and how we don't understand how to move, like as a overall community, how we don't understand how to move as a unified front, whether or not we have the same views, right? Like, I mean, we got Rick on the panel right now, right? Like I know Rick and I, we disagree on a number of things, but also I love listening to his perspective, right? He's older than me, he's wiser than me. and I find that very, attractive to me to listen to what he has to say and kind of consume that. And if there's something to challenge, I'm happy to challenge it. But sometimes it's just, hey, let me listen to what he has to say. Let me actually hear his perspective out, right? And so it's less about disagreements and where we don't align, but instead I think, finding that unified front where we can align so that we can chase that power is the most important thing. And to me, it seems like the thing that we consistently miss, right? Like we consistently miss the fact that that's the most important. And I especially loved when you said that it's not even about money, right? Because a lot of people equate money to power, right? And it's like, with power comes money, but power does not equal money. And so anyway,
And money does not equal power all the time.
What'd you say?
I said money does not always equal power all the time, because money given can be taken.
Absolutely. So yeah, I mean, I've just been listening to the show with a smile on my face. Like I've been working, I've been doing a number of things, and I've just been like, I've had a smile on my face this entire time. I love the fact that Logic pulled up and shared his perspective, his views. So I just want to give you your flowers, man. Like I absolutely, this is the best show that I've seen on this network, hands down. Like hands down. And I've been watching the Lapeef Network since for a while now. Since it was just Lapeef Let's Talk, right? So hands down. So I appreciate you, man. I really, really appreciate you. I appreciate your wisdom. And also just one quick point about the pack thing that you mentioned. I'd love to connect you with there's actually some guys a group of Black men who are actually working on that as we speak on the political side. And I don't know if you have any guidance that you could provide or whatnot, but I would love to connect you with them.
Hold on, wait. You got to go through the night first. Is there a member of the Lapeef Network?
No.
They won't want to talk to him then. Tell him send him that link.
No, listen, it's a group of productive Black men. It's a group of very productive.
Okay, send him that link and tell him to join, and then we gonna listen to him.
I think, one of the things, and we'll talk behind the scenes on this further, JR and Logic, and even yourself and Mandrill and others. But we need to put together the core team. That's going to be the foundation. Before I start talking to other individual men that may have insights or plans already on the table, we need to set up what's going to be our core team. And then from there, we can talk with other people who are in the process of, and see what their mindset is already. If it jives with us, if they don't already have the organization in place, then we can merge in as a team and see whether or not we can work together, and then we'll set up the organization and then get moving. If they're not in the same sync in the way in which we will move, we will establish the organization, and then we will recruit the people that we want to be the face and the operation management team of this organization, which would be the infrastructure. I myself, I have a different business skill. I'm not politically savvy to want to be out front like that. But there's other people that are smarter than me, that are lawyers, that are businessmen, that have the savviness and maneuverability to be able to do the things that we may need to get done. So, at the next stage of after we have a meeting about it, and then we make some decision on how we would look to move forward, then I think a meeting, we could do a Zoom meeting or whatever, and have a discussion with the people that, you're thinking about JB, and then we can take it from there after that.
Yeah, and just in addition, I mean, anywhere I can help.
No, I understood.
I
I
mean, like
understood.
anywhere I can help, just let me know, like whatever it is.
Oh,
And
for sure.
also, I mean,
Absolutely.
yeah, anywhere I can help.
JB, Matthew.
Yes, sir.
You know I was messing with you, right?
I mean, I know that you're troll logic, so I mean, I always assume. But see, here's the thing though, because you will troll, but then you pull up today and you drop all these gems, and I'm like, I just can't figure.
I'm balanced like that. You know what I'm saying? I can talk to the Pookies and Ray Rays because, like I said, I got some of that in my blood. I think Pookies and Ray Rays essentially is somebody that was raised in the hood. That don't mean that that's who I am today. Like I said, I can relate to exactly what Jay Prince talking about. And I don't consider my brother a Pookie. I just say we call Pookies and Ray Rays. You know what I'm saying? That black man that's raised in black culture. You know what I'm saying? That's the best definition that you can do with a Pookie and Ray Ray. But I feel that it's a part in this for everybody. And then I really feel that's why I told Jay Prince. I saw it earlier. I think the third time I met Jay Prince, I dropped my number in the back chat. I said, call me. Because I know, guess what? He just ain't been exposed to the different stuff I might be exposed to. But if I can expose him to that, it will make him a better Jay Prince.
Do it, Amin Ra. Thank you for the membership. Ian, are you there?
I definitely hit JR up.
Yeah, I'm here.
Because I think we need to do exclusive members only content with some of these gems that's being dropped with Sarge talking stuff like that. Any kind of ideas? I mean, oh, there he go. He done brought it. Now he done dropped back down.
Put your number back in the back chat, Mr. Logic, if you may.
Yeah, because if stuff like this, where we're actually trying to develop something, whether it's a criteria or we're brainstorming, you know what I'm saying? It need to be put out on exclusive member only. So, and then maybe he can do his little segments and drop it to the audience. But that's just my idea. I mean, I'll try to get with him later.
Hey Lee,
yeah.
One more thing, man. So and I promise, Aaron, I'm not trying to pick on you. Right? It's actually not even about you, okay? But my favorite part of this entire show was when you went off on Aaron. Now, again, it's not about the Aaron part, but it was more so. It was the message, right? It's the message of it. Again, it's not Aaron. Aaron's a cool dude. I rock with Aaron. Okay. It was the message, right? Because a lot of times I see we do this repeatedly where we always end up turning the focus to white people and what they're doing. And so I really loved seeing you as an elder highlight the fact that this ain't what we're doing. Because for me, it's like, to me, it makes black men look weak when everything we do, we always have to think about how the white man is this and how the white man, like, to me, it just looks like a weakness, right? And so we have the power to do things on our own. What'd you say?
It is a weakness.
Correct. And so for me, I absolutely hate it. Like, I absolutely hate it. I think we can use what other communities have done successfully, maybe as blueprints or as, something to actually help us figure out how we do things, but just consistently looking at how they've affected us or, how they set up this system or whatever. To me, I hate, it's to the point where I just tune out that stuff these days because I hear it so much. That it just goes through one ear and out the other. Like, I don't even want to hear it no more.
Hey, but JR, we lobbied to ban that word. So we're using that. So you broke the ban. We already lobbied to ban that.
So just for clarification. Hey, JB, just for clarification, and I know you're not saying this, I know you weren't saying this, but just for clarification for everybody, I wasn't saying that we should look at them. I was just saying that we need to clear up our image. That's what I was trying to say.
Not a problem. And the fact is that I think, as we build in this conversation and what our game plan is, there's going to be many mindsets that will come into the conversation and the discussion. And one of the things I understand about dealing with mindsets, and that's because I come from a spiritual perspective, is that I read spirits and I address the spirit, not the man. Because I know by attacking that spirit, I'm killing more spirits in the audience and those who will see it later that may have that similar mindset or may even have that perspective of going there. So I try to address something. That's why, like, sometimes when I speak, some people may pick up on what I'm saying and some people may not pick up immediately. They may pick up when they go back and watch it on a replay. because some things they may have missed. But a lot of times when I'm speaking on certain things, especially if you see that I've become emotional, one thing I'll let you know about me for the people who are listening, one thing I am not is emotional. Whatever I do is deliberate. I don't think I've made an emotional reaction in the past 30 years. I do not make emotional gestures. If I do something emotional, it's deliberate. I'm wearing that jacket for a purpose because I'm trying to address something. I don't react like that. I'm very, I don't want to say self-control, but that might be the best term and way in which to address something. I'm very
Can I ask you a
self-controlled.
question? I just wanted to
Sure,
jump
go
in
right
and
ahead.
ask you a question. Okay,
Go right ahead,
Mr.
sir.
Lee. Okay, so if I accept you as our leader, what is next? Like, I understand that you are wise, right? I understand that you may know more than I do, right? That's the humbleness in myself.
But Carlos, he did not.
Hold on, no.
Hold on, wait. I just got to
One
finish
second,
it.
Logic.
I
Let him
don't
finish.
need logic.
Logic, let him finish.
I don't need logic. I need Mr. Lee. Okay? What's next, Mr. Lee? Because if I say I'm a leader, right? And then I know that you are a leader, right? So I respect you as a leader. What's next? So I can
I will
teach my
say this.
troops how to move.
I will say this. When the orders are given on what you will need to do, they will be delivered to you. You will not get them directly from me. Anyway.
Okay. I agree with that. So you're not the ultimate leader, but okay, let's just say
That is not what I said,
see,
but if that's the way you interpret it, so be it.
That's what you said. Actually, technically, I read between the lines.
Nah,
So you're
Carlo,
not the ultimate
my
leader.
brother, you're missing Carlo. You're missing the point, my brother. You're missing the point.
Go on. All right. Go ahead, JP.
Yeah, let me just say this, Carlos. I'm gonna say this again because I done said this like almost now 6 times, right? On this entire live stream, he never declared himself a leader.
I never said that. I didn't say that. I said that if I would, right?
You said if you accept me
right?
as your leader.
Well, you're declaring him your leader.
Okay, I said if I would get it.
So Carlo, you're asking him if you would declare him your leader, and then since you declare him your leader, now you want him to tell you what's next. Do you not see?
Right.
Do you not see the flaw in
No,
that?
JP.
Carlo?
No, JP. What I'm actually trying to do, right, is that I'm trying to lay the pedal stool on somebody's feet because nobody wants it, right? Agree or disagree?
Disagree.
So you're saying
totally disagree.
Carlo, are you saying that you just want to hold somebody accountable to the discussion that's happened tonight to see where this goes moving forward? Is that what you're saying?
Somewhat yes, but somewhat no.
Well, I mean, Lee actually gave us, he basically said, hey, the first step is setting up the foundation and funding it. That's the first step, right?
Okay,
So
I said that too.
Hey, if I may,
I didn't say that.
No, but hold on. We gotta wait. Let's do this. Let's kill this right here. Cause see, like I said, these are trigger words. Leaders, followers, they're trigger words. And first we gotta get hold on, bro.
But I don't care.
Okay,
the leader,
you
right?
care because you talking to me. Hold on,
right?
All right, hold on.
I'm willing to follow, right?
Okay, listen, just let me finish.
Conversation. I said, Mr. Lee.
Okay, let me finish, bro.
Right?
Let me finish.
Okay, go on, Logic.
Like I said, I understand their trigger words in our community. I'm not just talking to you. I just said this exact same thing. Am I right, man, Trail? For like the 6th time tonight. I understand in our community, leader and follower, there is trigger words. But if you go back and listen to the live, the man did not declare himself nothing.
I never said that.
Hold up, god damn it.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Cause he now gotta get crazy because you don't just listen.
Logic, I'm listening.
Okay. He didn't declare himself nothing. I said, I will follow you.
But
And
did I declare him a leader?
Here, boy.
Okay, go ahead, Logic. Finish. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Look, the man didn't declare himself nothing. He came up and he presented something, and the other man brainstormed, and the other man naturally followed the message that he was saying. So, like I said, when you on the big scale of things, it's no hierarchy, it's no nothing. The man just established something. I guarantee you, when the cards lay how they may lay, and he said this already, he might fall back because things will play out the way it play. But the thing is, if you're asking for a leader, that's the problem with niggas today. Quit asking for a leader and just play.
Okay, Logic. That's not what I stated. Okay, so I just
But that's
want to make
that's
sure.
the point of what you meant.
Okay, no. I want to make sure that you understand that's not what I stated.
Hey, can I add? I think, let me say this, and then maybe I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm trying to say, I think maybe you. Well, I'm asking this: were you saying if you were the leader, what would I follow? Were you asking if you were the leader, like basically say if you was that person? Is that what you're asking?
I'm asking, right? If we're going to talk about leadership, right? Okay, if you're going to take the position of leadership, what's next?
Whatever the next orders,
Carlo, the
let
thing
me
is,
say this. Whatever the next orders will be, if you are in that troop to be given a command on what to do next, you will get the order. If you're not even in the mission, you ain't gonna hear nothing.
In other words, sit tight and wait.
Or get your ass in the chat and join the membership.
Right.
That's how it's gonna go.
See,
when it's time for you to get your orders, you'll get them.
Yeah, I took it sideways. You see,
I'm just
I don't
saying,
like that. You see,
every man is not going to get the orders that they're looking for.
Me as an individual,
When your turn
right?
come in the rank of your usability, you will be contacted. Until then, the main thing will be for us to be able to do as black men, once the organization is established, is to fund it. That's the main thing.
Okay, Mr.
Hey, Carlo, let me ask you a question.
Okay,
hey, Carlo, let me ask you a question. Carlo, let me ask you a question real quick.
Go ahead, Joe.
If Lee came back, let's say a month from now, or let's say Lee came back 3 months from now and said, all right, we have something set up, and it's going to be for people who want to get involved, specifically black men who want to get involved, it's going to be a subscription model, right? Where you can contribute anywhere from, let's say, $10 a month to 100,000 if you want, right? To subscribe as almost like a donation, but kind of in a subscription model to support, right? To support building an organization that has the proper resources, right? To go after the things we need to go after. Would you be willing to actually subscribe to that? In other words, would you be willing to put your money behind that? Yes
100%.
or no?
I put my money with my mom.
Okay, so then here's why I asked you that, Carlo, right? Because why I asked you that is because Lee already told us here's what immediately needs to take place next, right? And he's already on it, right? He's already on it. So, like for me, the way I look at it is, okay, however Lee needs me to be helpful in this, I'm just gonna wait. Lee already knows a lot about me. He already knows he probably already understands my strengths. He probably already understands some of my weaknesses.
I understand you, JP.
So I'm just waiting for wherever he may find me useful, he's gonna let me know. And I just want to be a part of that program. I want to be as helpful and useful as possible. That's all that matters to me. So I think that's probably the best way to approach this.
Yeah, but JP, hold on. Let me speak. JP, I told Mr. Lee this before. This is not the first time Mr. Lee has met me. You understand? Maybe you and me is a little different, right? I gave Mr. Lee this same proposal, right? And everybody said I was crazy. I was crazy, right? I gave him like a foolproof plan. A foolproof plan. I guarantee you it would make money.
So this not about making money. You came up here for validation.
No, hell no. Hell
look, get your ass in the chat, man. Cause look, you pissing me off right now. Cause you ain't saying shit. And nobody ain't gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. You're distracting the whole fucking conversation because every question you ask, we done already said that at least 30 minutes ago. So right now you are a distraction. So I'm gonna tell you, look, nicely, get your ass in the chat and join the membership and just wait on instructions.
Wow, Mr. Logic. So okay. Since you have grievances against me, what do you have to say?
I ain't got no grievance against you, nigga. I'm just got grievance of what you saying.
That
grievance.
What we need to build together. Okay, what is your grievance? Okay, I want you to tell me as a man, what is your grievance? Since you
Carlo,
are
why we got Carlo? Think about it though, right? Carlo, let me ask you a question, bro. Like, think about it. We having a very productive conversation right now. Why would we why are we going down this direction, brother? Like, there's
no,
I
I
don't
didn't
see. Hold up, Carlo, hold up,
I asked
Carlo.
a question.
Hey,
and
Carlo,
then it came to me.
Hey, Carlo, just hold up real quick, right?
I'm
why
listening.
we gotta go down? Like, you heard me just say, I pulled up here literally to give Lee his flowers, just because to me, this show has been so powerful to me just listening to it, right? Because this is what I love to hear from black men, from productive black men, right?
I agree.
This is what I want to see. So
I agree.
I hate to see it then that, divulge into this, back and forth of just, you know what I'm saying? Like, because it's I would rather stick to. In other words, Carlo.
Did I challenge anybody?
Carlo. In other words, what I'm saying is this, right? Can you find a way to take your input and channel it in a way that's more productive to moving the conversation forward? Is what I'm saying.
Okay, JB, right? I didn't direct any of my comments to Logic, did I? But Logic came in and attacked me.
I didn't attack you.
I was making a statement. I was making a statement. See, there you go.
I'm telling you what I said.
Let me finish, right?
So listen to the chat. Rewind the video back like an hour.
Rewind it.
Questions would have been answered.
Wow.
I will say this. Let me interject at this point so we don't get totally off track. Carlos, I answered your question. You asked me a question based on a supposition, and I responded to it. If you took the answer in the same spirit in which you asked the question, then I had responded to you, and all you need to do is hang tight. If you really mean what you said, that you want to be on board and you will be a full supporter as a black man. If that's the case, the additional conversation is really mute and unnecessary. Let's stay positive. Logic don't have anything against you. I'm sure of that. And you shouldn't or don't have anything against him. I'm looking for positive black men, and I'm looking for a certain mindset. And mindset of men that want to be disruptive in any way, those men are going to be put to the side because their mind is not ready. Your body may be a function to some use, but your mind is not ready. And until your mind is ready, we can't use your body or anything else. So that's what we need. We need men who can function on the program that we're establishing. And you're either going to be with the program and you're going to be able to follow the instruction and be a contributor, or you're going to be a sit on the side and watch until you believe. Some men have to watch until they believe. And I don't have a problem with that because I'm a man about accomplishing and doing things.
Mr. Logic,
And when you're convinced, then you could come on board and act and behave in a manner in which we require to be able to use you as a function.
But I never came in here with disrespect, right? I didn't come in here with disrespect. I didn't even come in here speaking to Logic, right? But
Logic is part of the panel, and everyone is free to be able to express themselves.
Yes, Mr.
But
Lee,
I will say this. I did answer your question.
Out of respect, right?
Yes.
I didn't disrespect nobody, right? If somebody acknowledged me and I acknowledged them back, that is not disrespect from my part.
Okay. I acknowledge you. Did you accept what I said?
I did.
When you asked the question?
I did.
Okay. So then the conversation is mute at this point. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Ian, did you have something you want to say? You're on mute.
Okay.
Hold on one second, Carlos. Thanks.
Yeah, if my internet stays good, I might be able to get something out. But yeah, I like what you guys are saying, especially in terms of power and how to build the power and substantiate that power. I think in in a lot of ways is through the building of men, and the like-mindedness, as you said. I think, like you said, it's about money, but then it's not about money, because what we need as men is to be able to go anywhere with freedom. And freedom is not, in the terms of the pro-black mindset, freedom has not gotten us that pro-black freedom has not gotten us where we needed to go. Where we need to go is anytime we see a black man, we are recognized and respected by other black men. And I think that's the freedom that we're looking for, is within and through one another.
Well, I think, we all understand that as an idea, but I think as black men, we have to establish something to be proud of and to look up to. We have individual black men who have achieved great success, and they are lauded and revered. But I think we have yet to build a community as a people in America that is highly respected within America and throughout the world. And what I'm aiming to do is to try to lay the foundations as to how we can start to make some inroads into establishing that, and to change the image of black men, and to raise black men up with real power in America. And what I'm looking for is men who can put aside the differences that we may have and get on board with the things that we agree about to get a greater mission done. We have time to argue about the little stuff later. There's always time for that. But we have a bigger goal to accomplish at this point. And if we could stay focused on that goal, at the next stage, we'll have more to celebrate. And the next stage of what we're going to build, we can have more people on board that train to go forward with more power and more effectively. And I think,
Yes.
Carlos, I think he's a goodwill brother, but he's got to stay off the sauce, especially if he's going to come in this conversation. He's got to stay off the sauce. We need men of sound mind and sober mind, and that's important.
I was gonna ask this, because I do, like I said, there definitely has to be a community sense, a togetherness, everybody on one page. But my serious question, this is like no contention at all. I really want to know, like, what will be the guidelines, what will be the standards? Because we do have to have set ways. Obviously, I believe in, the law, statutes, and commandments as our foundation. Now, what set of rules will we live by? Because we got to have something. Like, say if we all actually come together, had a mission, how will we function together properly without much drama? Because we all know what happens with our people. We get together, there's drama. How do we do that?
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't want to speculate right now as to how we're gonna bring all black people together. That's a far greater ambitious message. And that's not the message that I'm looking to put forth at this time, because that's a far more challenging enterprise than what I'm looking to do. What I'm looking to do is to establish a political and economical power base within Black America, to be able to have influence both in business and in the political machinery of the United States, and to use it to the benefit of Black men, and which will trickle to Black women and Black children, because we will be building a new Black community as we go forward. We will not only change the image of Black men, but the opportunities that will be there for Black men. We will also lay the foundation for education and schools. All these things will be addressed, but they have to be addressed in a timely manner. And there are other people who are working on other things as well, I'm sure. But here, I'm not looking for any personal financial gain or any personal recognition. That's not the game that I'm playing. I'm looking for how we can build something as an institution to gain power within America. If you're down with that, if you're looking for personal gratification or some kind of reward or recognition, this might not be the stage of where you should participate.
Hey Rick, I think what we saying is like-minded people, like how we is right now. When we get together, we won't get into it because, for one, we like-minded. We believe in that one stamp. We believe in the same thing.
I don't care if I have an Afrocentric, Islam, Muslim, voodoo. I don't care what you believe in. As long as you can see this mission for what it's worth, and you want to be a part of this, we're rolling. That's the team I want, because these men will be motivated on the same thing, with a single mind, with a single objective. When we gain power in America, then we can look back and see what our differences are. But by that time, the differences might be so inconsequential, they may not be worthy of discussion. The
Lee,
things that separates us right now is because every little group is a little power group.
See, I'm gonna
Hebrew
say this
Israelite is
though.
a little power group. Islam is a power group. RBG or RGB Black community, they're another power. Everybody's a little power group, but they're only a power group to themselves, and they don't benefit the whole at all.
No,
Hey,
I
Rick, I'm gonna put something out real quick. And you go ahead, Judah. I want to make a general statement out of this. So
go ahead.
The thing is, if you look at Mandrell when he came up, he took what Mr. Lee was saying and he built on it. If you look what JB did, he took what Mr. Lee was saying and he built on it. Don't come up here and try to contest something when he's just saying it's an idea. Come up and build on it. If you come up here and try to contest something when a man just put out an idea, you're going to make yourself look like a fool, and I'm going to make you look like a fool. Come up here and build on what he's saying. Don't try to contest the idea, because the idea is solid, or replace it with another idea on a later show. But on this show, if you come up here, build on what the man trying to do. I mean, I don't know if do that sound crazy? Is that asking too much of a black man?
That's cooperation. That's what we should be doing. Cooperating. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's where my question is coming from. My question was coming in in order to cooperate. Like, everyone has to be clear on, expectation, because, when people are buying in, they got to know, all right, this is what we buying into. And it's got to be, people got to have understanding, because one thing is judgment matters, like right and wrong. A lot of lines can get blurry, and we don't, someone might think something wrong, someone else, and it can make things real tough. And we don't want that, because that's how a lot of our black institutions have failed with right and wrong. Someone might think, and you can go to simple things, certain things is wrong, and then somebody might be like, oh, that's not a big deal, but somebody else might be like, that's evil. And that's what I'm kind of asking about.
I understand what you're saying, and perception is everything. But part of what I'm looking at is that if you limit the information that is put out, you can only make a decision on what you know. And the way in which I'm looking to help things establish and lay the foundation is that we're going to set certain objectives and certain goals, and we're going to go after it. And we're going to lay out to the public what our objectives are. The greater part of what that goal might be will be in a very close circle conversation. The only thing that's going to be publicized is the immediate goal that we have to achieve. That way it can keep people from being disrupted by their personal, moral, spiritual, or any other type of beliefs that they may have that can become a conflict for them, whether or not they will participate. If they can wrap their head around the objective at hand, that should be enough for them to move with the program, if they can understand that. And as time go on, there will be more things brought forth. But the bigger you lay the problem out to people, the more it gives them things to conflict with. And I prefer to give you a slice of pizza than to give you the whole pizza, because 9 times out of 10, you'll try to eat the whole damn thing by yourself, and that's going to create a fight, because everybody else around you want a piece too. So you're just going to get one slice of pizza.
Hey Lee,
Enjoy.
I think the most powerful thing, or at least one of the most powerful things you've said tonight, that I would hope people are not taking for granted, because I notice this is one of the biggest issues in the black community in America, is the idea like, okay, this shouldn't be about, even if we all have our own religious views, for example, or we have our own political ideologies that we side with, right? If we understand that there's a common good, right? There's a mutual set of interests, right, that we have, regardless of our differences, because a lot of times we tend to focus so much on our differences, and that's, to me, in my view, in my observation, that is a big part of the downfall of the black community. in America is we overemphasize and overfocus on our differences. And so whereas other communities, they find ways that they align, right? They find ways that they align and they say, okay, we align on these views and let's acquire power, right? Let's find unity in those positions. Doesn't mean that Lee's going to convince me, to change my mind on everything else that we have differences, but let's find that common ground and that mutual set of interests. And it may seem like a very passive and small point, but it's actually, to me, it's actually a very critical point, because you can't get a group to unite unless they understand that we will have differences. It's not going to change. There will absolutely be differences. There will be ideological differences, religious differences, political, there will be differences. But can we at least agree, hey, if we go at it from a data-driven standpoint, right? We're like, okay, here's the stats. Which one of these numbers do we want to impact? And at least address it from that perspective, for example. Just as an example, right? Like, if we want to address the single mother rate, do we want to address the whatever one of those numbers? At least we can understand that is a mutual interest, right? Because at least we understand that this is something that affects us all. But it just seems that a lot of times we cannot find that common ground, or we can't accept, because we're so stuck on all the reasons why we don't like each other and all the reasons why we're different, that we can't actually understand like there's actual common ground, that we could do so much damage if we focus on that. So to me, that's
try to contest the plan instead of building on a plan. Like, stop something. If you sit here and say that it's what's needed, it's no need to contest it. It's no need to say this and this and this. No, he got something. It was just an idea. Please build on it. I'm telling you, in my job, if people came in there with that mentality, they will get kicked out. Maybe that's why I'm like that. I'm like, nigga, get out of here. Because you want to contest something when a man just pushes something forward. Build on it. Or stay your ass in the chat. I'm sorry, Mr. Lee.
Not a problem. There's an old saying, I think it's a military saying. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I think we have to understand who's our enemy and where we can make alliances as brothers. Because we're really the same people, but we make a whole lot of other things become obstacles to us finding ways to work together. And I think the weakest thing and the most powerful thing that Black people have is the same thing. The weakest thing is our inability to work together, and the most powerful thing is if we're able to work together. So if we can accomplish that one thing, and if we could just put aside all the other distractions that we tend to use as an argument as to where perfection doesn't work, because we must agree on everything 100%, and the plan must be thoroughly perfect. If you're working on that objective, you're not going to get nothing done.
100%, man. Hey, we gotta focus on the mission instead of everything else. The mission is most important.
Absolutely.
Man, I'm with that all day.
Okay. Hey, 1776. What's that? Millennial. Welcome to the conversation. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for having me. These conversations are definitely needed right now, so I appreciate everything you're doing, Sage. I don't know what you guys talked about for the past 5 hours. I'm seeing this whole thing has been 5 hour plus. You guys have been going on. I don't know how you guys do that for 5 hours. That's props to you, Sage, to going on and on about that. All I can do is add on, as Mr. Logic wants us to do, and I agree. There is a proverb that discussion and debate is not about winning, it's about progress. It's not about this whole I know more than you and trying to win a battle and lose the war. And I think that's really what you're trying to hammer out, Mr. Logic, 100%. And we got to have those tough conversations. And I'm sure you pointed out a lot of the statistics that has been talked about in our community, Mr. Sage, about that. So I think one of the theories that I have of why our community, our Black community, has such an issue with following a leader, not thinking that they don't have to lead, or complying, or saying, listen, let's just follow this guy's lead and listen to him. Shut up, use your ears, shut your mouth. You got 2 years in one mouth for a reason. And it's a big issue, you know, and I think it stems from, you know, we had, it stems from slavery, you know, it stems from us wanting to reject anything that's similar to enslavement or submitting to something. And when you have that trauma built in a community, you tend to have the inability to learn. You know, you want to prove yourself. You want to boast your knowledge. You want to say, oh, I can still do it. I can do it without the white man. I can do it on my own. And they don't realize that, you know, like being a father and your son, even though your son wants to be a man, the father still has to play a role and teach him some wisdom. And that's what I'm assuming Mr. Sage is trying to do as well. So I guess what's the overall discussion you guys are having? Oh, I saw this about patriarchy, right?
Well, basically, it's patriarchy, and has patriarchy been beneficial to women? In the greater sense, a young lady asked the question, can black men really rule as a black patriarchy over black women? And that's where the conversation built upon from that point on. But leadership comes from men. I'm not saying that women can't do things where they can exemplify their skills and their ability, but we know that men is where leadership stands. And women want men to lead, because whenever they find themselves in a compromising position, they say, well, the men ain't leading. The men ain't leading. That's their default, you know, commentary. So we as black men, we have to find a way to circumvent and overcome the obstacles that are set before us that prevents us from leading, whether it's our women, or whether it's society, whether it's media, whether it's politics, whether it's government. There are a host of things that we can sit back and say, woe is me, I can't overcome this problem. Or we can become gladiators and say, we're going to fight to the death and we're going to overcome this situation because it's necessary. And for me, I see it's necessary, and I'm prepared to do that. And I'm looking for men that are ready. You know, there's some men who are not ready. There's some men who slavery has affected their mind and their emotions, that they're still suffering, you know, the crippling effects and the psychological effects of those things. It doesn't affect me. I've overcome that a long time ago. And there are many men that are like myself, that don't walk around with the crippling effects of slavery and the psychological effects and the burdens of slavery that are keeping them back. I think what the Lapeef Network and YouTube is affording us is an opportunity of like-minded men to reach out and find each other. And now we are finding a position where we can actually put things to work for us. Whether a man, from wherever we're from, in the United States and outside.
100%. And
a 176 millennia. Hey, I want to just I'm put this to y'all, right?
Go ahead.
This is how we got to think as men. Mr. Lee already said, hey, look, this is how I deal. You know what? The scientific method is a process where we can build an idea, right? Mr. Lee already said, look, Mr. Lee, when are we going to revisit this so we can present our research? Because we already made observation. We already asked questions. What's the third step in the scientific method?
Put it to the test.
Put it research. You guys come up with y'all research and y'all start doing different things. So now when you come back up with Mr. Lee at a later date, then you can present research to him. So that's how it worked. That's how these ideas start being produced. You know what I'm saying? We got to get to that point where we sit here and say, we'll get on board. You look at this live, you see his premise that he laid out, you see the arguments that was made, the questions, the observation that was presented. Now the research is next. Mr. Lee, when are we gonna do this again? That's my question I got for you.
What's the next day?
Yeah.
Well, obviously every Sunday there's a
and present actual research to go with the proposal you made and the observation we talked about and the questions that was given. Because now work. Put in the work. If you want to prove a position somewhere, put in some work.
Come on.
Well, if I may interrupt, Logic, one of the things I would say is that every week there's a show that I produced. I mean, that I put forth. But concerning this particular topic and this discussion, there's going to be some work done behind the scenes to lay some foundation, and then there was going to be a council group where we're going to have a discussion, and then we're going to lay some things out. I think the next step when it comes to the research part of what Logic is talking about is going to be where we're going to make an outreach call, where we may be looking for certain men of certain skills and abilities, and we're going to look to see who have these skills and who have these abilities, because we're going to need to have a meeting with them to then form a team with them to do something else that we will be looking to do. So as we go forth and we build, I think the next stage, well, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but I think the next stage of what will probably come would be once we make an establishment for the organization, and then what we're going to do with that. Once we get that forward, then we're going to take the next step and we're going to make some announcements. And I think going forward, I think Logic made a good point that that conversation is going to be a member conversation only. So that's probably going to be announced several days in advance. So those of you who are members can participate to a more closed conversation of like-minded supporters that want to be a part of this new mission and growth that we're looking to spearhead. Hey, TMO, welcome aboard.
Thank you. I do have a question. I didn't learn anything from Mr. Logic's thing about dissent, so I'm going to dissent. Basically, you said something about like the psychologists were worthless or something. Could you elaborate more about that?
Was that me or someone else?
That was you, actually, Lee. Actually, you said that they were worthless, and I disagree with that.
I never made a comment as to the level of credibility of psychologists. I said, if I'm correct, what I said was, with regard to psychologists, that is something that we could use down the road. That may be 3 years from now. With regard to dealing with the psychological effects of individuals who may be suffering from mental ailments, at this stage, this is not the conversation for them. If your mind is not ready, we're not gonna look to have you on board on this team. You ain't ready. You might have to sit on the side and get treatment.
Yeah, no, but brother, you came up here to contest something. I literally.
He made a comment. He made the comment in the chat. He made the comment in the chat, and that was about an hour ago. I thought he was going to actually have a different conversation.
But
I'm not here to criticize anyone that might have psychological or emotional problems that they're dealing with ongoing in their life and society, whether they're productive or however level of productivity that they're able to contribute in their daily lives.
No, I understand, but
where we are in the conversation right now, we're laying a foundation to put together the right team of individuals who will be looking to build something to go to a next stage. And we're looking for like-minded men, and we're looking for like-minded men who would like to take part in supporting that.
Hey, TMO, I was the one that
psychological issues, but you can still see clearly enough that this is something you want to participate in, and you can contribute. That will be awesome.
I agree.
If you want to take a physical role in some type of active role in doing something, depending on what your skill and expertise may be, when that phase come about, we will have that conversation and you will sit in on a meeting and where we can have that discussion. But until then, right now, we're just discussing the framework and what will be the next steps and where we go. So go ahead.
This is relevant to what you're saying. It's like the framework is just, I was saying, like either a psychologist or the psychologist principles is needed in probably helping to determine finding those individuals that will help you out doing what you need to do. And I was going to say an example.
Say that again. Repeat that again.
I was saying that the psychologists or the psychological principles can be used to help find the right individuals to help you do what you're trying to achieve. That's all I'm saying. So I was saying the example of that is like, let's say Mandrell, for example. He's a special forces guy. There's a lot of psychological tests and things he probably had to take to find out if he was the right person, the person that can be trainable, can train very quickly to do a lot of things and be able to, do his task under duress and be able to learn things quickly, be able to communicate.
Well, we're not going to be at the level of where we need psych profiles at this point. I've taken several psych tests. I used to work in nuclear engineering, and when you're working in nuclear engineering, every year you got to spend several hours taking 600, 700, 800, 1,200 word psych tests at, at different types of day and night when you're working, just to make sure that you don't have something going on within yourself or your family, and drug problems and different things to make sure you're in a steady mind. But I don't think we need to be screening on that level at this point. Whether or not that might ever come up, we're not talking about executing a military coup against the United States. That is not what we're talking about. So please do not get that in your mind. Well,
I'm glad you made that clear, Lee. I'm very glad you made that clear.
What I'm saying is, like, context is, I'm speaking about the military piece, but there's other practical things like conflict resolutions, being able to work out, different problems.
Conflict resolution is 6, 7 men sitting at a table and maintaining their self-composure to have a conversation between one another. If you can't do that, you got to leave. That's conflict resolution.
It's true. It's true.
Yeah, that's why I was talking shit to you, because I saw your questioning in the back chat, and I said, "Don't come up here with that nigga shit." And you from my hometown, I already picked it out, because that's why I said, get ready to build. What you was contesting, you was saying, "Hey, well, you missed this, you missed this." Don't come up here to contest. The man is just putting something forward. So, look, I know you probably older than me. You my OG though, but he's my OG too. So I gotta protect that idea, and all I'm doing is protecting the idea. I love you, brother, but goddamn, I told you in the back chat, and the nigga, you still wanted to do it, but I got me too though, so I understand you, and I love you, bro. But come on, man.
Understood.
The men with the right mind will find themselves in the right position. The men who are not ready, they're just not ready. And what they say will telegraph what they think, and we will evaluate what they say. Yes, Devontae Boyd. This will be the last person contributing. JR has to go to the next show that's coming up. Amira is getting ready to come on board. To go live. So we're going to have to look to shut this down. It was a great conversation, everyone in the chat. Truly appreciate your contributions and your support. Go ahead, Devontae.
Just a second, because honestly, I just wanted to know, on the private chat, Mr. Logic, is that a safe place to leave my email address?
Oh yeah, you can drop it in there. Matter of fact, if y'all guys want to put your email address in here, I got my notes open right now. I'll take y'all email addresses, and then I'll get in contact with. I'll find a way to get in contact with Mr. Lee, JR, and JB. So nobody want to leave nobody out or whatever. We want to brainstorm these ideas, but we got to get to that point. That he didn't say that a million times. Niggas in space. You know what I'm saying? We on Earth now. We trying to get to that point.
I like that. Okay. All right. So definitely, if you want to drop your email, in the back chat, drop your name with the email. So the name that your stage name that you have, so everybody know who you are. Mr. Logic is going to categorize that, and I'll follow up with Logic later. JR have my WhatsApp, so you can pass that on to you, Logic.
Hey Lee, once again, Lee, this is the best show I've seen on the Lapeef Network since I've been watching Lapeef Let's Talk.
Yeah.
It is the best show. I appreciate you, OG. I love your wisdom. I'm just glad you're here, man. I'm so, when I hear you talking, man, I was driving earlier listening to you because it's been on for hours. I was driving earlier and I was taking my hands off the wheels to clap. I was taking my hands off the wheels to clap, So I just really appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, for real. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Absolutely. Okay, everybody. Thank you very much. Mandrell, looking forward to having that conversation with you, brother. Mr. Logic, thank you very
Absolutely.
much. Devontae, Aaron, Jay Prince.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. TMO,
Appreciate
no
you.
problem. Love you none the same.
Yeah, let's build. Let's
JB, as
continue to
always,
build.
man. We're going to be in touch.
This is great.
Thank you, Chase
Yeah,
Lee.
Yeah, let's continue to build.
I think it's gibberish. I would have contested the whole thing.
This felt like church to me. I was just up there listening.
Hey.
Where's JR? He fell asleep?
You gotta listen first.
Yeah,
really.
I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go ahead and shut it down because I know you have to move on to the next live show.
Yeah, make sure you
This
guys
was-
tap into Amir. She's about to ready to go live as soon as we end this. She's talking about at-home training.
Awesome. All right.
Yeah, so make sure you guys tap in. Appreciate you guys.
Have a blessed day.
All right.
All right. Have a good day, guys. Thanks very much.
Appreciate
Thanks
you.
for the chat, everyone who supported, all the members who joined. Have a great day. See you next Sunday.
About to ready to start that Amira show. So sign off on this and make sure you guys click the link to Amira's show. Click that link to Amira's show, y'all. We're going to carry over that support over there.